Most used joke right now is we all start speaking in a random ass accent. I think the accent of the week is Italian. It's been interesting. So we'll be, talking about serious strategy and just an Italian accent.
So we've been saying Kappa Pringle, and like, I don't even know what the this word means, dog. I still to this day don't know what it actually means. Like, it's not like I've like talked to Travis and like we've been like, oh, this is what it means. I just saw him say it once or twice. We like threw it around, and it's like, I don't know, it's like a word that's used in like, if this is very absurd, very wrong, it's just like, yeah, nice round, guys, Kappa Pringle. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's definitely like a goblin word. It's a goblin tier word, but like, sometimes those words could really like do good work, They can really do great work.
Oh, the most used current meme or like current joke is that we all call each other pigs. Yeah, we like all call each other pigs. We tell each other oink and stuff. It's fun.
Probably just like the joke that no one has a job. Everybody on our team. We're trying. Hopefully we get signed soon.
I mean, for some reason, it is the Costco kid big boom meme.
Boom!
Because we play Teo, we call them the big booms whenever like the grenades, like the nukes. So we call them big booms. I don't know why, like they always joke about that type of stuff, but it is the Costco kid, the big AJ, double chocolate cookie guy, whatever the hell.
So lately we've been, there's a song by Future, I forget which song. It just sounds like he's mumble rapping, but it sounds like he's just doing, like the whole time.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
Anyway, now we just do this little like sound after like we get a kill or when someone dies or something like that. It's just like a little like sound thing we do for fun, and it always makes me laugh every time I hear it.
It comes from Guiman again, where he says he's like rage peaking or like rage doing anything. I don't know why he says it, but it's like him and Subrosa are addicted to saying like they're rage doing anything. He's rage peaking. He's rage doing anything. Like it's just the most used meme that I hear in our calls. That someone does a mistake, he's rage doing it.
If people know, they know. Like the flight emote when he sticks out his tongue and shakes his head. I'm not gonna do that right now, but that's the emote we use the most. We kind of use that for everything. So.
Either of my coaches, I would probably have to go with like our main coach, Cole. Our analyst, Fred, I think would do a good job with my money as well. Like, honestly, they're both number guys. Like, I 100% would not trust Satellite. Like, no chance. I would make sure that he's nowhere near my money with like a close follow-up from Steven or Smiley.
Probably Retro. He's probably got the most personality. I can never expect what he's gonna do in a round or even like outside of the game.
I'm gonna have to go with Big Nismo on this one. He's my businessman, so if I need to trust somebody with money, it's gonna be him.
I would say probably Ghost. He just has that voice, that persuasion voice. I don't know why. Like I just trust him.
So I'd probably say Brock. Definitely not Vapin. Every bet I've made with Vapin on football has gone sour. So I'm never betting on NFL football again. I'm never trusting Vapin on another parlay ever.
The first answer would be nobody, but my second answer would probably be my coach, Ocean. He's an old lad. He's been there, done that. I don't trust any of the players, but the coach, I'll give it to Ocean. He's got wisdom. He can invest my money. He can do good with it.
Oh, that would have to be Fireball Ops. That guy, I don't know, his family has connections, and I think that alone is enough, I think.
To what my money? Embezzle my money? Oh, invest my money? Okay, not gonna lie, I wouldn't trust anybody because I hear some of the financial decisions my teammates are making and I'm very concerned. So probably literally nobody. I trust my mom. My mom will handle that.
Tim, easily. You want to put all your money on that guy, for sure. So far in our season and scrims, he's the most consistent shooter. He's vocal. He understands what he wants. He can call around himself. He's basically like an all-in-one package for a duelist player, and I put all my money in him.
I don't know none of them, honestly. I don't want to give them any of my money. Yeah, no, I'm not okay with their purchases. I'm gonna keep my money to myself.
I would say Stellar. He's a very, very grounded, very smart individual. I think he would turn my little bit of money into 10 times the amount. I trust him.
All right!
Shit, I think I'm gonna have to give that one to myself, man. I like little organic moments like that to get hyped up and to get loud. I think somebody who surprised me a little bit is probably Scuba as well. Scuba's a little quieter, but when something crazy happens, he's right there in your ear, screaming and yelling. So me and Scoob.
Yeah, I used to say myself, but I think it's gotta be like probably pancakes or paint. One of those two would pop off the most. I think me, Brock, and Spaz are usually more low key now, especially after winning a clutch. I mean, I'll look to my left, I'll see those guys like win a clutch and they'll just be stone cold. So I'll probably say pancakes or paint on that one.
Probably Logan, to be honest. Logan's like he's like our hype man. In matches, he gets pretty hype after like a clutch, like a big round. So I definitely say Logan. Darkus gets pretty loud too. The other guys are just like, they're so like focused on the match. They don't really like scream or like do anything like crazy like that.
I don't know. I feel like everyone's kind of the equal, but if I had to pick one, probably Huen, my IGL. Yeah, he seems to be like, he just has tons of energy at all times. I don't know how. IGL for the reason, you know? So
probably between me and Steven. If you look at like the extreme outliers, like I think Steven just randomly, and it'll be like over nothing sometimes. Like we will like win like a 1v2 where he like shoots a guy that's 1 HP and he's like, I'm him. And like, it is wonderful. Like I love it so much, bro.
I feel like we're pretty nonchalant, but I feel like Mel reacts to everybody else's stuff way more than her own. Like someone will clutch and they'll be completely silent and Mel will just be screaming into her mic like super hype. So I guess Mel.
Easily, Guimon. Easily him. If you've seen Recoil's tour post of his clutch, the guy yelling his brains out. Our star smokes player, Guimon. I swear it's him. Best reactions of all time.
I don't know. Honestly, my teammates are pretty ice cold. Like, it had to be Jakey, but it's not because he's over the top. It's because everybody else is just like, no emotion in the clutch. So I would say Jakey.
Well, the only one on the team that I've 1v1 was Derek, because he like kept shit talking me on like opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I did not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. Like, I think like that's just like his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round and then the next round we're on like eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3. So yeah, that's how he plays. Like he's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, Redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always like, you know, looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Timo, being like a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first enter, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
Definitely Alum. His personality is very silly. So he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, you know, and like, yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to take like isolate ones perfectly. And I feel like in a 1v1, he's probably ripping someone's head off. I'm gonna be honest.
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny. He's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're to lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
Getting my blood moving has always been like a big like match ritual. Like whether it was like going to the gym or going on a run, or even if it's just a walk, like getting like the feeling of movement going on in my body was huge.
I usually spend a couple minutes playing World of Warcraft. I don't really know what it is, but I just like to kind of like roam around and just like take it easy.
Well, I always still wake up and listen to music. That's like my go-to. Wake up, listen to some nice music, get a small breakfast bite. This bagel place I found is unreal, so we're gonna probably cop another one of those bagels, you know, and then we'll be set to go. We'll be ready to go.
Orange juice. Orange juice is like, it's actually just aimbot. You drink orange juice, you have like a sugar rush.
I would shower. I don't know. I like feeling clean, and I definitely eat something.
What I like to do is I like to get on Type Racer, and I'll say what I see out loud as I type it, as like a little vocal
warm up.
So I'll do a vocal warm up. It's also warming up my fingers.
I'm not much of an aimer, but I like to like just warm up with like some scenarios, play some. I like going in the range, drinking water, maybe getting like a coffee.
I mean, it's kind of cliche, but I think just hanging out with my teammates and getting like, not even just like one stream or anything, but just talking to them, just like outside the game, just like enjoying the company of my teammates and stuff like that, just kind of gets you in the zone, gets you happy to play with people.
I don't have a specific routine. I do, of course, try to get like a good amount of sleep, and then like right before the match, do like some death matches. I wake up seldomly early, around 10 or 11. I take a walk just to like, you know, disassociate from the game for that like 30 minutes while I take that walk, you know, just not worry about anything.
Well, pretty much every morning I eat a bagel, but I feel like that probably has no impact on my performance. If anything, it's probably making me worse.
Just becoming happier again, and like, you know, just like wanting to do this out of like passion and like having fun rather than like some misplaced sense of like, if I'm not on the stage, then like is this like worth it as much, right? Like, is putting in all these hours worth it as much? But to, you know, get to that point, like I need to continue, you know, grinding and staying accountable, you know, staying positive, staying happy, enjoying the process, and then if it's meant to happen, it'll happen.
No one is gonna do the work for us. No one is gonna come save us or help us get across the finish line. It's all about us, the time we put in, the quality of our work, you know, how serious we take it. We can be as good or as bad as we choose to be. It's not up to anybody else.
We don't have the luxury of having the experience like they do, right? We're all super young players, and it's something that we just have to learn to accept and, you know, just take it as in our identity.
Ignoring the public criticism, or just like just believing in yourself and betting on yourself the whole way through.
This year, I just want to kind of write my own story. Something that I wasn't really able to feel like I could do last year was like kind of be exactly who I want to be and be the team that I exactly wanted to be. I was always trying to like fit into a mold. I'm really hoping that I do a good enough job for my teammates, that I'm able to make them feel comfortable and make them like actually feel included in this whole process.
Play my own game. In these matches, people get kind of nervous, so playing careless, playing to your strength is always good.
Go fast alone or go far together, because at the end of the day, like we can, like everyone on our team can shoot, everyone can use their mic, but if we aren't playing together, we aren't going to win.
Don't stop grinding, but also be productive with the time that you have. I mean, it's very short, you know, to play in VALORANT Esports. Make the most of it and make sure that, you know, you just have fun. If you're not having fun, why are we even here?
I feel like my team's motto recently is I just have to peak. And so I feel like if we carry that on for the rest of the year, we'll be owning. I feel like we just need to peak more and be more alpha. And I feel like that's what we need to think about.
I took on like a new role, and I need to be like okay with failing sometimes. I like hold myself way too hard sometimes. And yeah, I need to be okay with sometimes losing.
Look right now is beautiful. I think that's how we should be looking.
Quarters, he will force one, and infiltrated the swing back from the steps. It all worked perfectly for Win.
Honestly, I think the competition this year has been pretty weak compared to other years.
On the spike, but nerve! Great shots on the BCJ as he runs away. Perfect read, and now it's pancakes to just enter.
We're one of those teams that likes to do crazy all the time. We're gonna have some crazy plays this year.
We are really trying to dominate this season when it comes to the end of it. Our way, the core way.
The defuse is halfway, and TSM know they have to fight through this. This spike's gonna be touch needed. Thanks for the timing.
I'm excited to transition to a new role. Mechanically, I feel like this team is probably one of the better teams in NA.
I can confidently say that we think we're the best team in Challengers, and we try to prove that in the Split 1 playoffs.
You know what? I'm good with it. I'm getting old, boy. Spray popping is down. They pick me up here with the overheal redux with the ace.
Teams are getting overconfident. I think people don't understand that at the end of the day, what's going to matter is when we get to playoffs and when we actually play the elimination game, and we're going to win it all, that's for sure.
Doesn't really need to do much work though now that that's toxic. Corona doing a good job holding it down on site. Zeltris is reinvaded with that operator. He is looking good as ever. You don't need to do that, dude. You have 4 players on your team.
We think most of the teams are horrible, so we're just gonna dominate and just win everything.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VALORANT Challengers in North America. 16 hopeful teams entered the stage 1. Only 8 made it to playoffs, and at the end of the day, 2 will remain as we have our lower finals ahead. It's been such a ride. I cannot wait to dive into today. Sierra, Roy, and Dan. Dan, it has been so much fun. I cannot believe we're to the lower finals already.
Yeah, it's been happening really fast. And I feel like the players have also been talking about that impression. Obviously, when you make it to playoffs and when you make it to this last part of playoffs, you're playing every single day back to back to back. And you're hoping that you're getting those wins so you get a little day off, as we had it between the first day and the third day of this week. And as Shopify Rebellion Black will have since yesterday until the grand final. But it goes by so fast.
It really does. And you mentioned Shopify Rebellion Black. The reason they got that free day is because they're into the grand finals, baby. And Roy, now we get to see who's going to be joining them. Pulling up this bracket, it's going to be the lower finals. There's only one match for us to be focusing on today, but it's going to be a best of 5 and it's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I absolutely love best of 5s. It's a real test of a team's depth. It's a real test of their adaptations. There's a lot more prep involved. It's not just a best of 3, right? Like you have to play out almost 5 maps if it goes the distance. So there's a level of prep. There's a level of mind game when it comes to the vetoes. But in terms of, you know, this is the final stretch. Like this is it. This is what these players have been playing for. This is the lower finals. After that, it's only really just tomorrow's matches for the grand finals, and then we have our winner for stage 1.
And Dan, looking back at some of the teams that we had here in this playoffs, I mean, yesterday we saw Qbert Academy get eliminated for that, and the top team throughout this stage 1 is gone in that lower round 2. Like, this has been crazy through and through, and in a way that you never really know what to expect when you hop into these games.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, if I were to make a top 3, if I were to put my pick'ems as I thought things were gonna go, I would have put Qbert Academy, I would have put MV, and I would have put TSM. Those were my top 3, honestly, coming into playoffs that I thought were going to win it all, at least one of them. But instead, we have something completely different. We have Shopify Rebellion Black, who we know has been pretty consistent, and the match that we're gonna have today between Winthrop and M80. I love what I'm seeing from these two teams. I feel like they come from an insane growth that they had since the Swiss stage to now make it to the grand finals.
That's the key. It's the growth. I agree with your top 3, where my pick'ems also would have been going into this. But what these 3 teams, and we'll focus on this M80 and this Winthrop, what these teams have displayed throughout the playoff run, this spot has been deserved for them to be in the top 3. That is for sure, Roy. I mean, M80 is this team that going into the season, that there's a lot of expectations on, and then it was kind of, you know, as there was a little bit of issues, and then they carried on through. And for Winthrop University, the biggest underdog going into this, and the biggest surprise to be still at this point in the bracket.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely been a battle for these teams, and a battle for us on the desk as well, to sort of gauge what the power rankings in this league coming into it for the Swiss stage. But in terms of like expectations, I think M80 has far exceeded, despite all of the problems that they've had, despite all of the obstacles that have been thrown at them. I think they have exceeded expectations. They have bounced back beautifully. And Winthrop University, I mean, against no one expected them at all. It's against all expectations. They have surpassed it. They have shown a great form coming into playoffs. They've defeated some of the best teams that we've considered in this league. It's just in a clean fashion. And the fact that the level that they're showing here is impeccable.
Let's talk about this M80 squad first, with the team that obviously a huge legacy by this org here in Challengers, and a lot of expectations, but a completely different look for the team. And being able to see this pick of players, Dan, that, I mean, VDog is someone that we've gotten to see the scene for a bit. We already knew how good he was. Sato from Ascension, there is so much talk, so hype. And then other names that maybe not quite on these top teams, but have really been able to prove themselves then, and doubly so now.
I'm really happy with what we've been seeing from M80. I feel like this is a team that, as we just talked about, they've been growing so much. And I think it really showed on the match yesterday, right? When we had our questions about, okay, when is Sato going to be this Sato that we saw in Brazil? And we absolutely saw it yesterday. Yep. But on top of that, you had a B-Dog that was playing so well across the map, a Bao that was closing out rounds, and obviously Caillou and Okiatos having an insane amount of impact as well. The growth that this team has had is thanks to the coaching staff that we've been talking about since the beginning, and they have so many cool ideas, cool strats, and that's when you need them the most, right? When you're approaching these best of 5s, when you're approaching possibly a very long day of VALORANT, and you want to be
always one step ahead.
This M80 squad too, this growth that they've had as it has been that waiting room has been really, really nice. And be able to see everything clicking together and more, Roy, has been awesome. And looking back at their recent history, I mean, yesterday they eliminated Hubert Academy in this 2-0 fashion. And just throughout this, I mean, they've only been going up against the top teams. And with Shopify Rebellion Black, the ones that knocked them down into the lower bracket, it would be really fun to see them win here and try and go for revenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this team has definitely had the hardest matchup up until this point. I think that's the beauty of it, is the fact that they are undoubtedly one of the top teams now, at least in their current form, taking down Envy. Of course, the loss to SRB. I mean, the second map was extremely dominated by M80 as well. And then taking down TSM and taking down Cuber in a 2-0 fashion is a massive statement to this team. And of course, the one defining word that I like to use for this team is resilience. Just so many obstacles have been thrown their way in terms of role swaps, in terms of, you know, logistics, in terms of, you know, the roster. And it just really does feel like this team is just always growing, always having a great time. And it feels like a lot of these players, not just Sato, are really starting to feel comfy. And the level of play that they're showing and they have shown so far has been beautiful.
And again, it's about the scaling from M80. Looking back at that match against Cubert, a team that very well could have won this entire playoff things, Dan. This was such a strong victory. Sure, the maps, it's not like it was clean sweeps, but I think what was really impressive was how M80 was playing together. So when you're looking at the scores, I don't think that's necessarily quite reflective of just how dominant, how clean, how disciplined M80 looked in the server.
And also, it was a lot of these rounds against Cuber Academy coming down to the 1v1s, to the 1v2s, and every single time M80 were able to close them out, especially the bigger rounds that they needed to win. A big part of it was Sato. He really stepped it up yesterday. What we got to see on that first map of Split was unreal. He was every single time taking down Redux. The one player that you're thinking, okay, he's going to open the round for Cuber. This is how they're going to do step 1, move into step 2, slowly but surely secure the round, especially because this map for Cubert, they started on the advantage. It was a 5-1 on their side, and then things got really, really messy. So Sato with an unreal performance that I hope that we can see again today.
Yeah, and I'd also like to give a shout out to B-God as well, who had insane levels of impact on the first map, right? We saw so many of the rounds opened up by B-Dog on the lurk. Just his awareness, his situational timing, like a lot of the stuff that you expect from these players in their roles are really coming forward. And there's another player as well that we have hardly talked about just because he's overshadowed by so many stars on this team, and that's Bao, right? Bao had so much impact in the second map as well on Lotus. The same sort of story that B-Dog had in the first map, opening up lurk timings, entering on the lurk position. Like, so many of these things that make these teams dynamic are finally clicking for this roster, and they're really looking scary right now.
I love that call out for the other players too, really showcasing the strength across the board and not just with Sato. I know a lot of the conversation has been, hey, like, we're excited for Sato, but the rest of the team being able to put up such strong performances while we have been in this waiting room, and then the whole team clicking while Sato's been able to soar too, has just been really, really nice. And talking more about Sato and that performance against Cubert, I mean, Dan, this is where we really got to see more of the Sato that we saw in Brazil. This is the Sato that we've been waiting for.
Has been looking so good. That match yesterday was a statement match for sure for Sato and what he's capable of doing when it comes to getting the first kills, when it comes to helping out the team, when it comes to also being not being necessarily the one going in right away, but playing around everything else, all the utility that the team is trying to set up for him. And it's just been great to see Sato right now. For the 3 teams that we have remaining, he's the #1 when it comes to first kills, and it feels like it's interesting because the first matches that he played in playoffs, it did not feel like he was having that kind of impact. But once you look at the way that he was playing yesterday, and then you look at the numbers from the previous matches, you start to get it. Even if he was having a little bit more of quiet performances, he still knows how to play, right? He still have the very clear understanding of, okay, this is what I have to do with my team. Whether I get the kill or not, at least they're going to trade me. And that's how the team has been adapting on the fly and has been improving so much.
Yeah, and really the impressive thing with Sato as well is the fact that it feels like he can open rounds in so many different looks. He can do it with set plays. He can do it with a rifle. He can do it with an op. There are some things about the op guys that is just so hard to teach, right? Like the instinct of how to get value from it, where to position yourself. Like, who the heck plays behind a Sage wall in mid with an operator besides Sato, right? Like there are some things, there are levels of instinct that this player has that he's learned throughout different iterations of the rosters and in regions that he's bringing to this team that are just so special. And it's really the final icing on the cake that this team has lacked to really look like their best form. And it's finally here, it feels like.
The value that he gets in every single round, even when just insanely pressured, they can run him down and he's still going to get his 2 before he gets finally taken care of. And that pressure that he was able to put on to Hubert and just never blinking in the face of the pressure that they try to give back, I thought was wholly impressive, especially to like, he's like, okay, Redux is speaking this with an op. All right, I'm just going to peek with this Phantom. Absolutely no issue. Like, it was so much fun to see. And I definitely know going to be a little bit of a thorn in the side for Winthrop University today. But this Winthrop University squad, I mean, they have definitely been the pain point for a lot of teams here that we've had in the playoff stand. This is the team that, again, there was questions about the strength when they qualified for the playoffs. Did they have as difficult as a run as anyone else? And they were the biggest ones to turn up here in the playoffs to prove that they wholeheartedly deserve to be here.
Yeah, because the first matches that they played and the matches that they were winning before we move into playoffs were those teams that were the first one to get eliminated. So we were like, okay, I mean, they might be in the mid-table, but that should be it for them, right? That should be your expectation for this team of Winthrop. But it was completely different, right? They start winning against those teams that get eliminated, but then they start eliminating the stronger teams themselves. They're sending them to the lower bracket, as we saw for TSM, we saw for Keyword Academy, and the only match that they've lost as of recently was obviously that Shopify Rebellion Black that we saw yesterday. Is still a Winthrop that, as we talked about and we've been mentioning, they're extremely flexible, they're willing, and they're wanting to make changes when things are not working out, and they might be on the fly. If one player wants to make a switch from one day to another just because it's more comfortable in one agent than the other, then they might just do that, and they're able to do this better than anybody else. So that might be the strength for Winthrop University coming into today.
You talked a little bit about the teams that they've taken down, but I want to bring up the graphic that really just displays this history and this insane run that they've had throughout this playoffs bracket. One that really showcases, yeah, this isn't a fluke. The matches have always been close for it. They'd love to put up a show, but like knocking Hubert Academy and TSM down to the lower bracket is a huge accomplishment in itself. And it was a loss to Shopify Rebellion Black, but I think Shopify Rebellion Blacks are the favorite to win playoffs at this point. So I don't think that's a bad loss at all.
Yeah, I mean, aside from their last match, they've been on an absolute tear. Like, look, you beat one top team in the league. Okay, maybe we can make the randomness argument. You take 2 of them back-to-back in playoffs, that at that point, we kind of just have to give them their respect, right? And I really do feel like, you know, they did have some uncharacteristic poor performances in their last match versus SRB, right? We're starting to develop a little bit higher expectations from some of the Winthrop players, but I don't expect the same thing to happen today. There's really just no way the level of talent that they have on this roster is going to underperform 2 days in a row. I have high hopes for them. I think this is going to be a close matchup.
Talking about that loss to Shopify Rebellion Black, I'm right there with you. I feel like this is a team that we've really praised for being able to shoot back. And it was something that we didn't really get to see that come too online until this map of fracture, at a point where it was a little bit too late. And then questions too with kind of the map pools and a couple of these decisions, deciding to pick Lotus when it hasn't necessarily been the greatest thing, Dan. So I don't think they were necessarily set up for the most success yesterday. So yeah, I'm with Roy. I think that there should be a different story today.
And that's where it gets a little tricky, though, right? Because you're talking about this map of Lotus, you talk about them losing on Fracture yesterday as well. But then today you're playing a best of 5, right? So most likely than not, you're gonna be forced into playing these maps where you were not comfortable yesterday. And so what's gonna change from one day to another, right? Just a few hours of, okay, they finished the match, they had some time to talk, to see what they want to do today, and then just go back into this. If there's a team that has an amount of experience to adapt on the fly, it is Winthrop University. They are playing not only challengers, but they play their collegiate matches, they play third-party tournaments, and they do this back-to-back as they're doing right now in playoffs. So that's where I'm gonna be keeping my eyes on. What can they do? How much can they change from one day to another? Because I feel like they've done it in the past and they can do it again.
Yeah, that's a really massive shout out. I completely agree. I think Winthrop University is undeniably the team with the most match experience. They just play so many officials compared to the rest of the teams. And we got to remember, BO5s are a lot more of a marathon than they are of just a sprint, right? There's a lot more, especially if it goes the distance. There's so much mental resilience. There's so much energy you have to have. And these players are just so used to playing so many matches that I feel like that has at least a slight advantage.
And talking about one of the players, so let's talk about Infiltrator. We had highlighted Sato on the opposing end and how Sato was able to take down Redux at any point in the road. So now Infiltrator, Dan, it's where he's going to be able to step up to try and make sure he can match Sato and, I don't know, maybe try and be the top duelist in this match.
And that is very much a possibility, right? It feels like when Infiltrator's on, everybody's gonna know about it. He looks insane. He looks really comfortable playing a good amount of duelists as well, which is one of our talking points that we had yesterday, playing the Jet when he has to, playing the Raze when he has to, playing the Yoru as well, and kind of finding the balance of when they want to play these edgings, because as we've mentioned, they're willing to change from one time to another. But I love to see Infiltrator play. I feel like he continues to be underrated, even though this guy is constantly fragging out.
Yeah, it's someone that, and I think it just fits into this whole theme that Winthrop University has, is just, you just keep underestimating them. You don't give them the proper kudos or anything else, and they'll keep showing up in silently. And I think Infiltrator has been so good for that. And someone that I think is going to be really important in this match to really be able to highlight that for this team. Because I feel like if this M80 squad start to get these first picks, just start to really just put that pressure on, and Infiltrator can't respond, I think that's going to be the most clear win con for M80 at this point. But talked about the best of 5 for today. Let's talk about the map picks and bans. Dan, we talked about if there is any weaknesses in this map, well, this is where we're going to see it. They'll have to see exactly how this is going to end up.
Yeah, especially you're playing all 5 maps, right? So your map will has to be strong. And if you have a lot of experience, and that's something that is gonna go on your favor. Okay, we got Lotus, which we just talked about at university, and now it's having questions. So it makes sense. Is then Haven, Abyss, Pearl, and Fracture, and we were kind of talking about it. We haven't seen Abyss in such a long time, right? I feel like in playoffs we just haven't seen it at all.
Yeah, you know, I like this map goal. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Lotus should be really interesting. I like the fact that it's M80 picking it and not Winthrop University here, Roy. That's definitely makes you feel a little better. You know that they can definitely kind of stand up. But how are you feeling about this in general?
Yeah, I mean, I think this veto makes complete sense. The M80 ban on Bind, the Winthrop University ban on Split, those 2 maps make the most sense. Everything from there is really just more of a comfort pick. I'm not really seeing like any sort of counter pick or anything significant like that. I think these teams are truly just playing to their own strengths, and it makes sense. It's a best of 5. There's definitely a lot more room to express yourself and just kind of play your own game. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that in this specific best of 5.
And I'm really hoping that we get to go the entire 5 maps in this series. I think that this map pool just in general is going to be a lot of fun. And looking at that Fracture for the decider, one that for Winthrop University, this is where they have upset some of those top teams when Fracture has been their own map pip. So I think that'll be really, really fun. But looking at the map pool for M80 and what we've seen throughout Challengers and stuff so far, it's going to tell a little bit more of the tale. The Fracture doesn't look so great for them, but across the board, like everything else except for Bind, no wonders that's banned out. Roy, it looks really strong.
Yeah, and just circling back on the veto as well, Lotus being the first map for M80, they've looked extremely dominant on it. Of course, they're able to balance multiple compositions as well. They pulled out a fresh comp versus Cuber Academy, going back to that double controller. They're feeling good. They're feeling confident on that map. And of course, Haven, the second map for that Winthrop University pick themselves. I just would like to remind us, they took down TSM 13-9 on that. And right after that, it was Cuber Academy 13-11 win on that map as well. So they're feeling great. So I think the first 2 maps that we're going to see are definitely probably the most confident and comfortable for these teams, like depending on who picked it. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of confidence going into those first 2 maps.
And looking at the map pool percentage, win percentages here on the opposing end for Winthrop University, that's the one that I'm intrigued with, especially looking at a 5 map series ahead. So going into this, I mean, they've played a lot of Fracture, so that'll be fun for the last one. But when we're looking at the Lotus, even though they've had the confidence to be picking it, it necessarily hasn't gone their way, Dan. So I'm still, again, intrigued. But that Haven, like that 100%, like, whew.
And there's also a big difference when you look at the numbers, because the last 2 matches for M80, they were 2-0 and 2-0, and for Winthrop, they've been going the distance, and that means they're forced into those maps where they're a little bit more uncomfortable. Like you said, the fractures, they've been playing a lot, but I mean, you still see that 50% win rate. They did lose it yesterday, and it's a map pool where you need to be starting strong as we head into the second map as well. When we were looking at Haven, that is when I think what Roy was saying is going to be showing, right? You see the map picks and you see why the teams are going for these map picks.
Exactly.
They should be getting those wins, but I mean, we've also seen a Winthrop University picking Lotus and losing it, so it seems like there was a level of comfort there that was not showing up into their results. So I have a lot of questions of Winthrop. I just know that I need them to start strong if we want this series to go the distance.
100%, but we've laid out everything. Time to see for the predictions whereabouts could be stand. And I really don't think that there's going to be a surprise when it comes to prediction on the way that we're all voting here. Checks out.
Still Winthrop. Still Winthrop.
They've only let me down once, guys. Okay. So, I mean, I definitely think that this should be a great series ahead. I think yesterday's loss, I definitely still think it's a world where Shopify, Rebellion, Black can win because they just look so strong. But I do think that was a Winthrop University that was a little bit off their game.
For sure.
And I think, too, when this is a team that just plays nonstop Valorant between Challengers and Collegiate and everything else, that if we're looking at a best of 5, I think that they should be able to pull this out. And I feel even better now, having seen Fracture as that 5th map in the series. They can get this into this 5th map. I think that they should, Roy, be able to have what it takes to close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And for me specifically, and why I chose M80 is I just feel like their map pool is just a tiny little bit more fleshed out. And the fact that they can balance multiple compositions on each map speaks to their confidence, speaks to their flexibility and their level of adaptation that they're going to need to beat a team like Winthrop, who is also very flexible, who can seemingly change compositions, change agents whenever they want, and still look incredibly well-versed and very confident. So I'm excited to see this matchup for sure.
All right, well, you're talking about agents, you're talking about compositions, and the match is almost ready. So let's head into the agent select for the very first map of Lotus. The fact that these two teams have been known to switch things up, either depending on the day, then just to make sure the agent pool is completely fleshed out. Always make sure that we gotta double check when we get to the agent select. But what are our thoughts going into this?
Okay, so yeah, we had questions on if the compositions were going to change at all. I think I had my questions on this Clove pick that we've seen for Winthrop University, but honestly, they've been playing it the whole time. I was just wondering, okay, when it comes to a best of 5, when you're trying to get to the grand finals, is that going to change at all? And the answer is no. But on top of that, we have this duel that we've never seen before in Challengers. Sato against Infiltrator on the race. These two teams face each other in the past. It was an M80. He got the win 2-0, but Sato was not an M80 just yet. So it's the first time that we're going to be seeing this, and I'm so excited.
I mean, you're talking about the Clove not changing, but there is a little switch up here, Roy, with moves going to the Cypher. So pairing up against Sato on the other end, like, that one's going to be a little tricky.
Yeah, it's most definitely tricky. I think the Cypher is great for expanding the information network, but when it comes to the pairing into the Raze, I do feel like Device is slightly stronger in that respect, but I'm sure that Winthrop University is already taking that into account. They're going to be coming in with some sort of game plan, and I expect Boobs to have this already heads up, and he's going to probably adjust his setups.
But the thing is that this is also not new, right? We talked about Winthrop University changing this composition with the Cypher. Yeah, last time he was on the Vice, but he's been on the Cypher on this map as well before. So it's something that they're used to, and it goes back to what he was saying during the interviews, right? Going back and forth and seeing what the vibe is and what he wants to play that day.
Well, hopefully the vibes going into the first map for both the teams are immaculate as our players are ready, and it's time to head into Lotus. A best of 5 series ahead in the lower bracket. Who's going to be the first to take down the first map? It's time to head over to our casters, Marks and Lemon Kiwi, to find out.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yes, the Winthrop Eagles have been flying high ever since yesterday, while M80 took their most convincing win ever against Cuber. But only one can soar to the grand finals tomorrow.
I mean, M80, they got to be coming into this one feeling pretty good about themselves, and I'm genuinely curious how this is going to work out for them, because like the desk was talking about, Winthrop University it's a little bit different. Bringing in that Clove, bringing in that Cypher, two agents that you don't necessarily see too often in this map. And quite frankly, I'm not the biggest fan of this, especially too if you still are going up against the Vise that Val is going to be playing. I think that Infiltrator might be having a bit of a hard time here, but regardless, I'm willing to be convinced otherwise. Winthrop University starting us out on the attack. Let's see what they're made of.
Yeah, with this Sova from Nasi, you're just going to prefer a slower style. And you heard from Winthrop in interviews before that they just need to not be nervous and work the map more slowly and take things one step at a time. And that's great because M80 are running a double controller comp similarly as yesterday. And this is M80's pick. Winthrop also picked this map yesterday, but it did not go well. It was the toughest loss against Shopify Rebellion Black yesterday at 13-7 as the desk collaborated on. But first contact from Moobs, going for the double kill. And what an opener from the lurker of Winthrop.
Maybe just the Cypher pick was the truth, you know? Moob's able to start us out with 2 picks right off the bat. And you see that the Vise is going to be moving over to that A site. But M80, they're still holding strong at C. And that really is the right call. They're going to be walking into B-Dog and Okeanos. And you know what? That's the duo you want coming in on this defense.
Oh, and the call has been made, and the paranoia hits Winthrop, but it doesn't matter. B-Dog just gets run over like a train, and Okeanos can't do much of a dent being solo. What a commanding pistol round from Winthrop. Just moves winning the 1v2. Winthrop on the left side of the map. Easy.
Yeah, easy indeed. And I think that this is Winthrop University starting themselves on the right foot. What Roy said is completely true. They need to get this momentum very early on in this series to make sure that they can continue things forwards, because I think that if M80 can pick up this first map, it's going to be looking pretty good for them overall. And all things considered, the statistics say 75% win rate for M80. That's pretty darn good on Lotus. So they think that there's a really good reason that they picked out this map.
Super strong map for M80. They've been able to hang back, and after kind of getting two-pieced over at A's side, M80 have already stacked that, playing off their Viper wall, but there's a sort of a pace you have to play at and a window of opportunity for Winthrop to engage depending on that Viper fuel and how they're able to track that. And this Viper wall seals off B and A, and this may allow for Okeanos to kind of go for a timing down mid and even go for a flank if they hear some action over at C. That door can be open from Okeanos, and he doesn't even have to come in. He can just throw the Prowler. Winthrop gonna knock the door over at C, and it's Caillou that has to limit that. Good timing on the orb, but tries to reposition and gets sprayed down. And at least you have the time to use the Owl drone just to make sure no one else is around, but this time now being wasted means M80 gotta cover up those gaps.
And M80 are going to be starting to scramble towards the site here, given the fact that they don't necessarily have the weaponry really to fight this one out, and especially with that man disadvantage. I imagine too they're just going to be kind of hanging tight, wait for that spike to go off, get caught in the explosion of it all, and make sure to pick up some of those ult orbs. Well, Winthrop University, I mean, if they're able to walk away with this one, it's going to be a full bonus into next round, and they're going to be sitting pretty.
Yeah, just to be running the double controller and the Vice on top of that, this is such a defense-heavy comp of M80, as Ali just sort of playing that secondary pseudo-duelist and is going to go on the hunt to get a double kill, and to farm those orbs is huge. Also, you want to be able to carry these weapons into the bonus, and it's a solid finish, and to even keep that Vandal from Nasi is awesome.
Yeah, Ali just ghost in hand, just walks forward, can't see a thing, just shoots out a couple of bullets, somehow finds a head in the middle of all of that. And Winthrop University, I mean, a commanding very first couple of rounds here. A lot of ultimate orbs picked up as well. They're able to get all the kills onto M80. Nobody left alive in the midst of that spike explosion. But this is going to be the one where we're going to be able to see them potentially turn around. If you tuned in yesterday, you know M80, they can start down, but they come back swinging hard. And so already we're seeing a bit of an aggressive play out front of A just for a bit of control, which will keep Winthrop University honest as they go for that reposition right towards Mount and potentially pressuring in onto C.
Winthrop have had issues converting their bonus round in the past, but with how many weapons they carried over, surely, right? But Winthrop have been separated by that Vice wall. And M80 haven't really capitalized on this because they're smoked off over at Waterfall. Meanwhile, Winthrop are trying to get some attention at B, and that's Moobs with the Outlaw. Kind of an awkward position to play it, so he's not going to be too aggressive. The plant goes down at C because there just hasn't been much of an answer from M80, despite having all this Sentinel util triggered and them having Phantoms bought up mostly. You would think M80 would go in with a lot more confidence, but taking one step at a time, playing off their Fade util, the opening pick from Val, the rest flooding in, and the headshot hits Infiltrator. But here's the off angle from, if anyone is popping off, why is it the Sheriff? And why is it Moobs? Yet another with a double kill. Insane stuff from Winthrop 3-0.
That was just unbelievable coming up there. Obviously, Moobs finding so many heads. Just goes ahead and clips all of M80 down. But I think that was a little bit of a misread from M80. Despite the initial contact, the first 2 rounds, Winthrop University were doing a really good job of conditioning him. They saw a little bit of utility towards that B site and immediately thought that there was going to be a reposition. Winthrop University have been running around the map, making sure they've got good control of things. And M80 just kind of took the bait. Like you said, Lemon, Winthrop University got onto that C site for free, had plenty of times to set themselves up, and they thought that they could just run them over with the guns, but Moobs keeps them nice and honest. Winthrop University up 3-0 now.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Winthrop just keep hitting C, and you got a crossfire set up. I'm liking this. B-Dog with the paranoia. Sheriffs have been popping off, but M80 forced to save is not ideal. Trying to be more proactive this time because the retake's not been successful. Prowler shot up close. Nothing else revealed from there on out. So M80 gonna sit pretty. And Caillou's job's gonna be to keep B sealed. But with just a Sheriff, you're not really gonna stand front and center. Halo drone. Oh, I like that cover though. Just playing off alley smoke actually. So Caillou's gonna be forced to play within the site, but to retake as a team, he's gonna choose the safer play. And Moobs is still a menace. Like, he just hasn't lost a duel in quite a while. And this means a plant over at B, and with the better weaponry, and you have Ali, the Outlaw, washing over this retake. 1 down, 2 more to go. With Sato at 3 HP, this is looking like a pretty cooked round for M80 to just maybe go down with the spike.
Yeah, and you see that they're not playing too aggressively. Sato going to be moving up here, seeing if they can potentially get a single kill maybe. That would be a little bit ambitious at this point, but Winthrop University are looking so clean on these opening rounds. The impact that Moobs has been having to consistently win those duels and consistently be on the flank cannot be understated at all. M80, they need to make sure that they're keeping Moobs in check because it's diverting so many more of their resources just to be so conscious about this flank watch. And Moobs is having a killer day. Already 7 kills on the board. The highest on the side of M80 is only Caillou and Okeanos with 2 kills. M80 are getting completely rolled right now. And yeah, I think that this is a good call to call that timeout for M80.
Because yesterday, this was not the same Winthrop that faced Shopify Rebellion Black yesterday. And that was an SRB that played with a coach. And it's like, now that they so hard respect their opponent, that Winthrop are just full sending it. It is the lower bracket, so I respect it. They only gathered 4 rounds on their offense. And they've already are going to exceed that very soon, just where the economy's at, where the win streak is building up towards. And when you have your lurk going undefeated 7-0, it just gives you so many options of if C doesn't work out, you can go to B. And he's also been fragging over at A, so just so much map control is awarded to Winthrop because of moves.
Yeah, and like you can see that how Winthrop University want to play, it's very like Death Volley. Like, oh my goodness, there's 4 people just storming down the front door. And given the fact that they've got all of that map control, you see that clump of agents just walking around to all of these different sites. They're able to reposition at a whim. And you might think, okay, well, let's, use the Vise utility, make sure that that shear can really separate the squad, introduce a couple of wrenches into the gears. And M80 had that happen once, yet no follow-up was afforded to it. So this time, Sato, going to be going deep. This is going to be important to controlling a site. M80 have to do a better job at holding these angles on the map and forcing Winthrop into more chokes.
What a read from M80 to just be so stacked here, and the paranoia splits Winthrop apart. And we just, you know, we hyped up Moobs a little too much. Now he has to suffer his first death after. We just put too much pressure on him to go deathless. In the first couple rounds, still solid for Winthrop. They give up on A and they carve their way into B. And Caillou has a strong hold on that part of the map. So Winthrop are very limited on which lane they can really push through. And they could easily just open the door and run into C. But at this point, I don't know if we're even gonna see the spike enter a site.
It's the Sato special. Put a Phantom in his hand, or maybe an Operator, but just a Phantom this time around, and you get magic happening. Every single duel this time around, Sato able to find those marks super early on. And when Winthrop University get kind of picked off piece by piece like that, they have a much more difficult time trying to get anything online. They struggle to continue to maintain that map control, which ironically spreads them out even more, allowing M80 to just pounce on them no matter where they plan to go. So M80, they find themselves on the board. 2 ultimates online. They got that Nightfall, got that Showstopper. But on the other side, Winthrop University, they've got the Armageddon as well as the Hunter's Fury. So both of these squads right now looking to potentially invest in this round to make sure that they can break the economy of the other.
I like that Vice Wall from Bao. Sort of interesting on that diagonal, not just like fully at horizontal at the choke, and this force of Winthrop to not be able to escape in that moment. So they'll have to keep note of that. And Infiltrator takes note of Sato. First blood. B-Dog gets out of dodge and gets sprayed down through the smoke. And Okeanos is still lurking around. While the wall was up, he was able to trade out and fall back into a safer position. The Prowler doesn't reveal anything too close, and as the Viper wall comes down, well, Winthrop are still there, and Okeanos is down. There's only one left from M80, and what a quick round. Look at all those blue X's just completely dismantled on their A-hole. Just when you thought M80 was stable, they crumble.
Yeah, you saw the Death Ball in complete action there. Infiltrator so fast with the blast packs, just beats Sato to the punchline and makes sure that anybody else pushing out from M80, they immediately got punished. The follow-up from Winthrop University there was immaculate. And now Caillou just probably going to be saving this rifle into the next one. They didn't even have a chance to use any of their ultimates because they simply just were dead. Meanwhile, Winthrop University, a very dominant round to keep themselves in the lead.
Coming up to some Cycle of Ults soon, and Winthrop, they've just been able to farm so many kills. So I think if they can just have a good economy using those, not over-invest, it should be good. But M80 have their own ults, Nightfall for retakes, Sato's Showstopper. You just need to be able to live into that early round to really shake up Winthrop. And, well, one rifle denied from Nasi, but most importantly, Caillou keeping his.
And on top of that too, Caillou now 1 away from getting the Viper's Pit online. We talked about map control, how important that piece of the puzzle is for Winthrop University's strategy. A good way to deny a lot of map control is that good old Viper's ultimate. At this point, M80 though, they're looking a little bit rough for wear. They should be able to buy up this round, but things are going to get a little bit more tight. It's going to be that same A control struggle that we're going to be seeing. Sato, this time around, going to be a little bit more slower on this approach. I don't think Winthrop University are really going to be stopping anytime soon.
There's not that immediate smoke from B-Dog, so Winthrop have this sense of safety where as soon as their presence is shown, the paranoia and the Showstopper.
There we go.
And just M80 let it rain. And the Winthrop only have tears left behind. At least they still have the spike, which is the most insane cope in a 2 versus 5. But at least Moves was already having some headway over at C, but he did just get walled off, so a spike carrier can't even benefit from anything that's going on. And I don't think there's anything to benefit or profit. If anything, the Winthrop stocks could be going down if M80 keep just taking some of these rounds.
In this economy, that's actually par for the course, unfortunately. But that was so funny there. Moves looking like a gymnast, just walking the line, making sure that the shear doesn't go up. You can tell the surprise on Bao's face as soon as you see a Cypher just walk in front of you, even though the shear was not triggered. And still, Bao able to win out that fight, really denying any chance that Winthrop University really had at getting back into it. We're starting to see the pieces of M80 start to click together. That was an excellent little set play going there. Honestly, just a little bit of a trap. They were waiting for that go signal being the utility from Winthrop University to guarantee at least a couple kills. Very well thought out by M80.
Just to let Winthrop sneak out just a little bit, just to be out in the open. And Moobs places down the cage to just see if they can block off sightlines into the door, and he takes a big ol' L. So M80 have been able to scrap together a couple of first bloods, and Winthrop know there's a vice wall to worry about. They're going to trigger that and not get separated this time. That has kind of caught that offensive team a few times. It's only going to last for a few seconds. The door has been opened. And do M80 bite on the fake? Well, now there's a drone checking things out. This could get a ping onto these controllers, and Winthrop gonna surge in to benefit from that on the back of now a Nightfall that for M80's defense to push it back, and it's B-Dog who's just insane with the 3K, hosing down Winthrop in the middle of that Nightfall from Okeanos. Great synergy from M80.
And it's so fun to me to watch some of the combo of utility as well as positioning work out for this M80 squad. B-Dog reawakening from that performance that we saw yesterday. But the Nightfall comes in denying, importantly, a lot of sound cues that are going on. I think that's the main reason why B-Dog was able to stay alive, because everyone was flying in not realizing where potentially B-Dog was going to be hanging out, and just got so many kills for free through that smoke. So an excellent little set play coming in from M80. And even though it was looking a little bit one-sided in those first couple of rounds, things are looking a lot more tied up.
Smoke's going to be blocking off a lobby. Again, Winthrop
They found my
just haven't had much success making any space. It's been a really tough affair on that right side of the map. And they've made a ton of noise over at Mounts. Tejo drone first. Showstopper from Infiltrator. And he locks eyes with Caillou, but it is traded. So Winthrop have to make the most out of this opportunity. Get the plant down quickly with the smokes in place too. And close smokes don't last as long as other controllers. So Moobs takes the helm and already spots that glove of the fade. Okeanos was hoping to sync up with the rest for the retake. Bao starts off in Waterfall, but can't go and do more than 1-for-1 if the trades will just keep favoring Winthrop. Sato hoops to sneak up. Covering that gap is Moobs with the 3K.
It's just so aggressive from Moobs there. And on top of that too, that was Winthrop University not really having like great weaponry. Infiltrator just kind of sends it, gives up the life. That's totally okay. You're able to rescue another rifle. And then Moobs plays so aggressively, just completely pushing into the spawn area. Okeanos come completely off guard. No chance for anything really to get set up. And then the rest is history. Moobs able to isolate just the 1vXs and take down so many key players before they even move in. So just an excellent little play coming in from Winthrop University. As this next round, we're going to be seeing that Viper's Pit deployed out front of A. And look at that, Sato up top.
Okay, that's a good start from M80. The Pit doesn't cover up the A wall, but hey.
No way.
Moobs and friends are about to figure out where they should be going. You can identify where the weakest site is off this neural theft, and it's going to be to push B-Dog away. Playing that safe position now, waiting for the rotate maybe from Bao with the Steel Garden to come through Waterfall. He was just making extra sure no one was pivoting towards B. So M80 is still assembling, droning out through Waterfall. Winthrop know they have space to work with, so yet another successful offensive round may be coming up. It all depends on how the ults are going to be used. Bao gets traded once again. That Waterfall push looks good, but where's the rest of M80 to finish the job? And, well, Winthrop seem to be handling the problems well, but they're also playing at Mound. They're playing at the start, and Sato's just walking up past the Sova, so it's easy for Nasi. And you have the Armageddon from Flare just to make things difficult for M80 to maneuver around the site. And it's just up to B-Dog. And he's done a good job so far, but time is running out. Spike is ticking away. In a 1v2, he can't do it.
Oh man, I was gonna question it for a second. We see Moobs just completely take over the A site while all the shenanigans were happening at C. The spike's already down, the retake's already happening, Moobs just exploring over onto A, and still finds a timing onto Caillou, and then immediately just rendezvous with the squad and applies that additional pressure. And yeah, M80, they're going to be already using their second time out here to try and pull their heads together, because these are rounds that Winthrop University, like, they're just kind of tucking themselves into these weird, awkward off angles or weird positions around the map and are getting the jump on M80 consistently. Moves the standout player. We talked about Infiltrator on the desk and how Infiltrator, was so flexible with the duelist role, so able to just find kills, be so effective. And yet this has just been the Moves show. The flanks have been immaculate coming out from the Cypher pick. Who needs the Vice to play with the team when you got the Cypher being able to take out and dismantle everyone from behind?
M80 have just done everything to delay things at C, from the Viper mollies, the Viper orbs, to the Vice wall, the Vice thorns, and Winthrop have had all the time in the world to deal with that. And there's gotta be just M80 maybe going for a jump peek at C, or just trying to really shake up Winthrop, condition them to not have all of this time. And we're gonna have a technical pause, so we can deal with all the technical shenanigans at C, because it's been really ridiculous to have such a defense-heavy comp of 2 controllers and a sentinel that isn't able to really cough back at Winthrop at C.
Yeah, it's so interesting because M80, they're really good at winning out that A fight. Like the initial util dump, flying through, taking that space. M80 are doing a really good job at keeping that accountable. But Winthrop University continue to be really good at pressuring out that C site. And you can tell that M80 immediately call their support units from the other sites to flood over to make sure that they can't move in onto C. And while that happens, that allows that back door to be activated from Moobs to just walk in completely. We're seeing the likes of Caillou as well as Bao, honestly, have to try and contend against Moobs the most, but when Moobs is playing this confidently, it just simply doesn't work out for them. The rounds that M80 have won are when Moobs walks into Sato, and Sato's able to find that first pick onto that Cypher, which is something you don't really expect. The Cypher to be the key component to this Winthrop University attack, and yet here we are. When Sato's able to take Moobs out, Winthrop University have a much harder time doing things. And when we see that first blood be given to M80, they're very quick at immediately moving themselves around, getting ready to punish any of the people from Winthrop University from being out of place, because the strategy of the death ball really does fall apart, and Winthrop University look a little bit more scattered.
And we were talking that we didn't really love this comp from Winthrop, at least how it did against SRB yesterday against the Breach Taeho, which seems like the superior comp because these sites are small and the Breach and the Taeho do such a good job of zoning and really helping your team explode onto the site, and you pair that with arrays and it's awesome. But M80 have a Fade, they don't have a Breach, they don't even have a Taeho. It's just delay central with not the most as good of tools to break back into the site. It would have to be a Paranoia, it would have to be Okeanos leading things in, and then Okeanos util still can be shot down. It could still have limited value, and it's B-Dog's Paranoias, and you have to also be synced up on those things, and that doesn't always happen when M80 come through different angles. You don't know if all 5 are going to be alive at that point for the retake. So I don't blame M80 for wanting to take both timeouts in this first half to just figure out what is going to be the plan to retake and how are they going to rotate in those positions.
Yeah, and on top of that too, M80, like when it comes to just the pure utility play off of each other game, I think they're doing a fantastic job. You've seen some of those like trick plays that are coming through where, the Viper spit goes up, Sato's already on top of the box, able to find a head really quick. You can tell that a lot of those teamwork aspects are put together. And already Sato on top of it finds Infiltrator, but Nacy trades it back.
Such a good response with the Hunter's Fury in case M80 were just gonna keep putting that pressure at the door and you try to relieve that, but the smoke is still up, so Winthrop are sort of scared on how to cross that, and it's respawned back up. Nasi is split up and isolated, and the follow from Winthrop was a little slow, but at least they're getting trades. It's still very tough when Bao converts on the double kill. Moves now in a 1v2, rotating over from B. And did just spot the legs, and the jig is up. He's been revealed. Important win in that 1v1. So now this round is all up in the air.
Yeah, and on top of that too, it's Caillou going up against Moobs. Caillou has been having trouble against Moobs, and honestly, if someone was able to win this one out right now with how Moobs has been playing, this is very possible. 30 seconds left on the clock. A little bit of a misread now as Caillou wanders off. Moobs should be able to get the spike down nice and easy.
Yeah, Caillou just has no idea if he took the spike and went back to spawn, or just kept going towards A. So might as well just stay in the center of the map and rotate accordingly. 11 seconds left and having plenty of time to do so. Caillou rotating over, and Moves will have a camera at the back. Try and see, is Caillou coming from back spawn or over at B? Oh, spike been tapped. Moves rounds the corner. Caillou's looking the wrong way, and you gotta finish off what you started. And Moves saves the round for Winthrop.
That is crazy. M80 doing the most to give all of the advantages over to them on that beginning of this round. Sorry. You saw just the spray through, excellent countering coming in. Sato making sure to do that, gets the Hunter's Fury out as well. Bao ready to just spray them down as they walk through here. And it all comes down to Moobs just being on fire. Such map awareness, such game sense coming out alive. Make sure to win those 1vx's as Winthrop University find themselves at 8. One more round left in this app. And quite frankly, this is a completely different Winthrop squad than what we saw previously.
This is such a good start, and you got a Steel Garden, you got a... Wow, a Showstopper, and Winthrop are not as close as Sato expected, but still some splash damage, which got Nasi down to 18 HP, so still a wobbly round for Winthrop to push forward into.
You can see this is going to be the round now that Winthrop University are going to be able to move up onto A. Only a Viper here. There's a lot of Vi's utility as well to potentially delay a little bit further. But right now, the big question is Ali, because these are the close smokes here. Bao already taken down. Ali somehow able to find 2.
That's insane. No 1v2, and this is why you justify the Clove. You play as like a pseudo duelist, especially with the ult, and that's why Ali can be so aggressive. But the judge is still gonna hurt at close range no matter how good you are, and Winthrop are still gonna be committed to this with 34 seconds left. The spike is down though, and that's something Ali and Moobs have to recover. You still have the Clove ult. And Ali, with the smokes in place, knows they have a window to work with, and the ult has been activated. But as the last one standing, Ali has to put in a heroic effort and can't do it all. It's an 8-4 half in favor of Winthrop.
And Sato coming on line there. Caillou doing an excellent job with the judge just around the corner, playing that kind of distraction tactic, allowing Sato perfect timing to just walk out with the Guardian in hand and find all the headshots necessary. As M80, they're able to scoop up 4 rounds into the half. And now we are going to be swapping sides. But so far, I've been so impressed with Winthrop University. It just feels like everything is working out for them, except for those last couple of rounds. But things, generally speaking, are coming together really well. I hope they can continue this momentum forwards, though, now that they're swapped onto this defense. Technically speaking, they don't have as much control. Relying on that initiator utility means that they must play a little bit more frag forwards. And I think that M80's kit should have enough to respond.
Yeah, with Winthrop's comp, they're very happy to play this slower style. And now this Viper's Wall from M80 letting them try to get into Rubble, but mainly Caillou plays a very passive lure style on Lotus. We saw him yesterday really not leave that A lobby side, and this is a different wall than he used previously. He's not seeing anyone go for the orb immediately, and now this is way more of an aggressive approach from Caillou to be more forward at this time. M80 maybe expecting a jump peek from Winthrop. Winthrop like to be a little silly on pistol rounds. Like they'll have like a 3 or 4 man walk up on mid. Like Winthrop will really surprise you at these moments. I'm really happy that M80 are taking a second to condition themselves.
And looks like they will be pressuring more towards C here. How you doing their best to really play that defense, or at least draw people over to this A site, and it should be effective. But down here on to C, I mean, they're gonna have to go up against moves. So let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, just couldn't play off your own wall there. Nothing to protect you against the 2 that were stacked from Winthrop on that side. So you lose Caillou, but this was only a distraction anyway. M80 have already started planting, and they're able to get equal trades. And with where Bao was, this really drew a wrench in everything from Winthrop's retake. Still 3 versus 3. And with the Tejo drone in, some good info for Flair and friends to work with, but it doesn't matter if M80 just have better shots. And it's Ali in the 1 versus 3. Just the smoke to try and isolate this duel against B-Dog. Heads up play, 1 at Mound, and Bao on the pillar high ground. Having to find where these last players are while the spike is ticking down. Ali will be spotted. And that's all. That will be M80 taking pistol.
Yeah, great job by M80 there. Winthrop University, it felt like just a little bit of VALORANT timing was coming into play. You know, they get the jump on somebody, and then Okeanos right clicks and somehow finds a head, and oh, well, there goes someone else from Winthrop University. So they're able to win out the pistol round. This time around, they're going to have the better weaponry on this second round in here. But once again, I just liked how they played it. They played it nice and slow, exactly like how you said. Waited out a lot of this utility, because how Winthrop University's kit is put together is they want to force you into weird positions. They want to force you forwards and then catch a timing and be able to gun you down. So great job by M80.
Now with the buy-up from M80, look at a win initially. They'll prowler up into C. And Caillou is going to take some pressure on the A site. So Winthrop really forcing that map control. There's also an exchange from Bao with 2 against B. We'll go 1 for 1. Depends on how this exchange goes. And Winthrop take W's on both sides of the map. So M80 kind of a quick work of getting the spike down at C in a 2 versus 2.
Speaking of classics somehow finding their shots, a little bit of ridiculousness there, down to this 2v2. Ali still has this sheriff in hand. But spike already down, Okeanos going for a little bit of a reposition.
Nade flushing out the corner. Okeanos spots out both in mount.
Okay.
Stepping up, he just tried to reposition, I guess, instead of waiting for the repeat. And either way, that's going to be a tough duel to take against a rifle.
Yeah, great job by M80. Yet another victorious round for them. Let's hope that they can continue to stack them up here, as this is going to be the ultimate test. Winthrop University did a good job at keeping the economy a little bit shifted in their favor, finding just enough kills with those pistols to make this one a little bit more difficult for this bonus. I do believe we saw that M80 will be buying up a little bit, getting a couple more rifles in, or at least Bao will have 1 additional rifle here. It's going to be very early utility. Infiltrator almost taken down, but barely able to skate alive just on the other side of the Viper's wall.
Got down to 10 HP. Jeez, an Infiltrator obviously gets back up to full and stacks up with Flare. And usually with Flare, he's been salvoing that front door. And Winthrop gonna drone up. See if they can get to the other side of rubble. I don't think they saw much. And maybe hold their positions. And this lurk inserted at Mound got 2 kills. So M80 may just pull the spike towards that side of the map and give up this vision game against Winthrop at A.
Yeah, this time around, it's the flanker from M80, or the lurker, I should say. Bao coming alive, able to find 2 picks just by Mound, opening things up, and this is looking very reminiscent to how Winthrop University were doing the attack. Just wait for those couple of kills to come through from your Sentinel agent, and then move in for free. As P-Dog finds an unbelievable headshot onto Flare. I talked about the economy being a little bit wonky for M80, but no longer.
Yeah, on Lotus yesterday, M80 had a strong start against Qbert. Still ended up with the win. But also M80 know how to play against a deficit. Thinking about what they were down like 1-6 on split. Different map, but know how to build momentum and taking that pistol and anti-eco going forward. Gonna hope to keep these rifles. And Infiltrator, well, gets one for the count, but M80 keep themselves at arm reach of Winthrop.
Oh, I was a little bit worried there for a second, seeing Sato go for the spray, missing a couple of the shots, and Infiltrator. I've seen Infiltrator do disgusting things, keeping that head on its swivel. So thankfully, no more damage was done to M80, as their economy is looking nice and solid here. And you raise a good point. M80, they're a squad that in these previous matches have been, you know, not super favorable for them, especially at the beginning, and they're able to turn them around, especially yesterday, showing their mental resiliency. And I know we talked about Winthrop University being the ones who, like, they put in the reps. They're going so many games after games after games. But I do think that M80's resiliency and just experience as well make sure that they're keeping themselves honest in this competition.
All right, Nightfall, Prowler, a lot against moves, but he's been deadly with the Sheriff, and he strikes again, but just kind of second guess whether he wanted to escape or not. He could have maybe gotten away, and Okeanos will catch him. Now with equal numbers, M80 may just push past the spike and past the site, I should say. And with being confident in their buy, I don't blame them. They also have the Steel Garden, but you don't even need it with what Winthrop have. They're going to be coming through main. The M80 line up with the smoke in place. This is going to make Winthrop difficult to go in. At least off of Flare, trying to zone off with the salvos. M80 just lock in to tie things up 8-8.
Wow, that was just an excellent read coming in from M80. Fantastic, just understanding of how Winthrop University were going to do that. As soon as Okeanos went for that plant deep on C, I was like, okay, this is unconventional to say the least, but you know, let's see what they're going to be doing. And they read it perfectly because the bulk of Winthrop University decide to take the door, go out towards Mound, and suddenly it's like a switch around as to who's on attack and who's on defense. It was played so perfectly, and the firing squad was down in so far deep onto C that even though we saw Winthrop University make an attempt at it, they were hoping to catch someone off guard out towards Mound. There was simply nobody home. So just, once again, just finger on the pulse. Great job to M80 to bring themselves back and tie up our series. As now Winthrop University, they're on the other side of the coin. They're calling this timeout now because M80 are really starting to gain momentum after 4 rounds in a row.
M80 are so deadly on the offense, which I don't know where your expectations would be at with like a double controller and like a Vice Sentinel. Like it's not as flashy as like a Breach Tejo or other things like, oh, actually that's their comp. And just with the Fade too, it's not a Breach. It's very info based. So M80, they went on an absolute tear against Cuber just for win streaking like crazy, getting super rich off of just winning all of their offensive rounds, and that's starting to build a lot of wind in their sails. Interesting setup from Moobs too, to just have all the Sentinel util, the trips pretty deep into A, and a camera watching over around tree area.
I'll find you.
That's interesting. This time around, we're seeing the push out from the C defense from Winthrop University, as it looks like it's going to be more of an intel game that Winthrop want to really capitalize on. We talked about how important map control was for Winthrop University on the attack, and we see their attempts right now at trying to reclaim some of the map back together. As M80, their sights are set onto this A site. Moves in the back line, and Ali going for the jump peak actually spots quite a few of these people out here. So M80, they actually decide to pivot over and commit the ultimate onto this B site.
Steel Garden just gonna flush anyone out. Winthrop aren't smoked off, so it's a showstopper that breaks in. Infiltrator couldn't get his gun up, and M80 were just quicker to react. Sato has been such a true star for M80, and I think it was hard for Nasi to try and retake with an Odin anyway. So M80 get the lead back.
Oh man, you can see it. Boobs was just like walking in and then saw that dark cover fly across. I was like, wait a second. Uh-oh. And then that's got to feel good for B-Dog outflanking the flanker. And honestly, I think that retake from Winthrop University was a little bit of an interesting tactic. They just decide to just flood in and try and take it the speed advantage. Something to keep in mind about their composition, they don't really have very effective flashes to utilize against this squad, so that retake is going to be difficult every single time. M80 just being able to win out that gun duel, but okay, I might have spoke too soon, Jen.
What the hell? Just seriously, the sheriffs hit different through the boxes. And it just, when it rains and pours, the Thrifty is about to possibly be a flawless. Are we serious? And well, all these guns are also being dropped in spawns, so like Winthrop would love these upgrades, and maybe, especially with the spike down, they're just gonna send it as a team so they could pick up these rifles. And Caillou, well, his job is done, and that was to lurk around A, but he ain't got a team to plan with, so GG, I guess.
Yeah, and that's great for Winthrop because they're able to rescue all those rifles too, so makes the economy just a little bit stronger here. Of note, Nasi did end up using the Hunter's Fury. I think that might have been a little bit too proactive there. Of course, you want to be able to win a round back when we've swapped these sides, but making sure that you take that ultimate out of Winthrop University's pocket is something that M80 are probably going to be pretty happy about. So let's see how this next one goes out. But yeah, like you said, those sheriffs hit a little bit diff.
You just can't be mental boomed about this, right? Like, just no random double kill through the box, like. And then Ali is still trying to convert things too in the 5 versus 3. So it's, you can always come back when you got the rifles at a 3v5, but man, just M80 gotta lock in. You can't let that happen.
Yeah, you definitely can't. And once again, we're seeing some shenanigans out onto the safe side. Showstopper available for Sato. Bao gonna potentially punish this aggression.
Walking up, Bao doesn't want that smoke, and now worried that Ali is gonna catch him. But now the ult, Ali's back into the fight, and Bao's holding his own, 10 HP, and there's more problems ahead. Meanwhile, M80 benefited from that distraction, and it's the nightfall from Okeanos to ward away the storm that they think is up close from Winthrop. And right next door is Infiltrator and friends, and Flare tries to solo push through tree, and no util, and Ali gets revenge. We're in a 2 versus 2 somehow. And it's all thanks to Bao even making this close. M80 on the post plant, working together, have to cross the orb, address the angle one by one. As soon as it drops, the quicker to the trigger is M80.
B-Dog pulling out the Omen tech. Just going on top of the door while it's still rotating. Trying to get a cheeky little kill there, not able to find it. A little bit too wise to that one. But yeah, like you said, Bao just really locking down the far push. I talked about how Winthrop University's composition has to play. It's got to play frag forwards. They got to be so fast. They got to be aggressive moving in onto things. And the fact that Bao was able to punish that, slow it down for a second, give M80 plenty of time to get themselves set up is the main win condition. So fantastic job from Bao to make sure that that is secured. M80 once again in the lead, but this is going to be the buy-up round for Winthrop University.
Open sight lines. Prowler to check around through baby door, but M80 separated by smoke, and Sato gets pinged around rubble. So Winthrop hold their ground. Teho drone to get some information for the defense so they can spam through the smoke, and that's why Nazi just keeps buying up this Odin. Last time it was to cover C, and this time he helps out at A. This is M80 starting a little bit behind. Even Sato's HP is low, so satcheling and being aggressive may not be the move. And Okeanos just takes paint shell damage, so M80 are kind of stuck waiting for Winthrop to make a move off of this advantage.
And that was just an excellent hold from Winthrop. Use that utility, deny any of that space. Make it so difficult for M80 to do anything. And now the firing squad is just waiting for them to aggress.
Paranoia Ali just shooting as best as they can through the door, but still M80 found a great pivot into the site. You got the salvos from Flare to delay things. Will play out and at a different retake angle. But no, the spike still gets planted at A because Flare just limited their options. And Moob just falls and still manages to adjust his accuracy. And Winthrop have managed to equal these numbers, but it's just too little too late. M80 just one step closer to taking map 1.
And Okeanos really being the clutch factor for M80 on that last round. Clears out that A site when they decide to make a pivot over to B. And then immediately just goes in there and frags out yet again, keeping them into this. Obviously, Okeanos previously on that duelist role for so many different teams. And before Sato was able to join M80, stepped in as the duelist as well. So you know that the kid can frag. But moving on to this initiator role, I've been very impressed with what Okeanos has brought to this M80 squad. Sure, Sato, the rising star duelist, gonna go in there, find so many kills, but the initiators always follow in afterwards. And we see that Okeanos is really picking up the slack on some after that first initial engagement happens, and Okeanos is usually good for a couple of kills, bringing M80 back in these rounds where it doesn't feel like they've got a single chance. So Winthrop University feeling the pressure just a little bit, the temperature rising, and they call yet their second time out here as M80 are looking to secure map number 1 shortly.
Yeah, Sato has only been a boon to this team ever since he joined, and you could say the same thing about the addition of Ali, where yesterday was a much more quieter performance on the Clove and definitely stepping up, being way more aggressive, and namely just winning a lot of these duels and getting value from the ult and just being impactful for Winthrop. And this match is pretty neck and neck, and this is a best of 5, so we've got a lot of Valorant ahead of us. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Caillou will hold A lobby, but Winthrop got the orb. They'll have an Armageddon with Flare over at B. Just a solo sentinel from Winthrop to hold back anything over at C while the camera is up. M80 also have a deep insert of B-Dog at B, knowing that, well, Winthrop sometimes walk down that lane and Infiltrator gets information on where that lurk is and has taken early damage. Moves also has a sheriff, so not the most ideal buy for Winthrop compared to what M80 have.
Oh, jeez. Armageddon gets tossed out as well. Excellent job from M80. Just Okeanos alone draws so much fire, so many resources towards that A site. Caillou, Ali's able to find Sato here. Nasi down to 5 HP. Ali not done yet.
Would have maybe liked that Armageddon for the retake at C and just reacted maybe a bit too quickly for Winthrop, expecting M80 to just rush through A lobby when the hit was actually at C. And now with the Viper's Pit, you don't have the best of tools besides a drone, some shock bolts, and Ali just fragging out. Ali's just within this pit too. Nasi can't really do much, being already 10 HP, so M80 on match point.
Match point.
Oh man, and once again, that was just all Okeanos, creating so much discomfort for Winthrop University. It felt like Winthrop University, they've seen Okeanos with the main squad consistently. And so spotting that fade out caused so many questions as to what the heck was going on. You see that investment comes in just simply because, oh my goodness, we've spotted the fade. This has to be the hit over onto A site. And they just get away with C for free. An excellent little kind of distraction play coming in from M80 as like you said, on match point. Winthrop University, 3 chances to force OT.
Poison's off.
At least Winthrop did what they could with this buy. But Caillou, if Winthrop tries to be aggressive, he'll have the Vice Wall up too, trying to isolate that, and Caillou will be there to capitalize. So a very passive approach from M80, maybe trying to punish if Winthrop get desperate, but Winthrop are just gonna keep the map control that they have and maybe even think about a B walk-up. Look at this 3-stack from Winthrop. And if they hear noise from M80 at C, this B-Link door could be opened and M80 could face a lot of trouble, all depending on if Moves can hold his own on the front lines. He's got an engagement against B-Dog, and a well-timed util will give him the edge. Now Moves needs help. Reinforcements coming through Waterfall, not through that B-Link door. And the wins are coming. Winthrop sway at a lesser buy than M80. But Winthrop have to play flawless from here on out if they hope to face in overtime against a top 3 team in Challengers.
Oh.
Winthrop get up to 10.
If Caillou found that first bullet onto Moves' head, I think that would have been a different story there, but just excellent job from Winthrop University, keeping the Storm at bay. And like you said, it was like that death ball competition. You see them push out a B and immediately just double back around. They were moving those 3 members just around the map, trying to guess where M80 was going to be to make sure to spring the trap onto them. Whenever M80 have that numbers advantage, they do usually a pretty good job of being able to deny it. But who else but Moves, staying alive in the back of C, punishing everything that could potentially happen. Classic util dump, B-Dog this time with an operator in hand, is going to get the heck out of there.
I don't blame him. With the salvos that hit and the Viper wall, it was... I'm really very glad to keep all 5 alive, but B-Dog brought down the half HP. How many numbers are on Winthrop and the right side of the map? I made him make the call. We gotta hit C. We gotta deal with usually throwing out their Prowler to deal with all these trips. There is one and not the second, but the Steel Gardens used from Bao. This is gonna limit what moves can use, but he's got the Neural Theft and Winthrop are about to flank through B, and what a timing! Oh, the mid showstopper! What the heck? B-Dog is somehow still alive. He's like a cat. He has 9 lives, and he still has the op. The showstopper, of course, now gets fired, and now it gets moves. And Winthrop have to turn around a 3v5 to keep themselves alive on Lotus, and it's a nightfall from M80. And it just gets worse and worse, but Winthrop, it's like they play better when they're down for the count. A huge double kill from Ali. Evens up the playing field. But there is the finish, and there is M80 winning their best map of Lotus.
Coming back into it, starting it off a little bit shaky, an 8-4 half for Winthrop University, and then as soon as the tables turn, M80 come alive. I am so impressed by how they were playing off of one another utility-wise, making sure to not overextend it. You think, oh, let's use a showstopper to enter? No, we've got a couple of other ultimates. Let's be smart about how we're using our utility, how we're using our ultimates, and playing off of one another. A fantastic job from M80 coming into this one. And yeah, like you said, Jen, they're able to take map number 1 away from Winthrop University.
That was still close. 13-10 after this is M80's statistically their best map. And Winthrop didn't look so hot on it yesterday, and even compositionally, people may have some comments about it, but Winthrop are just performing way better today. Despite losing this, I think we have a series on our hands, and coming up next, we have Haven. But first, we want to hear from the desk, so don't go anywhere.
Damn, I'm not gonna lie, I would not know at all. So I'm trying to think. I probably can remember like Bowie, Brock, me. That's it. Like I don't know anyone else. So I'll probably guess 8.
Bro. Okay. And this is an NA Challengers, correct? I have 2 right now. I know there's B-Dog, there's Brock, Bob. That's 3. Oh, my old teammate Bao. Bao, that's 4. It's kind of hard. BCJ. Oh, dude, if I forgot BCJ, that would have been bad. Boy? I think that's 6. I don't know if I said 5 or 6. Did I say all of them, or am I tripping? Oh, wait. Yeah, okay, you didn't ask me to name all of them. Wait, I'm brain dead. I'll say 7. Is that fine?
Yeah, just gonna name it 9. Yeah, let's do this. This is proper. So first team, Rankers. Ion Matter, right? No be there. Gangster, no still death. M80, Bao, and then Academy, T-Dog. I would say it's probably no 6. I'd say 6. If I want to do everything with the 60 teams, I would say 6.
Can I take some time to think here? Is that okay? Or yeah, okay. Starting with the letter B. You said 6, 9, 7, I would say.
Okay, like I'm missing so much plays. Okay. Oh, there's Benji as well. Oops. Yeah. Okay, I didn't mention Bowie, but I do know. Yeah, he's on Hakikimori. I was right. I forgot a player. That wasn't too bad. I completely forgot about Benji and Bonnie. I'm not gonna lie. Sorry to those guys.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. B-Dog, I forgot about him on the M80. Right. Well, I guess the Bs are not the best in the league right now. B-Dog, BCJ, sure, but...
9. I can't even think of it.
The first map in the marathon of a 5-map series ahead, and it all starts on Lotus. M80's pick, and they're going to come out on top in a strong 13-10 fashion. Though, when we started this off, Roy, it was Winthrop University with the lead, but once we got into the side swap, it kind of seemed at most points, minus the Thrifty, that M80 could do no wrong.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same thing that we saw from them yesterday, right? Against Qbert Academy on split, where they were completely down on their defense side, but as soon as they got on that attack side, it looked like an absolute masterclass. And they're here teaching once again to Winthrop University. You know, they're not messing around. You cannot get comfortable. The level of play that they show, the level of consistency that they show whenever they're down is, like we said, we've been saying it for so much. The resilience, you can never count them out, no matter what kind of half you're getting against them.
It was really cool to see, and especially because that first half, Winthrop University, it seemed like they were getting away with it. Surely it was the attacking side. You know, they should be getting the most amount of rounds there. But they won the bonus, and we start questioning, okay, is M80 going to wake up? What is going to happen on this map? And then they do the exact same thing as they go into the attacking side. The bonus goes their way, and it was very interesting, as the casters were saying. It was in such a similar fashion as the bonus for Winthrop University went. But it was a massive impact from Bao, where he's towards that C side, gets to with the Guardian, and with that they were able to recover some of those rifles and secure that round. Then it was just a little bit of momentum coming on the side of M80 to close out this half that was incredibly dominant. How many rounds did we see on this attacking side where they were fighting for a Robble, both of the teams, but it was just an M80 on the attacking side that were willing to be just a little patient towards the end with an operator in the hands of B-Dog, but early on as well, holding on, having Bao be the distraction, be the one who's trying to make that noise as everybody else is working the rest of the map. It was really cool to see, and M80 just keeps proving how in-depth this strategy is.
And I think that is the one thing that is beautiful about their attack side, is the fact that they can play so many styles. They can play so many tempos. They can play slow. They can control you. They can op you. They can hit upset pieces. And it really does feel like their style, not only is it like really well drilled, but there's also so much room for individual flair when times call for it. And it seems like they have the firepower in every single role to really step up and claw away disadvantages if they find themselves in those scenarios. But ultimately, it really just was a masterclass by them on that attack side. Almost a flawless half, a beautifully well-played half. And now we're going to be going into the second map. I would just like to remind us that this is the M80 map pick. So things ended as expected, I would say. Of course, Sato and Bao having a great first map. Same thing that we saw against Qbert Academy yesterday. They were pivotal in their performances against that team. They're doing it again. They're keeping it going today. And now we are going into Haven, guys. This is going to be the Winthrop University pick, a map that they have been super dominant on and taking so many of the top teams down on that map.
I want to call out for the side of Winthrop University too, because when we are talking about a masterclass of like an attack side from M80, 100%. That was clear through and through, hence why we got to see such a strong end into the map. But Winthrop University, they were firing back, and a lot of these big plays, like we got to see a lot of multi-kills coming out from moves here, Dan. We got to see Ali really step up, even on like the Thrifty with a share of 3K. So even if it was a Winthrop that couldn't quite stand up to the attacking half, it was still a decently close match, especially with the damage they did on their own attacking half. So if this is theoretically the map for M80 and it's their map pick, I don't think this series is chalked by any means, even if the win condition was laid out from the beginning that we needed to see a lot from Winthrop University to start us off.
Yeah, I think there's a question of how this is going to play out for other maps. I mean, we've seen clearly on the side of M80 that they're very comfortable on the attacking side. We saw it on Split, we just saw it on Lotus, and it just makes sense. These are maps where their composition, everything that they're playing, should be setting them up for success in those halves. But now, as we go into Haven, I feel like the story might be a little different, and it has to be, right? For Winthrop University, this is their best map. They've been undefeated so far, as we've seen it recently. They've been doing really good. They've been adapting really good to what the teams are bringing, but I feel like M80, I don't know. I mean, just what we saw in the second half, I feel like they can just run away with it.
I mean, you're talking about things needed to change for Winthrop University, and when we're looking at the series as a whole, do not disagree with you. But when I look at Haven, this is where I put the pressure back on M80 to where we need to see a change. Because last time, Roy, we saw them on Haven. Sure, M80 are looking good on the day, and they're getting better every time. But this is where they kind of got clapped by Shopify Rebellion Black. So they definitely, going into this next one, I'm curious how they're going to play this out.
Yeah, I mean, just like to remind the viewers, the last time that M80 had an appearance on Haven, it definitely was against Shopify Rebellion Black. It was a 13-2 loss, but it is not the last time we saw anything like this. They also got 13-1 by Shopify Rebellion Black on Fracture, and then in their next match versus TSM, they turned it around and beat TSM 13-8 on that map. So I think they're very aware of the fact that there's flaws in the way they're approaching it, and even though they got swept by Shopify Rebellion Black on both of those maps, they still had an amazing reappearance on those maps. So leave it to the team of M80, the coaching staff, to be able to bring things back. But of course, looking towards Winthrop University, I really do feel, and I completely agree with Dryad on this, that they need this map. If they want a real shot in this best of 5, they really need this map. This has to be a Winthrop University win.
And I just want to say, though, we've seen this team of M80 play Haven now a few times. It hasn't been the greatest, but we've only seen it one time with Sato, and it is that composition that you're seeing here, right? With the Neon, we've only seen these core of M80 play Haven one time, and it was that 13-2 that Roy just talked about against Shopify Rebellion Black. Now, do I think they're going to change it? I feel like it's very likely that they change Stato on this Neon, maybe put him on the Jet. This guy is used to playing the Jet. He played it a lot of this agent in last year, as we were seeing in Ascension, as we were seeing in Challengers. And it's something that a lot of other teams have opted to do, change its composition for the Neon, go for that comfort pick that we've seen on the Jet instead. And I wouldn't see why they don't want to bring this change. I mean, you get 13-2 by Shopify Rebellion Black. You're looking to fix a lot of things.
I definitely hope for M80's sake that there is a change in the composition there. Looking on the opposing end for Winthrop University, they have not been any strangers to switching things up, but Haven's actually one of those maps where, Roy, when you look back to what they've played, this has been really strong for them, and it's one of the few maps that they don't really swap this composition up.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a tale as old as time, okay? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I would be so surprised if they actually did make changes, even though they're undefeated on the map. So I am expecting the same composition. If they really did want to switch things up, I wouldn't be surprised to see a duelist swap up, but I feel like the Yoru fits Infiltrator extremely well on this map, and of course, the Vice has worked extremely well for them as well. If they do decide maybe moves will swap to a Cypher or something crazy like that, it pairs a lot better into the Neon that M80 might pull out. But a reminder to all of us, right, that these are two teams that can just swap up comps any second, and it feels like they're playing it at a level that they've been practicing for a year, it feels like. So I would not be surprised to see changes, but I also would not be surprised to see the same thing, just fixes and solutions to previous problems that they've had.
That's one of my favorite thing about these two teams is sometimes when you get really deep into the playoffs, it's like, okay, well, it's going to be the exact same thing. There's not switching anything up. But with M80 having a flexible map pool and Winthrop University on the day, like, okay, this is feeling a little bit better. We can swap it. I definitely think it makes things exciting. But to Haven, I definitely think, Dan, going back to your point, M80, a switch up, even if they don't switch up the composition, then my biggest question is where they switch up with fixing this map. Because when you are coming off of a 2-13 loss with the Agent Select ready here, listen to that, it definitely brings up a lot of questions.
And you don't even need to change that much, right? Just that Sato on the Jet would make all of the difference that they would want to. I can even playing the Neon is okay. And I mean, as we find out, the composition is going to stay the same. Sado's going to keep playing on this Neon. So another point that you talked about, Roy, that I feel like is worth mentioning is the Cypher, right? We saw moves on that first map go back to that Cypher. We had the question on if they were going to do it today, knowing that Sado was going to be playing on this Neon. But no, of course, they're going to keep it the same. This is their map that they've been winning every single time. I mean, you see the 100% win rate of the 3 times that they've played it as of recent. And an M80 that had to make a lot of changes, a lot of talks to see how they can fix this and make sure it goes their way.
Yeah, and I completely agree. I think the Neon will pair very well into this matchup as well. I mean, sometimes you don't need to make compositional changes. Just because you got swept on a map doesn't mean that you have a terrible composition. It just means that your approach was flawed. But M80 is the type of team that will learn. And again, the reappearances have been great, despite them having former losses, sweeping losses at that. But this is the team that can turn things around. Again, just a reminder, Winthrop University really needs this map. It is their map pick. Let's see what they got.
With no changes coming up from the composition, it's time to see what changes they've cooked up with the gameplay itself. As for Winthrop University, again, must-win map. It's time to head into Haven and back over to your casters, Jen and Marks.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, we started off with M80's best map, but now we go to the Winthrop playground of Haven. And like the desk said, this is a must-win, or you're looking down the barrel of a series point to M80. And this is a ticket to the grand final, Marks.
Yeah, both of these teams right now playing to get into that grand finals and not get booted out of the tournament. So we're really just figuring out who is going to be our third place team. And I think a lot of the criticisms that the desk had brought up around M80's composition, they're still valid, but I do think that M80 are really starting to click together as a squad. Of course, Shopify Rebellion Black, they've been extremely good in the playoffs thus far, and so that loss shouldn't deter them from using this composition at all. But of course, this is the playground of Winthrop University, exactly like you said. So they're going to be the ones who have the hands on the wheel. And let's see if they're able to do it. Winthrop traditionally stronger on the attack as well. And that's exactly where they're starting. So I'm imagining we're going to be seeing a lot of chaos and a lot of repositioning from this unit.
Sato had gone away from the Neon yesterday on maps that he otherwise would have played it on. So I'm glad that after the win that they had on Lotus, that M80 feel confident to go back to Comfort, to go back to Sato, our little speed demon. But right now, he's standing still at B. The real exchange will be, did B-Dog get a read on how close this breach is? And Nasi just puts his forehead right into the barrel, makes things easy for B-Dog. The moves at least gets the trade, and this is where the garage holders of M80 emerge. It's a double kill from Bao, a huge conversion, leaving Winthrop really lost and being careful to pick up the spike. There's still someone in garage that Winthrop have to worry about. Now he's hoping to clear that, remove the danger, so he does. Numbers are equal.
And it comes down to this 2v2. Both of the initiators still alive for M80. So if they want to be disruptive, this is the time to do it. A couple of seconds till the fault line comes on, Ali be able to take Okeanos' head off.
Oh, against the high-low? That was sick from Ali. And I really thought Caillou and Okeanos could have done more. Like, they had a flash, but honestly, the action was too close for them to really have a setup. And that's a Winthrop pistol round, just the same way they kicked off Lotus. But we all know how that ended. They need to be able to close things out, you know?
Yeah, I feel like M80 is the team where it's like, even if it seems like they're not going to be able to win, you don't want to count them out yet. Obviously, the last map was a fantastic example of it, but if you look through their map history, like it happens more often than you would think. So Winthrop University really can't let off the gas pedal here. Already applying a little bit of pressure. Infiltrator in deep, looking for some early picks, but M80 just playing very disciplined and not giving themselves up.
Oh, locking down. Infiltrator deals with one, moves covers his angle on the other, and Sato's caught in the open with no HP. M80 had such a good setup, and Winthrop address every gap in their defense. And this round is pretty much over. I mean, the anti-eco, you had to go for a big play if you were M80 with these pistols, and not really doing too much to Winthrop. A little bit of damage, but that's it.
And I think it's so funny how Bao still has the Sentinels Classic in hand, even though it was M80 that kicked out Qbert Academy in the last matchup here. But yeah, this round is going to be all but over. I talked about the discipline from M80, you know, just playing it a little bit more carefully. And Winthrop University just found some excellent timings to be able to go in there. The fault line comes out. Bao able to get one weapon, takes another head off.
Hey, just as Cage forces an isolation and kind of some unnecessary deaths from Winthrop not being able to carry as much into their bonus, only 2 rifles. So, and we mentioned on Lotus that Winthrop have had issues converting their bonus, and it's usually because of kind of unnecessary slip-ups at the finish line. So Winthrop did build really good momentum, like a 5-1 lead off of Lotus, and that slipped away on their defense. So see if Winthrop can carry this through.
It's like one of those like relay races where you have the baton and you're like passing it over, and then just at the very final stretch you go a little bit of an oopsie, and that's when the other team comes from behind. That's kind of how that last map felt, and honestly that's how that last round felt with what should have been a pretty easy bonus, but not going to be the case. Okay, now damage mitigated.
Infiltrator is doing so much. Like almost too much there, just popping out. I like when he cooks though. I like that he's got the Bucky. And when you're planning at C, he can hold up close. This is definitely gonna hurt M80, but Sato has the speed, and M80 have just droned up in garage, trying to give themselves an alternate angle. And it's an opening pick from Sato. It's from Winthrop being a bit desynced, but now you have a garage push too from Infiltrator, trying to go on a flank with the Bucky where the sun don't shine. Oh, B-Dog's vision fades to black, and M80 are trying to claw their way back into a stable position on the site, but all the angles that Winthrop took just overwhelmed them.
And they talked about this before the match started, but Infiltrator being so flexible on this duelist role. We got to see a little bit of the Rays on the last map, but Moves kind of stole the spotlight. This time around, Infiltrator's Yoru has been immaculate in previous matches, and we're already seeing the kit be fully utilized here. I mean, 2 Bucky kills, and still able to stay alive throughout the entire round. On a very important, couple of kills for Infiltrator to make sure that Winthrop are able to get that spree going. But once again, never say never, because this is exactly how that first map went.
Yeah, the power of Bucky gets you lucky. Winthrop just played for the retake there. That was pretty sick, and convert their bonus. I try not to curse it. Now they got some Vandals, some Phantoms, but M80 Sheriffs, you just saw how they had a flawless Thrifty, or no, that was Winthrop, I think, on last map. But we've seen it all in Challengers.
Just a couple of nasty headshots, and of course, Okeanos being the point person might actually be able to find just that. So Winthrop go for this A crunch. Be the recon drone coming out here, spots out one person, and rightfully backs off. M80 do have decent reinforcements here, though.
Yeah, just wanting to use this fault line to get through main, and really thought Winthrop would have had a better setup going into this. Just needing to play off of Nazi's call. That is the IGL, and they flood in together, and Caillou converts 3 with the Sheriff. What did I say? This is now very winnable, and a thrifty potential for M80. But it is B-Dog that has to wait for a rotation over from Bao. And a neural theft, the corpses are all over the site, so not accessible by Bao. B-Dog has a paranoia, and Bao just is winning this against rifles. I can't believe that. The neural theft, there's the advantage, and Winthrop don't have much time left. That is the most disrespectful knife kill in Challengers. What the hell?
B-Dog cooking it up. Goes to the paranoia, teleports over, and then gets a backstab. But yeah, I mean, a fantastic pistol round there. I gotta say, Caillou coming up absolutely massive Finding those 2 kills as the 3-man flood comes into the dark cover, able to hold their ground, find just enough kills, and Bao, that kill cannot be understated. It was such a fun little maneuver that we got to see coming in from Nasi, trying to get that reposition nice and early, but gets shut down completely. Infiltrator already stunned up, but will not give up this A space for free. The good thing about this Yoru is that it can reposition really easily, but losing moves is not how you want to start the round.
Yeah, now M80 are taking L's across the board with these forward position at A. And Okeanos can't escape. He's got to converge with Caillou. They got recon, they got shock bolts, they got breach util. They're not using it. And Winthrop full punishing this setup. And this is tough. M80 just get broken open like an egg.
It was literally Winthrop University kicking the barn door down right on top of M80's face. No utility was even going to be able to bail M80 out. And once again, with how this composition plays, it's meant to just spiral off of one another. You just use a little bit of utility here, a little bit of utility there, and trust that you're able to go in and find people stunned up, take them out, and then win those fights. Exactly how Winthrop University executed this round. And yeah, it's just going to be a save coming in from Bao. Stayed alive on the other side of the map, has plenty of utility as well set up to make sure no little shenanigans can catch him off guard. As a Winthrop University, they win another round pretty decisively here.
Being able to keep most of their rifles too, which, I mean, Winthrop are not necessarily rich right now. It's kind of a struggle. And I remember M80 said in an interview that when they scrim against Winthrop, they, quote, play so annoying. And M80 are like shooting bodies in round 4. Like, they were excited for this match, but also they know that Winthrop's playstyle has been difficult. Like, M80 are trying to surprise them, and they just get really caught with their pants down, just being out in the open with nothing much to respond with.
Yeah, I can't wait for the next interview where they're going to talk about how they're ready to bust the knife out on round number 4 instead.
Yeah, what was that, B-Dog?
B-Dog just doing B-Dog things. But this time around, Winthrop University, once again, this pressure onto A. Feels like this has been their playground. They feel so comfortable moving in here. B-Dog and Bao just on the other side.
There's a shoe. I see the shoe. Oh, clone back, and it's all a bait. The B for B-Dog stands for baited. And Bao could not punish. Really good play from Infiltrator, too, just teleport back.
Yeah, and now we just see like Winthrop University are playing so slow. M80, they've reinforced themselves. You see that Bao and Sato do have a rifle in hand. Overdrive online, but at this point, Winthrop University, they're just kind of kicking their feet up, waiting for M80 to push into them.
That's all M80 keeps doing is like walking up. So I don't blame Winthrop for just standing there holding an angle and hit whatever site that they get kills at, which they've killed 2 or 3 now at A. So this is going to be a quick take, and M80 are trying to rotate behind, and there's a Rolling Thunder from Caillou, but to hit this from behind, it's got to be perfect coordination with Sato, who has the overdrive, but I don't know how much M80 really believe in this.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's just going to be Sato trying to find a couple of more kills. Not punish the economy of Winthrop University. As immediately Nasi doing an excellent job at watching that flank. Make sure that Caillou can't do any more damage. And this is just going to be Sato trying to make an attempt at it. Finds one. Does get taken down. Winthrop University starting to run away with things a little bit more as they find themselves now at 5 rounds. And their economy is looking really darn good.
This is totally exactly how Lotus started, though. Like,
that's true.
5-1. And then M80 hit a timeout and come back. I don't know. I don't know if I'm an M80 coach, but that's maybe something to talk about. Of just first you get baited, and then you walk up thinking that Winthrop pivoted somewhere else. You get caught in the Winthrop crosshairs, and you have a chance, and Caillou starts cooking a flank, and then he gets cooked. So M80 are adapting on the fly, but Winthrop are just having better reads at this state of the game. You got the dimensional drift, exploring around C, going for side quests, but doesn't have a Bucky this time, but he's just gonna uncloak on logs.
And given the economy too, this is when Winthrop University want to use their ultimates to try and win out some of these rounds. A little bit of a failed clone there, but Moob's able to find B-Dog pretty early on. that is going to be a lot of that flank potential just taken out.
The moves has been so solid at mid, finding these picks. You got a Rolling Thunder finally from Caillou to break open this point to make Winthrop uncomfortable, but they stay in cover. And maybe just play the distance battle. Fault line hits them all the way at range, and Winthrop still win.
Yeah, fantastic job from Winthrop University. They say, hey, we know you guys have ultimates too. We're just going to start to hang back a little bit more. And that insurance policy of keeping moves so far back was perfect. Just playing those long angles. Cosmic Divide gets tossed up from Ali just to make sure that this is an impossible scenario, and that punishes the M80 economy, crippling it down where this is just going to be another save round for M80. Finally, we get to see that timeout coming through. This is what started to turn things around on the last map. Let's see what M80 got coming out of this one.
M80 have been trying to be proactive at A, just kind of walking up A long, not winning the duels there, and then the retake's tough, and at least the exchange of ults. Oh, we just really had to put that in the replay package. Damn. Damn.
Gotta keep things spicy, you know?
I'm just playing off of info, and just the timing of that teleport back from the Yoru was so gross too.
And while it looks like Winthrop University, they've got a more normalized strategy. They're showing us different varieties of how they want to actually play their attack. And I think that that is the main reason why M80 have been having a hard time at going on to that read. We've seen them have extremely dominant A rounds and extremely dominant C rounds, but it feels like they're just playing off the information that they're given, playing off of the picks that they're able to get before they decide to make that call. It's aggressive this time from M80.
Okay, Sato's just gonna take fate in his own hands. Goes towards Spawn. The firing squad is even too much for him. At least M80 with the sheriffs, they've beat this before. I think it was what the only round they got, so they'll try to make it a second. And hey, they do better at a deficit, I guess. Not what I expected. They have Winthrop in their own spawn. The Spike is solo pushing C while Winthrop's bodies are being used as a distraction. And now Nasi has to pull off a 1v3 while M80 have picked up 3 Vandals.
This is one of those moments where it's just like, oh yeah, M80, they like playing it slow. And Winthrop University, we're completely counting on that to be the case there. As just the storm that M80 just runs forwards in. Winthrop University had no safe haven at all and just got completely run over. Sure, you can talk about it being a save round. Oh yeah, they're the best on the saves. But I just genuinely think that it was M80 taking the advantage into their own hands and being so much more aggressive, catching Winthrop University on the back leg that allows them to win their second thrifty round.
If I'm M80, I'm buying 5 shares right now. Like, if that's the only thing winning them rounds, like, send it. But for serious, they do have Sato, who's been trying to reinvigorate the team, give them confidence, go in with the overdrive. Even though he gets chewed up here, the rest try to follow through, and you just gotta go in as a team. And maybe if they were a bit more synced up, it would have had a bigger splash. But an op, oh, okay, no more op. They were thinking about it, decided to just go with normal rifles. And it's not starting off well with the peak from Sato. And maybe a fault line that could have came out from M80 to support that. You got the walk up from Okeanos. It's where they converge. Caillou is going to look at the sideline, call for Okeanos. Do they want to go deeper than this? And remember, Winthrop have punished this before for... They have punished M80 trying to go for flanks at this A-long spot.
Not ready yet. Good hit.
Yeah, at this point too, like, you can tell M80 are aware that Winthrop University are just trying to get that timing there. Oh, Caillou, the timing just a little bit shy there. At least Okeanos gets one, but might not be able to escape.
Yeah, maybe M80 expected them to be more towards spawn, because last time Winthrop punished that, that's where they were, and Moves was just like on that platform, and okay, B-Dog just eats a shotgun. This has been a very weak-sided A-site defense, to say the least, but M80, their bread and butter has been offense, so just you wait for their attack and how they're somehow going to win this map. I don't know how M80 are going to do it, but I swear this has happened multiple times.
Jen, put the crystal ball away. We don't need any more predictions to come true here.
My
Let's let these teams Put the board down with all those nails that you're going in together. M80, ooh, they always come back. But still, I mean, like you said, this has been a very dominant half from Winthrop University. It really feels like no nonsense Valorant coming in. Everything just feels very well rehearsed. We see so much pressure every single time outside of A. One of the benefits of having that Yoru in your kit is that you're able to just get in, get out so nice and easy. Meanwhile, M80 are just having a really hard time at trying to stall out and find these timings against Winthrop University. It's that mid-round stage where they struggle the most. You can tell that they're trying to get a read on what's going on, and they go for these repositions, but somehow feel like they always kind of guess wrong when they go exploring. They're getting constantly punished for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, as Winthrop University now lead at 7-2 with 3 ultimates online.
Because Winthrop plays so slow. Maybe that's what M80 means when Winthrop are so annoying to play against. Because you can't even take map control without Winthrop hosing you down as soon as you walk up. And Sato's going to go for the same sewer push play. But now this time, the better coordinated flash, or even fault line, I should say, from Caillou. And Winthrop aren't going to make contact with anyone from M80 yet. There's the fault line. There's a swing from Sato. And no one there. Even the B-Dog paranoia to add on top of that. And M80 were hoping for a first blood off of that. And there's the rolling thunder, and everyone from M80, all 4 are caught by this. As Winthrop hope to flood on in. They got the flare Armageddon. And Winthrop are somehow taking L's despite catching M80 by the heel. I swear to God, these pistols from M80, they're different. It's Caillou with 3 off the pistol. But, you know, the rest did have rifles. And M80 stays stoic somehow.
You can tell just the chaos going around. Sato's like, I'm gonna get out. Oh, we can block him off. Okay, perfect. I'll just do a little bit of a bunny hop and stay in place. Caillou pulls out the classic, holding it super close by because can't use the rifle in hand, and somehow is able to find something else. It's just M80 really digging in their heels there and taking advantage of all of the ultimates that were coming in. The way that the Winthrop University composition was hoping for was that they were just going to simply back off of the site. They would get the site for free, be able to set themselves up. But instead, they just walk into an M80 squad ready to frag out in all of the chaos. And already Infiltrator so fast, so furious, clears out that C site.
He's got to unplug eventually, and he's got the flash on bound. He has the edge too. He had the Tejo drone to clear the site too. Winthrop very comfortable. Get an immediate spike plant, but here's the flank activated from M80. B-Dog and Sato hoping put pressure on Winthrop, who hide in this nook, and the stars are up, and this is good map control here for Ali to try and slow down M80 on this flank. And it's Sato having to think twice. It's Okeanos on a different angle, and Winthrop address it one by one with the neon walls up 2. We're left with a 3 versus 3. Spike is ticking down. Not a lot of time. It does get tapped. It's gonna get Flare's attention. A quick flick from M80. You need to get this halfway. It's just not gonna happen. Winthrop defends so well, and it's 8-3.
I mean, once again, we saw this very similar scoreline in the first map here, so we can't count M80 out just quite yet. But really on this defense, when we see M80 be proactive, when we see them embrace the chaos and try to push in, it's looking a lot better. It's not when they go for these slow set plays. When that happens, it feels like the momentum behind Winthrop University just completely topples over M80, and they're not able to do a darn thing. It'll be the last round coming into this one. Bao only on a Sheriff in hand. Sato pushing out aggressively yet again. This time, mitigation on that A site. Hemorrhage some of that bleeding as B-Dog goes in super deep here.
Val just needs to play safe for this neural theft after.
Wow.
How did Infiltrator? No! B-Dog didn't even shoot the first person. He was being almost too patient. Infiltrator is such a good duelist, and it's a first blood as Winthrop have to deal with this Hunter's Fury from Okeanos, try to slow them down. And awaiting that miss bow, the sheriffs from M80 are disgusting. And I swear, as long as there's one sheriff, it's winnable from M80. Make that 3. More kills than all the rifles. And we have an 8-4 half. And if I swear to God, if Winthrop go 8-4 in the second half and lose, I'm going to Winthrop and starting a protest.
At this point, hey Psycho, hey Drew Spark, tell your squad to just drop all rifles. Just give them only sheriffs, because apparently that's your winning strategy when it comes on to Haven. I can't believe, once again, we just get treated to a bow masterclass. Sheriff in hand, finding people just walking in one at a time. Makes it such a winnable scenario, and the reinforcements are there, of course, but it wouldn't be possible if Val did not find a couple of those kills. Now, M80 onto this attack. The Winthrop University comp still tells me that they're going to be a little bit more aggro, a little bit more exploratory in controlling this map. Let's see how they're going to bash heads against one another in this second half.
Wow, just the salvos to limit M80. Look at this position from Infiltrator, but he's been discovered. He teleports back safely. With the fault line, it forces Ali out of sewers. M80 gets some headway over at A long with the smoke that was in place too. Now things are opened up, and you have Caillou with fault line and a flash remaining, using one to just shake things up from the defense of Winthrop. But look at this 3-person walk up from Winthrop at A short, I should say. And Bao has marked it. He's playing safe, and now coming from behind is Bao and the rest of M80. It's a good exchange. Bao gets 2. Okeanos with the 3rd. This offense still has some crumbs left to try and plant. But to prevent this is Nasi with the frenzy. A fault line and a flash in his back pocket. Here's some steps. Could definitely execute, but maybe has a sense that they're running away.
It was a bit of a risky gamble, and unfortunately they took too many losses from the M80 side there. Should have been a lot more clean for them to properly be able to get away from that, and yet they're only left with 2 members left standing. They threw everybody in. Just a single person from Winthrop was able to really just nail down the numbers. Now, this retake is coming down C long. Let's see if M80 are ready for this one. 2v2.
They've cleared back C. They don't have eyes on Garage. And they're not expecting that Winthrop have had the time to go for this flank. Now the fault line has revealed them, and they still have to cross on the other side of the smoke, and they almost go for a spike tap. It's 1v1, Nasi versus B-Dog. And finally, B-Dog gets his revenge for what happened in mid in the last round. M80 with a pistol win to try and get back into this game.
It's happening again, Jen. It's happening again.
Oh, no. It actually, yeah, that's how M80 started the comeback, actually. Yep. You're right. Deja vu. Uh-oh.
If they get 4 rounds in a row, then you know what? Maybe there is some deep-rooted conspiracy going on here for M80. An excellent just round coming through overall. I like the way that they played these flanks here. Ali's still able to get a little bit too much value than I would have preferred, allowing for a bit of better timing from Winthrop, but it's so aggressive already. Sato going in, Ali just looking for an opportunity to maybe get a punish as the Winthrop University are pushing out mid very fast.
Winthrop are able to take these early positions because of these salvos. Look how much map control this defense has. M80 have to play slow to play off the Sova info, which the drone gets shot in A short, so M80 have to take their time, but this allows maybe a flank from Winthrop. We're trying to play as fast as they can. As B-Dog tries to shut it down, the rest of M80 get kind of stuck trying to punish Ali, and at least Okeanos pushes through sewers and takes care of that. The spike will be planted soon. B-Dog watches the flank, already spotted the cross from Infiltrator, and he was low HP anyway. Easy win for B-Dog. And M80 should be able to convert this anti-eco and bring a lot of weapons through unless they fumble somehow. There we go.
No shot, but also too, it's the sheriff, so you never know, right?
Yeah, right? I get scared when I see sheriffs.
Yeah, everything you know about traditional Valor, throw it out the window. Sheriffs are king. But I want to really shout out Bao right now for being so pivotal to this M80 offense, being on that flank watch. Obviously, it's just the first couple of rounds. I know I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, but those trips alone are doing a fantastic job at keeping Winthrop University honest. with how their composition works, they want to push out. They want to control a lot of that flanking space, and the Trapwire just makes sure that that's going to be a lot more difficult for them to be able to do that. Already Infiltrator does have the Outlaw in hand, gets a little bit spammed down here as the M80 once again aggress onto this A site, leaving Bao on the lurk onto C. I'm wondering whether or not we're going to be getting that mid-round call to rotate over to C, depending on how far that lurk can go.
M80 had a 5-round win streak on their attack, and what made that comeback possible was the economy. And oh, Infiltrator too slow on the trigger. Now Sato races to put pressure on Winthrop at A, as a clone is used as bait there from Infiltrator, and no one bites from M80. That was a fake, well sold. And like you said, following up on the Bao lurk, which didn't trigger this Vice util yet, and there is a wall that could be separating things, and the Thorns are gonna at least give a hint that M80, that the Vice could be set up around here. And this is so slow from M80 trying to get through Garage, and Winthrop now have the advantage with M80 falling like flies, trying to go even past Garage on the flank. And Winthrop could just take a step back, play off the Outlaw, and play off the win, as Winthrop won't let them win their bonus.
And this is when we get to see the Vice utility kit really shine there. You saw the XU coming through. The shear goes up, buying moves just enough time. You see moves kind of flicking the mouse around, just trying to stay alive, and that shear makes sure that they can't come through the front door anymore. And that's when the rest of the squad is able to come through. Infiltrator ready with a rifle in hand. Make sure to find that one and just dismantles M80 before they're even able to get in and put that spike down. Now, we've disrupted the flow of things. It's not going to be 4 rounds in a row. And so Winthrop University, very poised to win this one out. They still have a 3-round advantage over M80.
This is the first time we've seen M80 just try to force their way past the salvos, but Sato was kind of by himself trying to get a punish on Ali, who got pinged out. This is M80 at a disadvantage yet again. Winthrop have been so good at catching Sato. And, well, Bao catches moves looking at the minimap or something, and that neural theft could be everything for M80 to take back this round.
Yeah, as soon as they get the neural theft, they're like, oh, A site is completely open? Perfect. And now Bao has this flank. I imagine Winthrop University should be wise to it. They will be taking down Ollie, and now this gets so much more difficult for Winthrop.
That was such a menace. And having to match up what moves does is a tough task. But now Winthrop have to worry about a flank coming through B, but they're just gonna focus forward. And Winthrop, it's not been easy. But Nasi is pretty nasty. And off a flare, they just get 2-piece by Caillou. Who's the better breach?
That was crazy. So aware of what was going to happen. The aftershock coming in, no problem. Let me just wide swing it and just hold a really weird angle so that even when Nasi was hopping around the corner, exposes already so much of that body, and it's so much easier for Caillou to make sure that first kill comes online. M80 definitely not out of this one just yet. And I gotta say, it is that offense that it feels very strong from this squad. Bao being a pivotal player at running a lot of this misinformation campaign against Winthrop University, really making them second guess where M80 might be going.
Have a broken buy from Winthrop, but guarantee themselves a rifle. Whoa! Pistol didn't work from Nasi that time, but still good damage. That Rolling Thunder will not be able to use this round there from Nasi, and you got M80 planting at C with this drone that's gonna catch, and also here, that Bucky, no dimensional drift fun, not yet for Infiltrator. I like that Okeanos is playing this far forward. Just gonna have to back away though, because M80 just try to fortress up and focus on how they've left Garage open, and that's where Winthrop are gonna be pushing from. Big read from Okeanos, and Sato on the flank really is stressing Winthrop and conditioning them to worry about where everybody is on the map. And M80 keep this game close.
You can see the terror on B-Dog's face. The Bucky flying right out forwards, and B-Dog's like, not again, please. But thankfully, Caillou just watching on an off angle, ready for Infiltrator to pop through with the Bucky in hand, and punishes that one. M80 in striking distance right now, making sure that they're able to potentially stay alive in the midst of all of it, despite Moves finding such an excellent kill at the beginning of this round. This is a lot closer than we were really expecting, but like the desk said, this is such an important map for Winthrop University to win. Even though it's close right now, they gotta see the finish line.
One, the op converts from Infiltrator, buying all the way down to 0. And having the dimensional drift, 3 ults from Winthrop, and especially getting rid of Sato is huge because he's been starting to flank and be a lot more aggressive as he should on the Neon. And Ali able to anchor be a lot better compared to last time because those lurks have been killing Ali. Winthrop, a good chance, the 5 versus 3, to build more insurance after starting off 8-4. Does M80 think of flanking through Garage? Ali lines it up and manages to isolate that 1v1. Bow revenge and gets the 2-piece against Moobs. So Winthrop have met a bigger challenge than they've expected.
Okeanos will be able to get the spike plant down, spending a little bit more time, but look at that. Dimensional Drift going to be online for Infiltrator. This information has been good coming in from the Yoru.
Rolling Thunder, trying to capitalize on that. Easy for Winthrop. Great coordination from Nasi. And it's a clean wipe off the site for Winthrop to get up to 10.
Fantastic job from Winthrop. Of course, you have to expend 2 of your ultimates there. You got to make sure that you start to pull this one back. Anything to make sure that you stay alive. And look at this. They've still got 3 ultimates on a line for this next round. We're seeing just these weird angles once again being the prevailing factor. Bao almost went on a little bit of a spree, but ultimately it just came down to good individual micro plays coming in from Winthrop at the very end there to make sure that they walk away with this round. They find themselves at double digits. M80 looking for an opportunity, a little bit of a scattered buy coming into this next one. Infiltrator, though, still has that operator online as Sato runs in and immediately runs out.
Oh! Sato finally benefits from these aggro swings in the early round to punish what someone usually does what in his position in sewers. Now Moves will be pinged out as M80 to stress this defense and force them to reposition. As you're looking for where this Rolling Thunder is going to be hitting from Caillou, and it is towards Garage. Sato jumps in, but that player is long gone, and the rest on the C side are pretty safe, and Moves equalizes, and he got the Armageddon sweeping through Garage, and this Sentinel has done more than enough to anchor Winthrop back into this game. 2 versus 1. Caillou with the spike dances in the 1v1 and can't do enough. Winthrop 2 rounds away from closing out.
We talk about the Tejo and the Breach being so effective with each other, and that's exactly what we get to see on that last round. I love it when a good Armageddon comes through and completely crunches M80 in that garage area. The fault line makes sure that they've got nowhere to run, are all stunned up and out of options, and just the Armageddon comes through and annihilates all of them. Very well played from Winthrop University to get a clean round without even really needing to show their face at all. It was just purely just off that execution that made sure that they were able to secure their 11th round. So M80, they go to their second time out now. They're starting to fall behind a little bit here and would love to start to string together a couple more rounds. This is going to be a thrifty round for them, as they're not going to necessarily have the proper weaponry to make sure they go to the bank, but this means that, you know, we could see anything. If they get a couple of shares, this could completely turn on its dime, and Winthrop University are really poised right now to be able to win out this map number 2.
Yeah, just the Rolling Thunder didn't get as much value for M80 as they would have hoped, and then the Armageddon 2 is like a huge investment. And this was off of also Sato getting first blood, so you would have thought that M80 had a decent advantage going into this, but decided to not hit the A site that they had weakened and to go into C, and just really hesitated on how to approach Garage. Now the Sentinel util from Winthrop is all over C, and the usual salvo fault line from Winthrop shakes up Sato. They're starting to learn that it's not really a full commit from Winthrop to swing off of that. It's just to cause a bit of chaos from M80.
This time M80, they go back to what they know. Playing things nice and slowly. Haven't over-aggressed on any of these spots. B-Dog, the only person with a rifle in hand. The shear is going to be going off, but take a look at where the spike is. All the way down on C-Long. Never mind. As soon as I say that, they actually move it around. This is going to be a huge engagement here. B-Dog is able to win out, allowing for that neural theft to come online, and now the A site is this target.
Yeah, the only rifle M80 had was a Phantom. They collect now a Vandal, and M80 are just doing work. They've had 2 Thrifties in this game, and I swear, the worse their buy is, the better they shoot. I don't know what it is. M80 will get a plant, and it's moves that has to save this rifle.
What an excellent round coming out from M80. They go for the double push across the shear, which pulls the Winthrop University members towards that B site, and making sure that B-Dog as well as Bao are able to win that. They get all the information in the world, and then suddenly you can see that Winthrop University, they're not too comfortable where to go. They don't know where these flankers are, where those members of M80 are alive. And that really is the linchpin in making sure that M80 were able to secure the round. The rest of the squad just kind of zooms in. Sato makes sure to clear out the site, and now they've got the weaponry as they find their 9th round here. M80, they're not quite done yet.
Yeah, just for M80 to help support their economy by picking up all those rifles may just mean that they could still try to make a sprint happen for the finish line. Keep themselves within arm's reach of Winthrop. And we'll see what the buy will be for Winthrop, but Cosmic Divide has been huge for how Ali's been able to seal up C, but it all depends on how quick M80 are going to play, which has been pretty fast, especially if Sato's still in the lineup.
And look at that. Bao has 21 kills. You don't expect that really from the Cypher, but we'll be doing just that. It's already engagement out A-long.
Infiltrator just pulled a lot of util out and conserves his life and teleports back to spawn, and Winthrop will just reinforce the site. And it's Winthrop who had their own Thrifty, but it wasn't the last map, so I'm not going to doubt these sheriffs until they're all dead. Ali jump peaks, and definitely some presence from M80, and look how deep Moobs is at C. He's going to have to trigger this trip. And there's no A control from Winthrop in terms of A long. They just have their backs against the wall. That's where the spike is going to be hit. And M80, we're already baiting, using the neon wall and using the speed to get Winthrop to play out of the site. And they force those defenders out. So M80 will make the objective happen very soon. But Winthrop will have all 5 alive for the retake, but they're very far across, and Flare kicks things off. But it's M80 with numbers that equalize. And the rifles picked up have been huge. There's the plant, 2 sheriffs to retake, and no initiators to help Winthrop.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of a fake of a fake. You tell the Winthrop, they thought, especially too hearing them back out, okay, they can't be going on to this A site. Makes it a lot more weaker, a lot easier for M80 to go in. Moves the last person left standing, gets a nice little shot off onto Bao, but Okeano seals the door as M80 find themselves now onto double digits. It feels like when they've got the upper hand on Winthrop, when they are able to confuse them, Winthrop University just have a really hard time at readjusting themselves to make sure that they're playing counter to it. When they fall bait for one of those types of things, you don't see Winthrop University have as nice of a recovery as M80 does. When it comes to those weird individual frags, weird individual micro plays, usually speaking, M80 will come out on top. Although Winthrop University have been kind of just styling on them in their own sense of playing these weird types of angles and weird types of little plays themselves, when push comes to shove and chaos is among us, M80 are doing a fantastic job of playing this map.
I think Winthrop are taking this time out to think about what their buy is going to be. I've seen a few players buy down to 0 with light shields and rifles. This is a pivotal round to swing for Winthrop because the lead is about to slip from their grasp, and my conspiracy theory is so real. But I'm sure the Winthrop mentals are more resilient than anybody else in Challengers. Like the desk talked about just how much more practice they are. They have collegiate matches, they play in community tournaments, but also like they have midterms, and that's like the most stressful thing ever. So surely they could deal with this, right?
Any thesis enjoyers out there? Oh my goodness, Jane, you're triggering me.
I know, right? Sorry to bring that up. Oh boy.
Oh man.
Sato's getting tossed. Not punished yet. Hunter's Fury behind Sato to support him. In the overdrive, Sato's just going in solo. He's outpacing his whole team. He uses the wall and still takes the L to flare. Oh, that burst of light that could help Winthrop get back into this game, which felt like was slipping away. And they still have the numbers advantage after a sewer swing from the rest of Winthrop. But M80 can still march forward. They still have the spike. And they still have a flash from Caillou.
I'm not gonna lie, it feels like Sato on this Neon is not getting the results that they would necessarily want. There's that like W key mentality that works when you've got that support off of it, but we haven't seen M80 really support this Neon aggressive style of play. Usually they're just like, hey Sato, run in there and find a couple of kills. And that is a near impossible task to really do whenever going into any of these reinforced sites. And so I want to see that Neon get utilized just a little bit better in these coming rounds. But still, M80 should be able to get this plant down. It's going to be a 4v3 retake as already the fault line and the flashpoint comes out. But Bao, excellent headshot.
Good disruption from Winthrop. They realize they stopped the plant and they are just going to slow swing. And Bao keeps them in check. Goes for the third. Wants the fourth. Ali denies. And wait, we have a 1v1 for match point for Winthrop. Or M80 tying things up. And it's B-Dog that just has to play the play. I'm surprised he's even playing on the site, but is probably worried about the smoke, worried about a cosmic divide. Ali is tweaking, and B-Dog gets the win.
Oh, no knife that time. But you know that B-Dog's got Ali's number. Just reminded him, hey, don't forget that knife on round number 4. So just a little bit of mind games happening there. But honestly, Bao just holding a singular angle as they one by one march in front of those crosshairs. And it isn't until Ali decides to walk in themselves, make sure is able to find a couple more kills, keep them honest, isolates those 1v1s themselves. And B-Dog's able to win that one out. So we're all tied up. Make-A-Wish 11-11. One of these teams are going to be going up to 12.
Winthrop can't choke this. They just can't.
Surely.
I'm going to lose it. I'm going to crash out. And I believe in Ali. The Sheriffs, the Thrifties have been sick. They haven't done it this map, but Ali, I'm believing in the Slurk, but there is going to be a trip, and it's going to be supported there by moves at the back through Garage. And this site is completely open at A, and it's kind of weird. M80 are like, we're used to getting salvoed. We're used to getting all fault line and all this stuff, but this is going to be open. They're going to realize it off the drone.
Yeah, and honestly, too, the stealth drone doesn't really find any value on the other side. And yeah, it's going to be that open site. Keep in mind, Dimensional Drift online and a Bucky in the hands of Infiltrator. And that could be a fun madness.
Ooh. All right, a little bit of damage from the salvo, but M80 comfortable to now just play off of time. Dimensional Drift, the clone. Okeanos doesn't bite, but still Infiltrator. Bucky helps them set themselves apart. And there is a flank, and even the spam through the smoke. That's huge for Bao. And M80 are about to get up to match point. And this will be close to series point. And Winthrop fall apart.
They hold so well there, setting up these crossfires that Winthrop University decided to go into. You see them try to force their way in. Infiltrator able to find a kill onto Okeanos, which is absolutely massive. But the rest of the squad just have such a difficult time going into it. They're expecting another hero play. They're expecting another Bao just to be watching them as they walk in one by one. But this time around, they go, there's nobody there. All that utility gets expended, and then they just walk into a different defensive post-plant setup. It's so difficult for them to get anything done. Of course, too, keep in mind that they did only have light weaponry in that last round, but still, M80 they're ready to potentially get the second map. And I just want to remind everybody the stakes. Roy mentioned it so many times as we were coming into this one. This is a must win from Winthrop University. They've got the experience under their belt. They've done the reps. They have to keep their head back into it. And I still believe that they should be able to win out this map in overtime.
Yeah, because Abyss is one of Winthrop's weakest maps. And at a 75% win rate, one of M80's strongest. After the timeout, Winthrop gotta get their ducks in a row. And they got the Armageddon, Cosmic Divide, Neural Theft available from BO5, and you got an op buy from B-Dog too on the offense of all things. Maybe trying to lock eyes with someone from Winthrop who could swing off of this. They just have to be wary of the salvos from Flare that like to push this A lobby. There's a responding fault line from Caillou to try and suppress Winthrop in that moment. This is just a stalemate. The silence is loud.
Yeah, it's like if you dropped a pin drop anywhere on the map, then you'd be able to hear it. The tension is just so high, and you can tell that Winthrop University, they feel the pressure going on right now. And I think that this might actually work in M80's benefit. If they go for any of these trick plays, I think Winthrop University might just completely take the bait. But with that owl drone and a flashpoint coming out here, Winthrop University, they believe that this is going to be an A-side hit, and M80 are walking up a little bit, but still not giving up any information.
And Winthrop are not as aggro about map control when you have this early, quiet 30 seconds compared to how M80 were. That's how M80 just kind of fed a bit in that first half. And Sato's jumping around, and Infiltrator just immediately reacted. The Armageddon plus the salvos. M80 just walk into the Winthrop trap.
30 seconds left.
And soon we could be heading into overtime. All depends if BO5 can get a corpse to use this neural theft and swing it back, and got too greedy for it. A huge shutdown from Moobs. And surely this seals the deal for this round and for overtime coming up. M80 is also still plant the Cosmic Divide. Ensues for Ali to allow this retake to happen. But how do they press on the other side? But B-Dog is just solo on the other side and fades back to safety. And it's a 1v3. No, it's gone. Winthrop have forced overtime.
I have to admit, I am very impressed with Winthrop University when they got those ultimates in their pocket. You see the trap play kind of coming through, and it kind of works, but there must have been a little bit of a miscommunication with the shear there. Usually, you see all of them hop over at the exact same time. That's when you want that execute to happen on that A site to really throw your opponent off. But instead of that happening, the shear cuts the squad in half. It's disjointed timing coming in, and they're not able to securely, quickly walk in onto the site. It was a little bit of shenanigans at the end there, but Winthrop had the numbers advantage, and they played that perfectly. An excellent job coming out as we now find ourselves into overtime. And with how both these teams have been playing, it's going to be which one of these teams are able to get that defensive round. If they're able to defend properly, then the attacking round, according to the statistics so far, should be a win on this map.
Both teams went 8-4 in terms of offensive rounds to defensive. So I completely agree which defense is going to pull through. And the first two defensive rounds from M80 were off of Sheriff Thrifties, so now that you have rifles, I worry. But obviously, things got better for M80. As they just hold their ground, they're not going to press for that map control that they got punished at so nasty by Winthrop. When M80 would just walk up, the silence gave them a sense of security, gave them confidence, but M80 have really dialed things back.
Infiltrator as well. Ready to go in deep with the operator. Spots out the trap there. So it gets shot out, which should give M80 a little bit of information. Look at this. That C site is completely open right now. And if Winthrop decide to move there, could work out well. They're actually retreating just for a second as Moobs is now going to be moving in, and now that gets spotted out by BO5.
Just M80 are getting their steps in for sure. As soon as the clone was heard, the York clone at C, it pulled 3 rotates out of A, and maybe M80 just want to play out of sight, I don't know, but Moves with first blood does get traded. His lurk was over at B. Meanwhile, Winthrop have taken care of the defenders. Is still Caillou hanging around. He's got to wait for Bao. He's got to wait for B-Dog. The paranoia, the flash is what M80 have to use for this retake. But Winthrop, other side of the box, on hell, in hell, and all over, especially in sewers and all different types of positions. You still have an op from Infiltrator ringing true with B-Dog. And this defense is looking scary in a 1v2. We'll see if we can pull it off. And the shot through the smoke.
Hey, you know what they say? You miss 100% of the shots that you never take, right? Just an excellent little timing coming in from Infiltrator. And yeah, now that we're in overtime, M80 will be taking their extra time out here to make sure that they're able to secure this one. Like I said, Jen, this is still very winnable for Winthrop University. And they're looking to take a point back in this series. Make sure that this is not going to be one of those games that drags out so heavily in M80's favor. And this is another time to reiterate something else the desk had mentioned about the ability of Winthrop University to outlast their opponents just with the raw number of Valorant games that they have been playing. I don't doubt that M80 are on the same, side of things, all things considered. They've got quite a bit of experience themselves. However, Winthrop University, it's just match after match after match after match. And so the longer this drags out, this might be actually a bit of a better mental game for Winthrop compared to this M80 squad.
Yeah, I don't doubt that Winthrop can last. Have you ever been to a class in college? That's 3 hours of sitting through math. If you can sit through that, you could sit through Valorant. And it takes all the brain power too. So Winthrop have to win a defense though to try and even up our series. And M80 gave them plenty of time. Look at the pings from Winthrop. They're full sending it at A, stacking it with salvos to teleport across from B-Dog to dodge it to get the punish on Infiltrator who walked up and didn't teleport in time. Uh-oh.
That's telling. Usually it's Sato who goes down first, and then Winthrop University are able to try to scrounge their rounds together, but B-Dog is on a tear right now.
Oh no, Ali moved his crosshair to look at something, and that is the worst timing ever. M80, 5 versus now it's just going to be another attacking round converted, I think. Flare and Nasi want to prevent the plant. At least they're on the site. You got 2 flashes. And they're out in the open. M80 just gonna play their lives. They're gonna not peek, and if anyone should do it, it's Sato. Got the aftershock from Nasi to force some movement. Nasi with a win against Okeanos. Bao and friends add pressure to the person in heaven. Flare's the last one left in a 1v3. But time is running out. Salvos were able to regenerate. And yeah, we're tied 13-13.
Yep, who could have seen that one coming? Both of these squads just so much better on this attack here. And I gotta say, like, you gotta give props to Winthrop University trying something a little bit different. We see them not go for the, just the stun as well as the salvos, all of that type of stuff. They just go with the salvos that time, trying to hold onto the fault line and allow Infiltrator a little bit of space, play off of a bit of this weird play that they're doing. But instead, B-Dog, not Sato this time, just is in position, ready to punish that Yoru walking through. And that really sets this round off on the right foot for M80. As now they're back onto the defense. They contest that A site with a lot of pressure thanks to that breach utility. But meanwhile, the push out is happening closer towards C. It's unconventional as it's Sato and Bao moving forwards, but Sato's got a knock.
Oh, this Ali has been so unlucky with these timings, even in the previous round, the first to fall, and you don't see that up by every day from Sato, although it was so nasty with it yesterday. I'm kind of waiting for the Sato op. Now Winthrop worry about this map control on the left side after losing Ali, so you kind of want to pace up, and where they have moves inserted, surely this should give Winthrop confidence, but you also need to have your smokes around, and guess who's dead? Someone who gives smokes. And post playing for B is kind of sketch if you have those doors open.
It's a hard knock life if you want to plant here on B, but I also want to just mention this is the first time we're seeing any of these teams actually engage onto that B site. So this is unknown territory for both of these squads, as it is that 5v4 retake.
Flare watches the right. Nasi on the left. Moves supports the left.
Oh.
And you have B-Dog in position for a paranoia once the rest of M80 want to play this from front to back, but B-Dog's also exploring. You have Infiltrator leaving the site, and this is catching M80 off guard. And what we thought was going to be our first defensive round of overtime has been flipped on its head. And Winthrop convert their attacking round again.
Oh my goodness me. Are you that was kind of wild, actually. I mean, obviously, yeah, we did talk about the fact that they haven't been on this B site, so they don't really know what to expect on that post plant. But M80 just kind of walked in one by one, hoping for a timing or catching someone off guard or looking in the wrong direction, and just got absolutely punished for it, one person at a time. So Winthrop University still win their attacking round, despite it being a little bit more strange at the beginning, not how they would want. And this time, it's going to be aggressive yet again from M80, just outside of this A site. But Infiltrator has this operator now and is going to be trying to just keep them honest.
Yeah, to capitalize on the pressure that the salvos create from Flare at this A lobby, and plus the smokes from Alley, so really gambled this op from Infiltrator.
Portal closed.
And is he gonna continue? Is he thinking M80 isn't here? And look at where Sato is looking. They're expecting Winthrop to walk up like that. Look how slow M80 are playing too. This doesn't even immediately activate Sato into overdrive. And if Flare doesn't touch the orb, but this could have, if he does, could definitely cause a reaction from B-Dog, who has a paranoia, and Sato could just jump into his loving arms and not even needing the util. Easy shots for M80, who have been gifted 2 free kills off of just patience alone. And to limit them is Nasi, who stands in the way of the fast lane, the aftershock, the fault line, will be the last man standing to prevent the plant. And he's created some amazing delay, especially with the thorns from the Vice, but not enough firepower from Winthrop to come out to take a defensive round, to take the map. Not yet. Ali 1v4. With some damage being done, Caillou and Sato low especially. Ali's trying to force the engagement. Hal has to reload. Caillou and Sato can also just coordinate the swing. 3, 2, 1. And look at this positioning. It's just like the firing squad of M80. As Ali has so many corners to clear, and it's just... The controller isn't the one to do it, but wait a minute. Wait, the star comes up as the fault line hits him. So Ali buys time, goes into hell, clears that, one step at a time. But the spike is ticking down. And it's just gonna get tapped, and it was a really great effort from Ali, though. Had me in the first half, not gonna lie.
There's something so funny about just watching Ali turn the corner, and of course we can see the outlines of all the defenders just hanging out on their own individual corners, waiting for an opportunity, and yet still somehow Ali's able to find one in the midst of all of that. But once again, it's just the discipline coming in from M80. I talked about it when they play a little bit more aggro. That seems like it's better when they go up against Winthrop University. But this time they just revert back, play nice and slow, get the punish on the aggression coming in from Winthrop. And that is more than enough to make sure that they win out that defensive round. So we go again. I believe that this is now going to be a triple OT. As things go yet again, and it's going to be Winthrop University pressuring in onto the garage as well as onto the C site. Sato investing in the operator yet again.
Oh, Ali, the timing kills them again every time they hesitate. They take an L to Sato. Ali will get it one day, I swear. Oh man, when it rains, it pours. Wait, this is huge for a defense to finally win, to end this never-ending overtime. Look how far pushed up M80 are at C. And Nasi needs to be careful as the spike carrier. He's waiting for the rest of Winthrop to clear C, but they don't have eyes on C long. So Nasi may have a sense of security. And that is going to reveal the entire plan, and the spike being down, all that effort for nothing. A defensive round win, and M80 this close to going to series point.
And I love the difference that we're seeing on that defense coming in out from M80. Sato's not getting enough value onto that A site. Well, we know they either like to go A or they like to go C. Let's just put Sato over onto C, really reinforce it a little bit more and make it that much more difficult. And eventually, when Winthrop, one of these rounds, they're going to be going in onto C, we punish them. We make this so much more difficult for this squad to be able to get that spike down. And that was the key to success. They were able to understand how Winthrop University were playing and made sure that their defense reflected it. Now that Winthrop here is on the defending half, they have to try something different because M80 have been running away with these attacking rounds. I want to see a little bit more of an adaptation. They can't be doing the thing where Infiltrator just walks out and immediately gets punished by them holding their ground. We need to see them try something new in order to disrupt this M80 attack. Otherwise, this could be map 2 for M80.
And Bao at 32 kills is so incredible. I feel like we always sing the praises of someone like Sato, how much they've invested into him.
Yeah.
Okeanos when he was a duelist before he came in. B-Dog, who was explosive yesterday. And Bao is so consistent, but to light up at this level is so awesome.
With a 32-19 KD, that is... You don't see that on your Cypher, especially too onto Haven. Usually, it is going to be the duelist taking the reins on it, if not B-Dog, but Bao has been so solid at punishing that over-rotation from Winthrop University, especially on this defense. And speaking of defense, Winthrop, they're changing it up. Infiltrator this time. Oh my goodness, jump scare. It's holding so close in Garage. And actually decides to back out of there, which gives M80 a little bit more space to be able to freely move in onto Garage.
I feel like I can't blink, and production just made me do that, so...
Surprise!
M80 with Garage control have already suppressed and put shots into Winthrop, who are holding window. And Winthrop are just going to hold their ground. They knew they got punished when they walked up at A from Sato and friends, just bunkering down. So any aggressive play has been dealt with from either side. We could see M80 try B, thinking the perimeter has been stacked. At least they have their controller alive. And this is huge.
30 seconds left.
The Vice Wall did limit them for a second. The salvo could clip B-Dog, or Caillou, I should say. No damage, though. Now they can play from main. But Ali could zone them off, has a star in place at B main. Watching either doorway. B-Dog at left. Sato on right. And this is for the win for M80. To go up to series point. Oh, and the jump out. Good trade. M80 still with the advantage, but the left side weak. Sliding in. Sato 6 feet under. Equal numbers as Okeanos is in main, hoping to shock wall and just react to the spike we tapped. But Flare dislodges both, and the defense back-to-back wins.
Oh no! Of course, when we get one defensive round, then Winthrop University says we could do one too. And it's that B site just mosh that's happening there. We see the setup is really good. It works out well, but honestly, it's just a little bit of good timing coming in from Winthrop University. We see them just take that forward advantage, push through the smoke there, and make sure that everyone from that M80 squad holding back all the way into middle just get punished and aren't able to do anything about Flare, just running rampant onto them. That with a little bit of a misclick. That camera's not going to be available for a little bit, but this is going to be Winthrop University moving in pretty quickly as soon as that information is given.
I'm sure the nerves are really setting in. And look how deep the thorns were thrown, and Winthrop have the clone leading in. Now Bao can readjust his camera, but also Winthrop are peppering the site with util, and Sato inserts himself on the up. And the bullet, where the sun don't shine. Goodbye to Infiltrator, a huge part of Winthrop and their attack. With a defense with an advantage for once, and the flash in time for Sato to get into a better spot. Winthrop thinking about Garage too. With that trip from the defense preventing Winthrop from going too deep, at least without M80 knowing. Fault lines across the board. Garage presence from Winthrop. As they're ready to converge 35 seconds left. M80 really testing their limits. A great shot from Sato. More around the corner. Winthrop want to pressure this up. And getting away from the aftershock. Sato, the smokes are clear from A long. And just saw the gun from Ali. Another unlucky timing. The overdrive. Where is Nasi? Oh, there we go. Okay. And that's a back-to-back-to-back defensive round wins. We were wondering when were the defense is going to win. Now when are the attacks going to win?
Not like this, but I gotta say, hey, M80, after this map, take notes, especially for this Haven defense, because Sato with this operator is absolutely deadly. We were seeing him consistently be outmatched onto that A site, not able to find those opportunities, not able to find that value. But C has just been a jungle gym for this Neon to just frag out, operator in hand, so much value. Winthrop not able to do a single thing. And this time it's aggression coming through. Sato loses that initial engagement.
Oh, and it was off the just same play of racing past the salvos, hoping Caillou's fault line connects and for Sato to win that, but just couldn't sidestep well enough against Flair, who studies his aim. And a defense with a first blood yet again. As 3 stacked on A. And M80 with a flash from Caillou still available, and a Paranoia 2 that's in position. With a drone for Kianos if they really want to take their time with it. This Winthrop 2 don't want to get caught off guard by a random M80 lurk, so they'll keep Nasi at B, but they may need his reinforcement with the fault line and the flash, who should be accessible on short notice. As M80 get ready to hit their execute. There's smokes in place, so is Ali. Gonna step up into this with the shotgun of all things. One shutdown, the punish from the rest of M80, stepping up to sewer. Bow with the 180, flicks and turns, and M80 established on the site. 1v2 is moves. M80 for the win, and they know exactly where the threat is coming from, but Bow couldn't spit back the 1v1 to extend OT. So Kianos with the plant, and sees moves, already taking damage. Shock bolts and drone. As moves, doesn't know whether right or left, but it's Okeanos with more than an okay play. M80 series point.
A very important map win coming in from M80, and you could tell Winthrop University when they're pushed against the wall, not really sure what they want to be doing. That's when we see this M80 squad come alive. And I know that we talked about it a lot. Oh yeah, the longer that the series goes, Winthrop University are going to be the ones that start to heat up because they've got that experience. But M80, I mean, as these rounds started to go, they started off very quiet, but all started to individually wake up. We highlighted Bao so much, doing so much on that Cypher role, finding so many kills, being the backbone that supported M80 throughout all of this, even when so many of their members were falling down. And Winthrop University were unable to deal with all of that flank pressure that was being applied. They had their game plans, Infiltrator falling down so early. It just slowly started to crumble as more of these rounds happened. And, you know, that was a very important round, or sorry, map for M80 to win. And they do that. It's now 2-0 in this losers final.
I gotta crash out though, because this is another 8-4 half that Winthrop messed up on. I'm not gonna use the C word. And a win streak that Winthrop, that's now broken. This was one of their best maps. And, you know, applause to them to go to such a long overtime, but now they gotta get their books together and study up, because Abyss is coming up, and that's one of their worst maps and one of the best out of M80. But first, we got to hear from the desk, because that was a map of all time. We'll see you after this.
we started extremely late. I kid you not, we have 3 weeks of practice. I said this in the first week. We walked into the first week having 1 week of practice, right? But the amount of work that we've put in compared to everyone else is absurd. It's like an hour and a half to nearly 2 hours of server, 4 blocks, and review afterwards, and with homework afterwards, right? The team is like gelling together pretty consistently. Obviously every team has some days where we're peaking higher than others. I think we recognize what we need to fix instantly, and I think that's what makes this team so special. I always put 100% into whatever team that chooses to play with me. Obviously, Blinn was a more unknown team. It was like a collegiate esports club. While M80 is like, the principal of tier 2, they have made essentially grand finals twice now. So they obviously have that level of prestige to them, and so that obviously has to affect my demeanor as well when it comes to just overall like how I present myself, right? Because right now I'm not just establishing and representing like a group of people that enjoy the game. I'm representing like a high profile organization that has had tons of gravity in the tier 2 scene, right? So I obviously have to hold myself up to a higher standard, and I'm trying to do that. But I'm also blessed and grateful that I was chosen to be able to, fill in the
Map 2 that certainly went the distance here in this best of 5 lower finals. And after 4 rounds of overtime, it's going to be M80 to be up 2 in the series. And on series point, this was a crazy match, Dan. I mean, any map that you get 4 rounds of overtime on is sure to be a banger. But even before then, like these teams fighting tooth and nail.
And there's so many things to talk about because we saw so many rounds of Valorant just be played. It was at 17-15 to close it out. And in the first half, second half, we were talking about how many Thrifties Winthrop University were losing. And the back and forth that we saw where Winthrop was willing to invest so many of those ultimates into the eco rounds to make sure that they could close it out. But that doesn't happen. It goes all the way to overtime. We see 3 rounds in a row on the defensive side where Sato is very much present on that C side with the operator. Everybody else kind of around it having just trying and figuring a way to close it out in the way that in the side they're struggling the most, and finally they make it happen. So that puts us in a 2-0 position. Only 1 map away from the grand finals is M80.
The fact that we get so many rounds of overtime, Roy, it just shows how close this was. But again, this was outlined for Winthrop as a potentially must win. And M80, I mean, recognizing that, they did not let up at all throughout the series. I mean, it was a quirky one with all these Thrifties and everything else. But when M80 needed to put on the gas, they certainly stepped up.
Yeah, they definitely did not relent whatsoever as soon as they started feeling like the game was in their control. But I do want to talk about something that Jen was mentioning in the 8-4 half, right? Like, yes, it was an 8-4 half for Winthrop University, but if you consider the 4 rounds that M80 had won, a lot of those were Thrifties. I think 2 or 3 of those were Thrifties. So the fact is, Winthrop University were in complete control to close out this map in an even much cleaner fashion than what it ended up being. This absolute just back and forth in overtime that allowed M80 to steal a map away, it feels like. Now we're in the situation where I can't help but feel like we're going into this 3rd map. It's really going to be a little bit awkward on the Abyss side. But before we even get there, let's dial it back and talk a little bit about somebody that I feel like had a massive impact in this game, and that's Bao.
Yeah, what we saw from Bao was just unreal, by the way. And this is not something that we just saw on this map. We've been seeing it constantly, but especially today, Bao was having an insane impact when it came to closing out those rounds. Even at 8-4, when we go back to that round 12, he gets a 3K with the Sheriff. He makes sure that the C side is going to be held until the end by M80, and he's doing this over and over again as we go into the overtime. Especially, he ends up with what, 33 kills or something, whatever it is. Unreal.
It truly was. I mean, I'm still just like, Oh man, this could have been a different game if we're not peeking the attack from the defense off from Sato every time. But like, fact, it was so close. And pulling up how the players performed through all this, there was already a quick shout out here looking at Bao and what he was able to do. But I feel like we got to see a lot of step ups across the board. B-Dog was someone that also was popping off, that B-God, as Roy likes to say, and especially to the knife kill. Sentis from both ends stepping up. And we had compared and contrast, Roy, Sato going up against Infiltrator quite a few times. And Sato definitely near the tail end of that, I think, had so much impact. But Infiltrator on this Yoru was something that was definitely a little tricky to contend with earlier on.
Yeah, Sato was definitely struggling in the first part of the half, but I can't even really say that he was playing poorly. It was just Winthrop University that had a good read on how they wanted to minimize the Neon value. And it really did feel like they had Sato's number. They kept countering him in many great ways, using a lot of util to shut him down, using the Yoru to just be so annoying, getting into positions, into these one and dones where he could just teleport out. But I really do feel like Winthrop University did play a great Haven, all things considered. Yeah, they could have secured rounds. They were in favor, and especially in the economy advantage rounds. But ultimately, Winthrop University just found their win. Bao having a great pop-off moments as well, really putting the team on his back.
It looks so nice from Bao, and we already talked about it, but it's just, it's crazy because we don't really see this from a Sentinel that often. And when we do, it's just a statement of how good they are. We talked about it on that map of Lotus, that first map that we saw, what he was doing, playing by himself in so many of those rounds, and he just did the exact same thing on Haven. I feel like this is one of those guys where you can really trust him. He can leave that site all by himself on the Cypher, and don't worry, he's going to take care of it. That's also why a lot of those kills and a lot of those 36 kills that he got, they turn into the first kills, right? He's the only one inside. He has to defend it. He has to take action while the rest of the team is making that rotation. And he's gonna handle it just fine. 1-2 kills almost every single time. I mean, I don't think I ever saw one play from Bao where I was like, okay, what's going on? He always knew what the plan was to make sure that the team was going to win it.
Yeah, and whenever you have a player like Bao on your team, it really does feel like your options are so much more open, right? Like if your teammates are getting stuck on the other side of the map and you need somebody to try to make a play or try to like put pressure on the map, this guy was the player to do that consistently on their attack side. It really did feel like he was almost wall hacking, where he was just so aware of where everybody is on the lurk. He knew exactly where to look. He knew exactly where people would be jiggling or holding for space. And it felt like he kept like even this round right here, like walking in, knowing exactly what angle moves is holding, opening up the map, Cypher ulting, getting kills on the lurk. Just the level of impact this player is having, which is crazy, because I feel like we very rarely talked about him after the first few regulation matches, right? Because he was just so largely overshadowed by the Caillou pickup. He was so largely overshadowed by Okeanos, who was playing Duelist early on, and how well we did was performing. But now we're getting playoffs Bao. That is end game boss Bao. I was not familiar with his game, so I'm sorry. Shout out.
And I mean, I don't know if Winthrop University was entirely either. And Bao, I think in some of those rounds, I would have loved to counter to be like, how many rounds would M80 have lost if Bao just didn't have the most insane step ups? And now Winthrop University have to deal the consequences of Bao's pop-off actions, is now they're down 2, and now going into the next map, things looking a little dire because we're heading over to Abyss. This goes back to an M80 pick. But also, M80, Dan, they look great on this map. They got the double duelist, they have the aggression, whereas on the side of Winthrop University, we actually haven't seen this since all the way back in Swiss Week 3, and it wasn't that great then.
It wasn't great then, and I'm really concerned on, I mean, what has changed since, right? We saw again when they played against Burger Boys, it was a 13-7 that they lost. And it just a map. I feel like we haven't seen this map for a good reason. A lot of teams kind of opting away from it. And for M80, like you said, it has been good. It has been consistent. I think you can rely on the fundamentals, the strategy that they've been relying on for the past few maps, and how they want to play these retakes, how they want to set up around the map. But I don't know. I don't know if I see it for Winthrop University. We talk about the experience that they have and how much experience that they have compared to everybody else, but it doesn't apply to this map. And also, you're coming from a loss that has to hurt a lot. That's when teams have always struggle to recover, because you think it's winnable. You're always a few rounds away, 1 round away. You think the last round was winnable because you take down Sato, and guess what? You lose it. Can they come back in time?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would also like to remind us that the last time Winthrop University played this was 6 weeks ago. I know we brought that up, but they were literally running a Gecko. I feel like I have not seen a Gecko or Abyss played in so long. It feels like. But now M80 is going to come into this map. They're running a composition that really fits their players, the double duelist. I'm quite nervous for the Winthrop University side.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they switch up, if anything, now heading into the agent select here. And you're talking about not having seen it for 6 weeks. They've played it a little bit in non-official matches, but it's also not something that's necessarily gone their way. They swapped off the Gecko for a little bit, but most recently went back to it. Not feeling it today, though. It's going to be no Gecko, Roy, and instead all this other good stuff agent going up against this double duelist composition that M80 has.
Yeah, also one thing as well that I would like to point out is the fact that Winthrop University is choosing to start on the defense side. This map has been historically quite awkward on defense. There just aren't really a lot of positions to play, and it really does feel like you're very restricted in how you want to approach the site holds. And now we're going into a map where they're opting to start on defense, and of course M80 has looked so good on their attack sides, so I feel like it's slightly, I say slightly, but it's heavily leaning in favor of M80 here for their first half sweep.
Last time that we saw these two teams, or last time that we saw M80 playing on this map was a 13-11, where they won against MV. But I just have to say, I love to see Oki back on the duelist, back on the Yoru. We know that this guy, towards the beginning of the Swiss stage, towards the beginning of this year, he was on the duelist role, and while they were waiting for Sato. But guess what? Now Sato's here in every way possible. He's fragging out. He's playing for the Jet with the Jet for the first time today, and also Oki is able to frag out in one of his better agents on the Yoru. So expectations are high for M80. This can be the map that takes him to the grand finals.
Oh, you know, Winthrop University down 2 in the series hates to see an Oki on Yoru coming, but it's time now to head into Abyss to see if Winthrop University can turn this around and try and take us to one more map, or if it's going to be M80 to clean sweep the series and send themselves into the grand finals. Let's head over to Abyss and back to your casters, Marks and Jen.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yes, we are approaching possibly the end of the series, all depending on if Winthrop still have fuel in the tank. And this is just not the map they wanted to go to. This is chosen by M80 and at a 75% win rate. We hope to see more of this series, Marks.
I mean, we really do. Just the map pool alone is not really favored towards Winthrop and more favored towards M80. But once again, maybe we'll see something different come out from this Winthrop squad. We haven't really seen this map, like the Tusk was saying, in quite a long time. So maybe this entire time, you know, they've just been bottled up, just hitting the books, making sure they're studying up. We're going to see some nice textbook Valorant with the Tejo coming in. But once again, I think that this double duelist composition from M80 has just been dominant the previous times.
Oh, early pistol. Alley, just the 2 or 3 person walk up from Winthrop, and they love to do this on Lotus, and they do it again on Abyss just to lead, fight off with confidence. And yeah, the Tejo, I mean, Flair has played only Tejo for a month straight. And we were talking us two about whether we're going to see a second controller, because he also plays the Brim and the Astra, but trying to stay to something comfortable, which Winthrop not feeling so comfortable after taking some damage over at A, but Nasi's still with us.
And yeah, I want to also just highlight again, Okeanos playing this Yoru was previously the duelist here, but has a lot of games under his belt as that Yoru. So this isn't just kind of like a, hey, let's play Yoru on this map. This could work out in the long run as a Infiltrator finds yet another kill.
Can't be flashed if you shoot the clone while you're in smoke, but Winthrop, holy cow, are just lasers today. A flawless pistol round? They love to kick things off well when a match starts. But again, it's just the 8-4 curse that they sort of need to overcome.
Yeah, I mean, if we're following history based off these last 2 maps, then we're going to see M80 fall behind 8-4. Oh, no. And then suddenly they're just going to come alive into that last one. And given the fact that M80 is a little bit more comfortable on this map, I would hope that they could get that snowball rolling just a little bit earlier here. But still, Winthrop University just doing a great job at holding mid that last round. as it's going to be a little bit more aggressive. Infiltrator going in, taking some damage, will back out. It's neither here nor there as Okeanos gets that ultimate orb. And it does look like M80 will be moving around onto B, where they might run into Moobs, who has been fantastic on map number 1.
I like this camera to just try and circumvent all the smokes that are just going to be annoying as hell. And camera's going to be gone, and quite a few steps that Moobs is able to hear on the other side. And he's just been the ultimate anchor and one of the most consistent players on Winthrop. And M80 just kind of stealth away and even smoke off mid, and they're just going to play off of maybe some info from B-Dog.
Yeah, B-Dog just hanging out. I mean, it seemed a little bit rushed at the beginning, but there's still 45 seconds left on the clock, so M80 by no means had to go through. They will shoot out that door there as Nasi will just launch a shock bolt, and it's going to be into Flair's crosshairs.
How is Flair going to do if he's outnumbered, though? Rifle's nice, but a focus fire could be nicer. But no, M80 are so split up by the smokes, and addressing the lanes pretty isolated and staggered. And even the sheriffs are getting wins, so good flawless win, and another flawless win at that, I should say, for Winthrop.
Yeah, and that's going to be important for this next one. I mean, the lowest weapon that they're going to have is potentially just a couple of sheriffs. We're actually seeing Nasi buy up, bring that Vandal into this next round, but just a couple of excellent trap plays coming in here, forcing M80's hands to just kind of walk into exactly where they would want them to. As M80 have really showed us something that leaves room for a lot of work to happen here. But now that they've got rifles, moving into this next one, I'm hoping that we can see something a little bit better. They're walking right into the Cypher yet again. And Moves hopefully won't do Moves things to M80.
Wow, that's a round 3 dimensional trip from Okeanos. Okay. That's just the firepower of double duelist, and M80 need to have a strong offensive start like we know them to be. That's full control of B, although the backside is pretty exposed from Winthrop, and B-Dog doesn't allow the flank to really be activated there from Flair.
Eyes down.
And it just continues to crumble for Winthrop, who have yet to register a kill in this map. And I'm glad I had a positive curse for once, as Nasi helps kick down the door. He's gonna need some help in flooding in his alley. 2 versus 4. Where the spike is, there's a jet lurking around, and Sato finds his way around the back.
Fantastic stuff. That double duelist, so good at taking a lot of space. Just using the single dimensional drift from Okeanos, like you said, a kind of a crazy 3rd round dimensional drift, is able to just flush Moobs out completely and scout out everything that could be a hindrance for the rest of M80 to move in. After that, it's just easy pickings. They set themselves up, and Winthrop University, with the inferior weaponry, have such a hard time being able to do anything. M80 swapping their tactics, now going to be potentially pushing out onto this A site, leaving Sato to just take that mid control here, as Okeanos will be the tip of the spear, at least to contest against this A side defense as this round starts out.
It's Nasi gonna go for orb, but this is pretty aggressive, maybe trying to set things up and make a call for Infiltrator to dash in.
Timing.
Oh, okay. B-Dog had so much time to put a whole clip into his gun and kill Nasi. Kind of insane. Maybe Infiltrator gets his revenge. Maybe B-Dog gets backup. No, he's just going to teleport a play away and keep safe.
B-Dog just kind of like, I got mine, and I did a little bit of damage. I'm out of here. Gets away nice and easy, scot-free. His Infiltrator is forced to back up, but they know that this site is going to be weakened. They just have to take this jet down.
Infiltrator's not wanting to make a play, not having dash and having smokes, but just needing to be the last man standing, I guess, on A as Flair rotates away. And there's a mid push, pretty aggressive from Ali. And this worked out for Winthrop. That pistol, but they also had more numbers. As Ali takes the 1v1, but also takes the L. As Sato now gets caught by the rotations of Flair. And Winthrop try to reinforce B. And Moves does a great job at limiting M80's numbers. And it's a 2v2. 10 seconds left, M80 plant. But with how quick that plant went down, B-Dog is still just quicker to react. than everyone else, even when they got the pre-aim on him. Use the teleport to get some information. 1v1, B-Dog, Infiltrator, not a lot of HP. Infiltrator above, Ponytail spotted, and the pistol is not gonna give you luck this time. That's a 4K for B-Dog.
Fantastic stuff from B-Dog. Just being so dynamic, flowing like water all throughout this map. Making sure not only to be able to get in onto the site, get a couple of frags out there, uses the ultimate, scouts out the final member, and is able to return and just play so intelligently off of it. And quite frankly, B-Dog on this Omen has been something that has been a staple for M80. Obviously was highlighted with the matchup yesterday where B-Dog just activated, but we're seeing a lot of that on this map as well. You want your Omen to be that dynamic, be able to take over so much space for free, find a couple of frags, and B-Dog is definitely living up to that expectation. M80, they tie things up this time. History will not repeat itself on map number 3.
Just feels like B-Dog also capitalized on Winthrop kind of fumbling from that first kill to even being lower HP. And the rest of M80 continued to just have stronger kills in the early round and able to have an open site. While Ali waits for reinforcements, and you maybe got the longest flank of all time from Moobs over at B, but where's this hit gonna be? It's obviously gotta be A, and as M80 are gonna unite, this is gonna put a lot of pressure on Flare and Ali.
Here's your Yoru jump scare for the map. We see the engagement underway now. This is just going to be Flare up top, and Flare has been popping off this game, but won't be able to do so this time.
Yeah, this is so uncharacteristic of Winthrop to be so staggered. Like the jump down from Flare and Ali's disengaging. You have moves who didn't get called to rotate. I guess as you just had to have eyes on that side of the map, but Winthrop not playing together is going to be their demise, and I don't blame them for maybe feeling a bit off after how long that last map was, but Moves surely hasn't given up. 1v3 tries to camera to get vision on the right side and adjust his aim against B-Dog. Wait against Sato, the 1v1, but the spike is ticking down, so this clutch looks cool, but does he have time to pull it off? And Caillou is just gonna shock bolt him off the map.
It's been a while since I've seen one of those animations. It's so funny to see, but no, I was just about to say, like, oh yeah, Moves just in a 1v4, this should be fine. Or sorry, 1v3, this should be fine. And Moves, you know, turning it up yet again. We're seeing, it feels like the Sentinels of both of these teams being the real big impact player. And I'm sorry, it actually was a 1v4 after all, but Caillou just being smart about it, knowing the raid boss that Moves has been previously, giving full respect over and just playing off the shock bolt very intelligently. Sato now, knives in hand, tries to go for it, can't quite find it.
Oh, just the spray, 51 HP to nothing.
Who's next?
And just, I don't even think did damage to Ali. Winthrop stays stable and stoic as they reinforce. And now the Hunter's Fury hopes to force them back. M80 have some real estate, but now their spike carrier is surrounded, and Caillou got smoked off, so he couldn't support. And this is so awkward. How does Caillou try to fight back when Bao is a secondary and he's still rotating in? The spike is down within the site, and it's within vision of Nasi with his own Hunter's Fury and his own shock bolts.
Boobs moving in right now. Still this 2v2 scenario, smoke goes up.
Oh, there's the double swing and better coordination out of M80 in that 2v2. And for the spike to go down and for that, how awkward that round looked from M80, they pull it together.
Yeah, this is an important one to win, given the fact that it makes the economy of Winthrop University look that much more rough. And of course, too, making sure that they're able to have the round advantage in their favor. It is going to be a full save coming in from Winthrop University. And I like how M80 are playing so far. It does feel like they're spreading themselves out, not necessarily giving up any 1vx's. It's just a double squad moving in and then really leaving one agent to anchor down onto the other side in case we see Winthrop get aggressive, which we kind of know that they're known for playing. And as soon as I say that, already look at moves just moving up and taking so much space. Does get smoked out here as Sato trades a couple of these bullets, trying to get a little bit of value, and Ali already very low.
M80 are losing map control quick. Don't have the right side. And Winthrop could be spotting this. I think Moves has already smelled something is up, and he's got sheriffs, but we've seen Thrifties with this before, and the Yoru clone triggering some of this util as Moves tries to play his life and hope that Aussie gets picks, and that's huge with the Hunter's Fury after Okeanos couldn't teleport away and use his clone and the Cosmic Divide to try and make the site even smaller than it already is for M80 to seal things in. The salve was just seconds too late. Couldn't prevent the plant. Now M80 set their vision forward, their focus at the top site, and Flare was checking something else, was able to turn and burn and get revenge. B-Dog with the 2-piece. It's a 2-on-1 as the retake from Ali is gonna suffer. And M80 have a strong lead with 5 rounds in a row built up.
Yeah, and on top of that too, we see Winthrop commit the Cosmic Divide in response. They try and cut off some of these angles, think that they've got a good timing, and the only person who's been getting good timings is a B-Dog. 11 kills to their name. M80 5-2 thus far. Winthrop University will now be taking their time out to try and figure out how they can start to recover this defense. They've been doing a really good job at controlling the map, controlling all of the space throughout things. However, it's just M80. Once that ball gets rolling into one of these sites, they always come up good for it, no matter how much defense Winthrop University throws at them. It feels like Winthrop are really good at catching a couple of members on the entry, catching them in these awkward angles, able to find a couple, but still the ball that is M80 is doing more than enough. And right now it's right off of B-Dog's shoulders, being very solid in all of this chaos to make sure that those kills come through.
Yeah, you're exactly right. What can Winthrop do when they're outnumbered and they always leave it down to, it's always down to the last 1v1, 2v2. Like, this is so insanely close as Winthrop took a very early timeout to try and not hemorrhage too much and also figure out how can he set up Infiltrator for success.
Yeah.
His first jet ult is online.
And that's a really excellent point. I mean, when you look at Infiltrator, this is the guy you want to be fragging out. You want Infiltrator to become activated. And Infiltrator has been getting nothing this game. It's so difficult for that jet to find any value here. And now with the operator bullets shooting out as well, M80 are so aware of where that operator is and are understandably going to be playing around it.
Yeah, and Winthrop got delayed from being aggressive because of also shooting a Yoru decoy, so that was tough. And now they have to quickly rotate back, but holding the line is Nasi and Moves. The Sentinel has been something else for Winthrop to help them scrounge up some more rounds. And it's just Oki versus 3. And the spike is down too, so time won't even be on his side, and it's just the dance, and what's left is Infiltrator cleaning up the round.
See, and that's good. Just take the fights on the actual site before they even move in there. Make it so much more difficult for them to be able to push in that time around, whether intentional or not. Winthrop University simply just had people hanging out there. And when M80 are engaging off of throwing all their utility, getting people into position, it's just easy pickings for Winthrop University to make sure that that entry just simply does not happen. They react quickly, and that has to happen a bit faster. When Winthrop are playing that slower style, when Winthrop are waiting for the confirmation that M80 are in, M80 have already taken the site and found a couple of members out. We need to see the response from Winthrop to be a little bit quicker, even if that enables M80 to start playing a little bit more mind games.
Now with just the alley stars, the trips, and all the delays, Winthrop have a different crossfire setup, but Sato's just quicker to the trigger and matches that 1-for-1. Sally jumps away in that hesitation. That butter knife could have rang true there. As the rest of M80 continue to commit now that they have support. But Winthrop just trade blow for blow. And you still have the spike like on its way for M80. So all the space may be for nothing. As Sato's in trouble and has to smoke his way out.
It's still quite a bit of damage done. Sato's still walking out, sheriff in hand. It's never over when there's sheriffs on the board.
There's a Tejon drone that just assess and get all the way towards the spike. So this is going to reveal Bao, or at least that a member is on the spike side. They're going to use the Armageddon to force him out of position. And Sato tries to back him up. Such a smart play from Winthrop.
And I know what you're thinking. You're sitting there being like, an Armageddon, really? Yeah, you're going up against two people. You got the superior weaponry. But at this point, Winthrop University need to get their economy under check and rolling. The fact that they have that operator in play for Infiltrator, that is a very expensive boon, and they need to protect that to make sure that they don't fall into an economic collapse, even if they do scoop up some of these rounds. So it might, some people might argue that that was a little bit overkill, for lack of better terms, but still you need to make sure that you are scooping things together. M80 on this next one will have that dimensional drift. I was such a fan of seeing what they could do based off of it last time. I'm expecting great things, but this I imagine is going to be a faster play.
Winthrop went from breaking the 5-round win streak from M80 to start building their own.
Who's next?
Infiltrator off is going to be pushed. The dimensional drift is going to force Infiltrator all the way back, and Okeanos is not going to want to pop out. And he's all the way at the back of A. With the smokes in place, M80 have really encapsulated this objective, and they got the spike down. Got a 5 retake, though, from Winthrop, and they pop their ult. And the drone just get themselves their half figured out as Winthrop begin pushing in. Out that one of the smokes have cleared. That's the Asher smokes. The only one is still present at the window. And no flank from Winthrop. A paranoia from the offense as M80 are just standing and delivering as Winthrop need to get an edge. And it's Infiltrator cutting through 2, but not having a lot of time. And there's the grab wheel pulling off a potential diffuser. M80's protocols are so clean.
It's just so good. And on top of that, too, we were waiting for that round where Sato was going to be able to pop off. And that time was just doing just that. Hanging out onto the site, finds a couple of kills, gets the jet dash back online, just sidestepping all of the knives that Infiltrator tosses in, and makes sure that that operator does not get as much value as it could have. M80, just off of these dimensional drifts, are completely unstoppable. Okeanos is doing a fantastic job at flushing all of the defenders off of the site, as well as making sure that they get all the space that they need, allowing the rest of M80 to move in. I think there's a reason why we're seeing them just shuffle all these orbs to the Yoru. It's because so far, every single time, it has been a round win for M80.
Yeah, the smoke setup from M80 has just been so clean at A, and they found a lot more success there. There's 2 stars, though, if they want to... If Winthrop want to try and build a trap play, maybe some salvos or just flare. Oh. And Infiltrator popping off. And what a read from Infiltrator. He knows too much what Sato's up to. The Hunter's Fury's getting pings. And there's the final blow on Infiltrator. And the numbers favor M80 once again, taking care of 2 key players of the defense and leaving moves to be on a flank. And he's been checked in the past. But this time, it will be Bao that has to shut that down as the Winthrop want to converge at the right time from the front and the back.
It's so good. The fact that Moves has all this space, Winthrop know exactly where M80 are.
30 seconds left.
Oh, the flank shut down again. How many times are Winthrop gonna keep doing it? And M80, it's not been an easy frontline war. What a quick turn from Caillou. And Bao has been so pivotal, popping off again.
Just the awareness, the flicks coming out. It's so good from M80. If Moobs found that first kill, it could have all been over. M80 were stuck in a cage, and they fight their way out of it. Winthrop University, especially too with Ali alive. Ali has been doing a fantastic job at finding a couple of kills when they need him most, but just off of a single ultimate, still finding so much value. M80 are so powerful every single time they use one of their ultimates. And I imagine that this is going to be a trend that we continue to see, as also too their ult economy has been extremely well cycled.
A broken buy from Winthrop as they just take a big risk. And what? Infiltrator with a weird dash. And now the flash as Oki capitalizes. And he had the spike. What are we cooking? Okay, I guess they're just gonna suppress Winthrop back. I thought that would have been a moment for Winthrop to try and fight that. But they were worried about the paranoia and what else from M80, but that could have been dire for M80.
Well, they still have that Cosmic Divide online. Given the fact that this is the last round in this half, be one of those where you might as well use it. But Winthrop University, they've got their fingers on the pulse. They know exactly where they're going to be coming from. Still 50 seconds left, though, so plenty of time to play off of.
3v5 can't have an 8-4 curse if it's not 8-4, right? It all depends on how this is going to be broken down. It's a Cosmic Divide. Breaks the site in half as M80 have a sense of security. They're met with a lot more force, but they dispatch every danger from Winthrop. And we're left with a 2v2. A 5 versus 3 turnaround. Neural theft as moves. Doesn't have a corpse in sight, is all the way at A main, and you have yet another Winthrop flank, and M80 have 11 seconds. And Moves can have a big shutdown, and he does. He kills the spike carrier. And Bound needs help. He's got to go for a last second plant, and Moves is interrupted by a star placed in his path. And Winthrop managed to clutch.
Okay, so everything we know about the last maps, throw it out the window. Winthrop University, they secure their 5-7 half. The first time that they are in the first time that M80 are in the lead after a half of match. And once again, it's Moves to clutch things up. Infiltrator starting it out with a very good headshot, but it was a fantastic comeback from B-Dog as well as Bao to somehow bring this back into winnable territory. Yet, of course, leaving Moves alive, allowing plenty of time for Elite to just move all the way around on that flank. Works out perfectly for Winthrop. M80 now onto this defense. Arguably their better side. So let's see what Winthrop University have in store for us, especially to bringing Flare onto that Tejo. This is a little bit more unconventional. We haven't seen this team play this map. And let's see how this one spells out.
M80 always win the second pistol though, but I don't know. My conspiracy could be out the window. We don't have an 8-4, but all depends on this matchup. Asato's out in the open, can't even dash back to safety, and there's no backup from Caillou, who cowers around the corner, was maybe hoping to recon or do something else, and was not on the same vibe as Sato.
Somehow on the pistol round, yet again, Winthrop University win those long-range battles. Makes it that much more punishing, but it's not devastating for M80, only losing Sato out of all of the members. So 4 people still alive. Winthrop University looking ready to engage this B site at a moment's notice.
Good read from M80 to await them, and it's going to be equal exchanges with the smoke in place from M80. But also getting some vision of course, the people on the high ground able to spot each other. Gonna force maybe Winthrop to retreat, and there's no one from M80 in mid
30 seconds left.
to kind of catch this rotation, so M80 are gonna be a little bit behind.
Yeah, and on top of that too, still plenty of time. It feels like there's such fast engagements on this map where we see just a pop-off happen at the beginning and then a nice long lull before the 30 seconds finally happen, where we will be seeing this spike go down. It's gonna be 3v4 onto this retake. Still 2 smokes available for B-Dog and a Paranoia, as yeah, they just get it down in time. That was a little close.
All right, the window is open, and okay, Ali is gonna cover those bases. Flare watching as well. Nasi just front and center, and it's Flare that catches someone at the window, and B-Dog is ready too. No real util for the defense, and Nasi just postures so well. Really great coordination from Winthrop to keep themselves in the shadow of M80.
Yeah, this is still very much a winnable scenario. If you know anything about comebacks on these last 2 maps, you can't count Winthrop University out of this one yet. A very important pistol round coming through from them, as they will be getting their buy up here. M80. The point gap is closing. Very possible that we're going to have a tie up, despite the fact that they were able to get the right read. Winthrop University just doing a really good job at these mid rounds at making different calls, and this has been very characteristic of their attack on every single map.
Winthrop have pulled through on both pistols this time. See what this lurk from Moobs can do as there's a double walk up from B. And with the trip in place, which he could just play off of that, and that would be the safer play. Hopefully has heard this. The trip has been triggered, and the double kill from Moobs. He's been able to handle that type of pressure before. Think about his impact on Lotus, and he does it again. And he's gonna call the rotate from Winthrop.
Yeah, still plenty of time. Like I said, that first initial clash happens. Still got it, and off the edge. Yeah, let's just make this round over so they can even plant the spike for that additional ult orb. So a little bit of a tactical fall there, as now it's all tied up.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Wow, what a comeback from Winthrop. To be as resilient after just the long overtime that we just had. Now maybe even an outlaw too, that can continue. Beautiful double kill from Moobs, just playing off the trip.
And like Moobs specifically on Winthrop has been such a high impact player. Whether or not it's finding these frags like we're getting to see right now, and we're being treated to it honestly, or just having the utility to make sure that it's so much more difficult for M80. This matchup really is just the battle of the Sentinels. Val obviously not playing a Sentinel on this map, but still is kind of on that Anchor Astra. And it's one that you honestly didn't expect. Everyone thought it was going to be all about the duelists on this one. But the Sentinel players have just been so sturdy in making sure that they support the rest of their teams on this entire match.
Very slow default from Winthrop, and this is the pace that they like to play at. Now confident in Moobs' call to just try and test out B. But it's the rifles at range that you got to worry about. Oh man, and doesn't really work out for Moobs. And maybe Ali with the Outlaw could have a range diff against M80, but sightlines are open. Oh, the headshot from Oki. That was gross. Now the star, the smoke is gonna delay things as Winthrop have to choose how to stagger in. But the spike is sort of falling behind as Winthrop are just falling behind. They may just grab the orb, and now they have all the attention. They feel like they don't have time to go elsewhere with how big this map is and the slow walk up. Just Winthrop don't have any tools to create an advantage on this. And maybe get back into the lead with a flawless.
The two duelists basically doing that meme where like the two really strong and muscular men grab each other by the fist. Both Okeanos and Saito just staying alive and just taking timings one by one, finding kills, not really too interrupted or anything, just a little bit of a nod of mutual respect. As Asada starts it out, but Okeanos just kind of playing a little bit more dynamically. And at that point, it just simply came down to an aim diff with M80 clutching it up. But now Winthrop will have the guns to respond onto this next one. Keep in mind though, Okeanos 1 away from getting that dimensional drift online. And I'm very excited to see how this one might play out, especially on that defense instead.
Slow default didn't work out from Winthrop last time, but now with better weaponry, surely, right? His Moobs is sensing something around this box. Camera's right above him. Uh-oh. Okay, forces the teleport out. Hey, that's still one cooldown that you're happy to remove out of the arsenal of M80. And this has pulled the attention of 3 from M80 on the left side of the map. And they're going to keep Caillou to watch over mid. Got the one way that's going to give B-Dog a chance to really put a dent into this attack. And a smoke to try and stagger things. B-Dog gets up to him, and his position is revealed, so now he loses that advantage. And moves his lurk, causing tension on the defense. And Caillou keeps things stifled for Winthrop as they cross on through behind the lead of Infiltrator. But the window is open, and M80 have eyes. They have a paranoia, and this hits most of Winthrop while blinded. Ali is built differently. The supportive play while the plant happens is huge. This has salvaged the round and given Winthrop the numbers lead 4-2. Asato and Bao. I don't know what they're planning here, but to be A crazy flank.
I think they're just bowing out of this one, yielding everything. And apparently the lesson from Star Wars Episode 3 is not applicable. The high ground is not more powerful. As Ali just finding so much value on just shooting them at their feet. And now it's just M80 trying to at least walk away with one of these weapons. Looking unlikely unless Sato does something like that. Still finds 2. But Winthrop University, they tie things up. This could go either way here, Jen.
Still think those kills are massive because look how broke Winthrop are. Like they were up to the couple hundred credits and they're getting pretty dangerously low now, down to 0 for someone like Flare. So this is a pretty must-win round for Winthrop. And I want to say that M80 had a bit more wiggle room. This was such a funny play. Oh, just a little sidestep. Moves has created so many options for Winthrop to pivot, and he alone could be what inspires them to go to a weaker site.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you see that the engagement is happening onto A, but as soon as Moobs gets that pick, Sato has to come back and reinforce because it could go bad already. Sato on site gets gunned down.
Holy cow, what a cleared, what a take from Winthrop. And reinforcements will be coming in, but dimensional drift, this is possible. Would he want to maybe give this off to someone else? Or what's going to be to the play? Zoki, I don't think anyone's moving out with just the state of credits. I mean, he just don't even want to risk the 3v5.
Yeah, especially too with that operator in hand. That's an expensive pie that we see come in from M80, and they're rewarded with pretty much nothing. They're just going to hold on to these weapons and hope for the best. And of course, on the other side as well, Winthrop University, being pretty low on credits, are not necessarily going to be chasing this one. Only going to send out Nacy just because of how the economy is kind of working out there. But this is a good round from Winthrop University, really changing up the tempo of how this one would play out to make sure that they just take M80 by storm. And it works out perfectly for them as B-Dog finds Nacy just at the end there to get 1 kill closer to having that ultimate online.
And the lead just keeps going back and forth. All right, it started off with Winthrop with pistol. M80 went on a 5 streak. Then Winthrop start with a lead in the second half. And it gets tied up, and then it's back to Winthrop. Like, this is for all the marbles. This is to go to the grand final.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, everyone was kind of counting Winthrop out based off of previous match history. But they're doing a really good job right now with just a little bit of individual frag potential of Moobs being so annoying to M80 to kind of deal with on that flank. And we've seen so many rounds just get swapped around just because of things that Moobs are doing, just like this, forcing the spacing there, winning the duel against Okeanos, forcing the hand of this M80 squad to deal with how annoying this Cypher has been. And so M80, they lose the lead in what started as very dominant, but I think this is just the match of comebacks coming through.
Yeah, even if this registers as a sweep, like, it just doesn't tell the full story of what really broke down and how much M80 really had to sweat for this. Like, 17-15 overtime is insane on their best map. Like, there hasn't been a team that has pushed M80 to their limits except one. That's Shopify Rebellion Black, the ones that sent M80 to this point. And that's who awaits either of these teams in the grand final against everyone's expectations. So it's important, but Winthrop are gonna have to pull it together, not only on this map, but to try and pull off the reverse sweep, which I don't know when the last time you've seen what happened, Marks, in a best of 5, but that would be generational, which is how you could also describe Winthrop's run in this bracket in the first place.
I mean, at this point, like, we have to think about it a little bit in that stamina mental game here. As the series continues to drag out, Winthrop University will be a little bit more comfortable because, once again, M80 are going to be the ones who are like, well, we had 2 maps already, should be able to get map number 3. And if they lose this one, then they're going to be kicking themselves about that, have to play yet another map. And all of these maps are relatively close. The mental strain alone can really start to wear down on some of these players, especially too some of that mental anguish that's been happening with how back and forth things have gone and so many lucky rounds being awarded to the other side. And so as this series does continue, that's going to be a question that I have. Which team can show us just a little bit more mental resiliency to keep themselves calm?
I don't know. M80 were ready because Sato definitely had more credits to buy what he did and just like last second got a sheriff. But yeah, I guess he got a kill. So M80 sheriffs, man, they're different.
Truly are, but Okeanos dropping the operator. That's something that you don't want to be giving over to Infiltrator. And we'll do just that, the cycling weapons to guarantee that no one from M80 can pick up yet another gun. As it is just a slow mid-round yet again being called from Winthrop University. They've been doing a good job of exploring that middle, making sure that no one from M80 is pushing up. But when push comes to shove, it's that A site that they love to hit.
Yeah, you just gotta go for a Yoru check, even though Okeanos is very dead. But for anyone else to sit on behind that corny box, no more corny plays for you. So, Op from Infiltrator and friends that try to look a little bit above, just not tall enough to see over that smoke. M80 are just right on the other side. Well, mainly Caillou with like a sliver of health. With B-Dog that could support him with a paranoia right down the tunnel. And you also have Nazi wants to play his life because he has paranoia. And there's the paranoia. Infiltrator goes in blind. I think he was blinded. Still gets a kill. He's traded. 11 seconds left for Winthrop to race in and get the plant. And M80 will not be able to prevent it.
And if B-Dog was able to get that single frag, I think this would have been a completely different story. The time with Crunch would have been just a little bit too powerful. And now Bao up in a 1v3 to potentially try and win this one. It still was a buy up from M80, and that's what makes this much more annoying. The call has been made to save, so Bao is going to be just running for the hills. Keep that rifle alive into this next one. As Winthrop University, the comeback is mounting. It's going to be 10-8 as soon as that spike goes off.
With how many save, like, rounds ended by saves, it's kind of been such an economy battle between these two teams, and this is now a 3-round win streak as Winthrop's offense has been really sick, and this is one of their weakest maps in their pool. Like, they lost to Nightblood. I think the last time they went to this map was in round 3 of Swiss. They faced Nightblood, and that was a 13-5 loss. And look at Winthrop making our best team in this bracket, quote unquote, if you look at the preseason power rankings, like really sweat to their limits. It's not a huge lead. I mean, Winthrop got to really prove to us, though, that they can close out a map positively.
And it's a lot of pressure that's just continuing to mount on this M80 squad. Giving Winthrop that opportunity, like you said, just to close it out potentially. They got to stick the landing here. Hearing that operator from Saito should give an implication as to where Winthrop University need to focus their attention. A smoke going to be going up, allowing for a bit of a reposition as the bloom happens. And this time around, M80, they're getting a little bit exploratory just outside, with a Cosmic Divide being invested from Winthrop to make that plant that much easier.
And you heard the op, and Winthrop have to commit, like you said. So many stars in place too from Winthrop. And this lurk from Moobs is just more successful than it's not. They're trying to challenge this. B-Dog, and he gets the edge on too. Moobs is just that guy. Best Sentinel you could ask for, but Bao trades it with 2 equal numbers after all that effort. The Cosmic Divide in response to seal off half the site for M80 to approach safely to get access to the spike. And as they move past, Moob surprises them. It's traded 2 versus 2, up and up. The spike getting touched, and what a timing for Caillou. And now Sato with just no time to defuse. And Ali with the clutch for Winthrop to get up to 11.
That is unbelievable, and the momentum has securely swung back in the favor right now of Winthrop University. Look at the string of rounds coming together. As a reminder, this was just a 7-5 half. M80 only able to get a single round as Winthrop University are just running all over them. Look at the ultimates that are also coming back online for Winthrop. They are ready to go, and it's all because of the Cypher. Moobs has been immovable on this flank. M80 have tried so many different things and have gotten nothing away from that one Cypher player. I cannot understate just how impactful Moves has been on this specific map, and this calling for M80 to do yet another timeout. Try and figure out what they can do to stop the bleeding here, but M80 are poised to force out that map number 4.
If Winthrop win this is because Moves allows it, he better get like pizza ordered for him or something. Like, what an effort from that guy. And Ali, of course, to help finish off the round in that clutch scenario. And how is it that Winthrop do better at a half deficit than when they're up to 8-4? I'm just going to stop asking questions. If anything, we should ask how these 3 ults are going to be used after that timeout, because this could get them. And look how rich they are too. This is not going to be a question of economy for Winthrop. But if M80 don't pull out this round, it's over.
And just remembering the value that we've seen the Armageddons get, I'm a little bit worried to see what they've got in store. Already we're seeing Infiltrator pull out the knives here and go in very far deep.
Oh, just pulling out the knives with the Tejo drone, but it is traded. M80 are just gonna fight tooth and nail. They're a bit delayed by the Armageddon from Flare. And the dimensional drip from behind. This Okeanos flank is everything. And Flare will stay sturdy as Winthrop don't have their spike even planted. They have all of M80's attention. And they're just gonna go for plan B and pivot with 51 seconds left. They have the time.
Taking that back.
Do they have the support? It's just gonna be Flare solo.
At this point too, I wonder how much excuse me, of an impact M80 not having a Sentinel on their team to keep Moobs in check has been the biggest pivotal thing, because every single time he goes to this 1v1, Moobs has generally speaking won that one out. Caillou will be able to find that kill, but it's a little bit too late. They've got no tools really to stop the Cypher from going so far into their back line. And after this, Winthrop University are ready for map number 4. This is going to be round 12 for WU.
And we'll see what kind of buy that M80 can pull together. And Winthrop, who can keep their op, and they managed to deny the op from M80 as well. He got Hunter's Fury and a Neural Theft advantage, as Winthrop only had to use the Jet ult to find success early. M80 have been able to trade blow for blow and keep the numbers as even as they can, but just economy-wise, they fell so behind, as Winthrop have only lost 1 offensive round. And usually M80's been the big attacking team, but Winthrop just came dialed in for this map.
And this is something that we were not expecting coming into this. You heard the desk really just stack up the praises of M80 specifically on this map. Winthrop University, just the question marks that were left. But once again, they did their homework. They made sure to do what they needed to do in preparation-wise. And this already a fast hit.
Hunter's Fury dash on in. Infiltrator makes such incredible space, and he's been blinded by B-Dog and still
that's it.
Diffs him.
Scanning ahead.
Infiltrator has stepped up huge, and this should be the win for Winthrop to not let this be a sweep, to go all the way to Pearl coming up next, and it's up to Bao in the 1v3. And wow, that was possible there for a second. But Winthrop extend the series after that incredible win on Abyss and a lethal offense.
Yeah, that was crazy. They only dropped a single round in that second half. Winthrop just really coming alive. And M80, meanwhile, just looked confused as to what was going to happen. It looked very similar to Haven, where until Sato was able to find that operator onto C, Sato didn't necessarily have the impact that they were expecting. Meanwhile, Infiltrator, the dial just flew up to 12, and it worked out perfectly for them. I do say Boobs definitely carrying Winthrop University through that one by making it that much more difficult for M80, but overall, just great job coming in from Winthrop to force out another map.
I can't believe it. And we go to Pearl, which is Winthrop's pick. So hold the brooms in the closets, folks. Like, what do we have in store in such a strong map where they won that against Envy, aka the former rankers, in the quarterfinal? This could be huge for Winthrop, but we'll see what M80 have up their sleeve after this break.
So we're of course different than other teams. We're a college, so you know we're based off semesters, and you know if we wanted to even make a change, which we weren't planning on, you know you have to go through a whole process of admitting someone into the school and doing all that stuff. So we kind of go with the flow. Like if we have bad problems with each other, like we have to get it done. Like we can't like sit on the problems for too long because then it'll just like mess up the team. So I mean we have a lot of chemistry together because unlike other teams, we're with each other like all the time. We're always at the same facility. Some of us have the same classes. We're on the same schedules and stuff. So I would say that that's one of the biggest reasons why we have a lot of chem. He's added a good like bird's eye view of the game. He'll call a timeout whenever he sees us doing something wrong or have a read on the other team. So I think he brings in just like kind of a sixth sense, which helps us a lot. You're gonna expect us to do a lot better than last year. Definitely no fighting in relegation, and of course want to be in every single possible playoffs, and of course try to win them.
Well, the stakes were definitely high after the first two maps in the series as Winthrop University were down, but they're certainly not out. And after this, and a very strong victory there, we get to see a map 4 in the series. I mean, Dan, this Winthrop University squad, last time we saw them on Abyss, it wasn't necessarily the most confidence-inspiring, but again, when you count them out, they always step up, and they proved it here again.
Of course, and it had been some time since we last saw them play on this map of Abyss, so we had our questions on what they were going to be doing, if it was going to be enough coming from such a tough loss in that 17-15 that we saw on that map of Haven. But they came stronger than ever, and they get that 13-8 win against M80, pushing us to the 4th map. And this is the M80, or rather the Winthrop University that we wanted to see, right? And I feel like you're so right. When we think it's over, when we start underestimating them, oh yeah, this is not going to happen, it's going to be a 3-0, that's of course the map they're going to win.
Yeah, I mean, Winthrop University has the underdog buff still. Whenever you underestimate them is when they start getting their superpower. So I think we just needed to really lose faith in them, and that's when they finally come alive. I'm here for it, though. They come to life despite a heartbreaking loss in the last map on Haven. Now it seems like everyone's firing on all cylinders. Boobs is popping off. The IGL is getting involved, guys. Things are starting to definitely heat up here for the Winthrop University side, taking us into the 4th map here for Pearl. It's most definitely an interesting one that we just watched for sure.
It is. And I love that you call it the underdog buff, because something too, in the first 2 maps we got to see on them, on like Winthrop University starting on the strong side for them and getting these 8 rounds, being in the lead, and then things kind of slowly slipping from there, but down at the half, and then Winthrop University really stepping up. It's no fun if, you know, you're the overdog in it. They just have to make things interesting. And the fact that we now get a 4th map in the series, I'm here for. And it was just really, really cool to see. 16 first kills is also just not what I expected, Roy, with this one's catching me off guard, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, out of those 16, Infiltrator had 7 of those, by the way. I mean, he was doing such a good job at openers, and I feel like the team overall had a very good read on how M80 wanted to approach this map. It really did feel like they shut them down at every toss and turn.
It's something that we continue to see for the duelists, but Infiltrator, a massive step up compared to what we were seeing on that previous map, where he was maybe struggling a little bit throughout the series. Yeah, he was having some great moments, but this is kind of what we wanted to see from him, right? Opening up a lot of the kills, opening up that space for the team, and doing so in such a clean fashion, especially toward that second half. I mean, it was completely dominant from the side of Winthrop University, but also another player that we need to highlight is Moobs. Just from what he was doing, you see him 21 and 13, but this is what he's been doing throughout this whole series. Incredibly consistent on the Sentinel role. This is a guy that has played a lot of different roles throughout his career. He's been on the Duelist, he's been on the Reyna, he's been previously we just saw him on the Vice, now on the Cypher. No matter what he's doing, he is putting up numbers against some of the best teams, best players that we have in Challengers. So if Winthrop University were to have a reverse sweep happen right now, if they were to win this series and move into the grand finals, they just need to buy him dinner. He is having such an insane impact. They need to buy him dinner. He's incredibly consistent, and not even just like in a Sentinel way. He's doing more than what is asked of him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the most flexible players on this team, and that is a statement in itself, because I feel like every player on this team is a very flexible player, but the performance that he's putting up hasn't really been highlighted enough, just because the previous maps weren't really wins. But when you look at the stats, they definitely do not lie. A 1.9 KD on Abyss, 1.2 KD on Haven, and a 1.9 KD on Lotus as well, maintaining almost 170 damage average per round. That's incredible for the Sentinel player. So he's having impact on the lurk, he's having impact on the defense, and he's having impact when it comes down to the retakes as well.
And I love to highlight that this has been something that he's had throughout the series. We just haven't been able to really talk about it too much because, well, we're too busy praising someone on the other end, because M80 has been winning. So it was just so consistent, and that is going to be really nice for the team now, because Winthrop University need that going on forward. They live to see another map. They're still alive in this series, but still, it's still an M80 on the other end. And now we're going to be heading to the 4th map of Pearl. This is their pick, which is going to be nice, but it's still going to be a tough road ahead. I'm excited to hop into this one, Dan.
I am excited for this map of Pro, because I don't know what we're going to be seeing on the side of M80. It's been about 10 days since I last played it, but they were playing with the Sky, they were playing with the Killjoy, Okeanos was on the Fade. So I'm wondering if this is going to change at all, just keeping that pattern that we've seen for teams in the past couple of matches with playoffs. And this is where it gets into an interesting territory, we talked about the first two maps being so strong for the first one being strong for M80, that map of him being strong for Winthrop. We thought then it was gonna be a 3-0 because Winthrop, they couldn't get their map pick, but now it's just kind of a back and forth between the two, and I think that's why it's gonna depend so much on what M80 want to run on this map.
Yeah, and I think another really interesting note as well is the recent performances both of these teams have had on this map. Yeah, it's not been their absolute best map ever, but a 13-10 win previously against TSM for the Winthrop University side. M80 also taking down Envy in overtime on that map as well. I mean, recall back, this is Envy's best map, and this was during their peak. So M80 took down peak Envy on their best map, 14-12. So this is a map where, yeah, it might not be either team's best maps, but they are both very comfortable on this map.
And to be able to take this to an overtime up against Envy that has been so strong here and bringing out a composition that we haven't necessarily gotten to see coming out from M80 when you're looking at this Killjoy, looking at this guy, I think has been really interesting. So my biggest question again then today is if we are going to see a little bit of a switch up there, considering it was a win, it was still really close. Plus, you know, there's always questions of like, KJ, Sky, do we want to see that? And then I'm also curious about Moobs, if he does want to stick with the Vice on this map, or if he wants to go and bring out the Chamber, considering he's kind of just been fragging out today. So heading to the Agent Select, Dan, those are my two biggest questions.
Yeah, they can really just do anything. I feel like Winthrop University, as we've talked about, they can just go with the vibes of changing a little bit of, especially that Sentinel role for Moobs. And it seems like he has a lot of power in the team where if he has a vision of how he wants to play the game and change a little bit of that Sentinel, then he can do it. And it's going to be totally fine. But now we see how the composition is looking out for them. And Moobs is going to play on this vibes that we saw earlier today and we've seen throughout playoffs. And on the other side, it's actually going to be remaining the same as we saw for M80 against Envy, that 14-12 that they won with the Killjoy, with the Sky, and Sato gonna be on the Jet as we just saw before.
Yeah, and I think the really interesting thing with the difference between these two compositions is Winthrop University has so much utility to work, but so does M80, right? Yeah, Winthrop has a little bit more explosives. They have, ways to pressure certain positions, but M80's comp has double info initiators. This allows them to free flow a lot in the mid round. It allows them to set up their utility, how to allocate their numbers in the post plans, and it's going to be a super interesting mix up between these two different rosters and these two different dynamics, excuse me.
And no matter what, remember, this is still match point for M80. They're still 2-1 in the series, one map away, and it could be this map with Pearl to close it out and move into the grand finals. I'm keeping my eyes on Moobs. I'm keeping my eyes on Bao and what they've been able to do throughout this series. The two Sentinels players that are now playing something slightly different compared to what we saw on the last map, but could have a massive impact to see if we're going to go to map 5 or is going to be M80 moving to the finals.
The fact that we get to see a Pearl after being down 2 in the series for Winthrop University is so nice, but not out of the woods or the waters of Pearl quite yet. And it's time to head to Pearl and to our casters, Jen and Marks. Have fun.
Thanks so much. I'm already having a blast because when Winthrop are ahead, they lose. When they're behind, they win. I don't know. I'm here. I got popcorn.
I'm just about to say, let's see who's ahead in the half, because whoever's behind, they're surely not going to be able to win this map. But apparently, if you look at every single map that has been played in this series thus far, that is how it goes. And so super curious to see how this one plays out. Obviously, M80 coming into this one still being the favorites. They have a little bit of a higher win percentage on here, as you saw during the graphics loading in here. But Winthrop University, it really feels like they're starting to get into their stride. Things felt a little bit uncomfortable. They might have been getting frustrated, but a single map win to make sure that they aren't out of the series 3-0 is what you need to bring yourself mentally back into the game. And so you can't count Winthrop University out. We are definitely potentially seeing a map 5 after this one.
Caillou is maybe going to want to play off his flash, and Sato gets first blood off of just playing alongside of B. There's the flash. There's the execute from Caillou. And M80 can finally set themselves up to potentially win a first pistol round in a match. Incredible. Usually it's Winthrop ahead.
Knock on wood. Don't jinx it just quite yet, because Nasi immediately takes out Okeanos. His infiltrator goes in, but an excellent reflex by Bao.
As long as M80 keep trading, this round will go in their favor. Bao's going to play as safe as they can. No util left to play with. Haunt And maybe an aggressive play from Nasi. He gets the headshot and gets good damage into Sato, bringing him down to 40. But the heals, Caillou still in the picture, has been huge. He had the first blood for M80, and he hopes to continue making this a marathon for M80. Dogging on up, we'll discover that there's no one on the site. It just barely misses that player from Winthrop. The defuse starts, Caillou swings, and the trade favors M80.
And a great job to M80 being able to get their first pistol round on a map.
Let's go.
On map number 4. You love to see it. They're not out of this one just quite yet. And okay, so according to some statistics here that I've put together, based on how Challengers has been going in this current split, M80, they prefer that defensive side. So in theory, coming into this, they're going to be playing more comfortably. However, if this matchup, you know, comeback season thing happens again, that might actually work against them. So it's still gonna, I'm assuming we're gonna be seeing M80 really pop off on this defensive half, but I imagine we're gonna see that bounce back from Winthrop University as they're showing us that they can be a really resilient squad, and especially too if they want to come back into this one, that is what they need.
M80 have been good at shutting down the lurks from Winthrop. Just thinking about that pick from Sato, who has the outlaw, and he has B on lockdown. And Winthrop are going to try their hand again. Almost a full sheriff round. As Winthrop have tested the waters, but Caillou's not going to be in that right door.
There.
He's going to be playing off his flash, and what I imagine would swing off of this is Bao to his right. Dog shot up close, and Nasi caught out in the open with no support. And that's a big win for M80 to keep control of the mid-map. And yeah, they'll lose numbers. But M80, the trades are so good. And now Okeanos anchors the site. And with the SMG up close and the pistol too, he says goodbye to Winthrop.
Great job yet again. Keep in mind, like, they're just leaving Sato on these extremely long angles. That time Sato was just anchoring B alone. Well, they got that trap setup play on middle, and then you see the other two agents from M80 hanging out onto that ace site. And so they're really trusting Sato to be that like solo anchor. And based on how we've seen that Haven play go, especially on some of those longer angles, it feels like Sato is just a one-man army, making sure that the rest of the squad can focus on everything else that is going on. It is going to be a little bit different this time. It's going to be a push out from Art. Sato just with the sniper rifle, outlaw in hand on the other side, ready to potentially get a frag.
And the salvos won't force any different positions at M80. And it's Winthrop that continue.
Timing.
The push towards A, and Flair just gets a great catch, but the flash from Caillou, he's been so solid on the sky, and we don't get to see this out of him too often. But Winthrop will be able to collect the orb here, and the dog will reveal there's some presence from Winthrop on the right side of the map, and Caillou is just gonna greet this at the front door and go 1-for-1 as Winthrop one step at a time. B-Dog lurking in the shadows. Okeanos can't help him. It's all up to B-Dog, and the star won't last forever. And he's got a shotgun, he's got a kill, and he bounces away to safety. And Winthrop left with a 2 versus 2 on the post plant, time favoring them as Nasi tries to bring attention towards himself. With B-Dog and Bao, the double Bs ready to deliver an L. But where is Nasi and Ali? They're just playing from main. Nasi at the top angle actually loses that to Bao somehow. Now the Gravwell delays some things. Bao picks up the Bucky and tries to get up close and personal. It's still at range. Defeats Ali.
Excuse me? Okay, there should be enough time here. Yeah, okay, Foul gets the defuse there. Unbelievable. I think that this is the singular most Bucky kills that I've seen in a matchup between two teams. Of course, we have to keep in mind this is the best of 5, so maybe it's a little bit longer. But the amount of value that Buckies have been getting is a little bit suspect between M80 and Winthrop University. Somehow, that Bucky changing hands gets so much value and just finds a couple of kills to make it almost impossible for that retake to really happen. And of course, you have to talk about that initial kill coming in, making sure that Caillou gets that flash there, is able to get the trade off, and then on top of that, anchors in onto the site, finding Infiltrator. Such high value kills coming through. And Winthrop University are left kind of scratching their head. They're going fast though.
Now Winthrop picking up the pace, playing off their own smokes, and they have their own Bucky to try and kill with, but Infiltrator up close. It's just chaos. It's who's quicker to wrap around, and Winthrop are just kind of funneling themselves into Bao's Vandal. And this is not going to help at all. Almost an ace gifted to the Killjoy player. What the heck? That looked so good from Winthrop until it wasn't.
I was about to say, I mean, hey, we got stingers in our hands. You know what stingers are great at? Just spraying and praying. Let's just smoke our way in, get the caterpillar underway, and just waltz in the confusion and just hope to find a couple of kills. And it was chaotic and it was looking good, but M80, specifically Bao, just hung outside of all those smokes and was able to just capitalize on some kills. Infiltrator finding that one almost felt criminal, but still it just works out for M80. They secure yet another round, and the snowball is rolling, but Moves immediately punishes Sato.
And that's the off being dropped. So I feel like M80 have to kind of fight for this. And I feel like you can't touch mid with Caillou hanging around. It's not like Winthrop are running like a breach or their own sky. They don't have flashes. They just have like a prowler and some harassment from Nazi. Wow. And maybe they just got better guns. What a two-piece from Flare. And finally, Winthrop will get to explore this back alley and actually push into B.
Flare has been very consistent at kind of baiting Infiltrator to fly up and around and then immediately be ready for the follow-up. Now has the Armageddon online too. There's going to be a 2v3 retake. It's going to be a very split up attack back onto the site. So Okeanos spots one out here. Nightfall available. If they find one, I imagine we'll see that ultimate.
Hold the flank. Okeanos. He has a Nightfall too. They're in a position.
Bring them down.
Just trying to identify who's actually on the site and how much coverage you could get. And at this point, you just don't risk it. You save it for a more guaranteed round. And I mean, M80 have so many options of Nightfall, Lockdown, and Seekers. And it's a good time to remind everyone that this is the patch where Tejo's salvos don't kill Lockdown. So KJ got a lot of help.
I mean, honestly, that just made sure that KJ could still be played because so many teams run this Tejo composition. And it's like, if you can't use your ultimate, it's kind of not worth it at the end of the day. So that's going to be a good token for Bao to have available on these next rounds. A little bit of a swap up on the defense this time. Killjoy going to be anchoring closer to A, relying on Sato yet again. Caillou playing that kind of flank watch, or sorry, support watch, just to make sure that that operator can still get quite a bit of value as Winthrop University decide to head the other way once they scout out the fact that that sniper rifle could be looking them dead in the eye.
Maybe Nasi can try to use his util to contest the other initiator, and Winthrop have only prioritized B if they had that mid control, which they've only tried once, and you saw how that worked out. But see how the chaos goes. Like going towards A. E-Dog just holding on. As the lockdown ensues from the defense, countered by the Nightfall and an Armageddon. It's just gonna rain down hell from Winthrop onto M80, and they'll send their executioner of Infiltrator to lead the charge, and it's just not working out. Okeanos is now counters with his own Nightfall.
What?
And this, what a retake from M80. That is so insane.
Oh man, I mean, once again, Okeanos going on to that initiator role. You don't expect the initiator to be the one who goes in on that front line, plays the life, stays alive, and is able to just find unbelievable flick shots just to make sure that M80 continued to secure yet another round. Bao did use the lockdown there, but it's all good because it forces out that Armageddon so early on without any value really being found. And then the Nightfall just secures the round. An excellent hold by M80. When push came to shove, they were ready for it.
Prowler just disrupt the orb, and even the haunt too from, oh no, that's the haunt from Nasi. M80 haven't really fought for that A orb, so keep in mind on how that's going to help Winthrop's ults. But with the big ult exchange last round, it was M80 that benefited. There's the Cosmic Divide from the offense to give themselves just a sliver of that A, so that they only have to worry about that mid cut. But how do you get onto A when Okeanos is there? Well, you send Infiltrator with knives to cut up and shred this defense, leaving Sato just there with a pistol. Oh, well, something a lot better than a pistol now. Spike's been planted. Very winnable for Sato with how low the HP is. Infiltrator on his last flag. But it sets up Flare to clutch for Winthrop.
The aerial support inbound. Infiltrator flying across the sky. Knives in hand, launches them, finds so much value off of it. Sure, the Cosmic Divide as well made it that much easier for them to be able to just play off of things, but still Infiltrator alone just clutching it up after an excellent first pickup by Okeanos, immediately gets shut down here. And the Infiltrator just putting on a masterclass of what we expect on this Jet. We're finally seeing Infiltrator start to warm up, and you know that M80 have to be a little bit more scared of that as Sato pops knives of their own.
I didn't even start off too hot from Winthrop. I was worried about how much of a menace Okeanos was going to be, but surely with the Sheriff, they're going to be a lot quieter. Able to grab the orb too. It's always been an early round priority for Winthrop as they have their lurk from Moobs inserted at B. And based on M80's pings, they have Caillou less holding on mid and pushing up with the scout. See what damage he can do. And okay, getting on the second shot. Not too bad.
You know what? But it is moves that they found. So that's going to be a good one. As the stealth bot should confirm nobody is there. Sato going to be flying in, though, very quick. Knives still available as we get to see Bao start to move over as well. Sheriff's in the hands of the rest of the members of M80. Winthrop University waiting for a chance to engage.
Sato has a chance to make this round winnable for M80. Another thrifty in this series. I can't believe it. Could it be possible? Sato jumps out, surprises Infiltrator. Great timing. A lot more enemies, but the teamwork from M80 is so good. They have a number advantage, and they're picking up weapons. Bao has a Phantom. Didn't have time to reload it. Just Ali in the 1v2 has the better gun, but does M80 have better teamwork? It's a 1v1. Whose Astra is better with time? It's Winthrop are allowed to plant. Here comes B-Dog. Will emerge with the slow walk. Gifted to Ali with the 4K.
Wow, unbelievable stuff. Sato putting on a masterclass on the knives. Wow, haven't said that one in a long time. Just after Infiltrator was the one who just turned things up. Just unfortunately, like the knives should have secured yet another kill in that Cosmic Divide, but simply because the agents of Winthrop University lined up, that was only a 50-50 and I've run out of knives. So it didn't quite work out perfectly while Sato was definitely looking for that reset, but still Caillou starting it off. Once again, this is M80 with low weaponry, almost being able to squeak by a round. That is looking pretty good for this squad. Still though, Winthrop University now just a 2-round gap separating these two teams. As already it's early pressure. Sato gets dinked there, but still alive, only 14 HP left. Has to retreat, and the Sky with the Overgrowth will make sure that that Jet is going to be ready to go.
Ali's just having these huge rounds after having a sort of back and forth haven of just unlucky scenarios that we pointed out. Now stepping up big. 2 Cosmic Divide? Oh, just, yeah, it is. I was like, that was a weird echo, but it is Winthrop at least that seal off their half. M80 go past the grab wells, the stars. Kind of set things up for Winthrop to finally make M80's off angles uncomfortable. As B-Dog and Caillou work together to flash up Nazi, who still gets away with 3 kills, make it 4. But won't be able to get the ace, but Winthrop can still pull together this round on the post plant. Can be tough to see the spike from where Flare is playing, but it will be the job of moves to peek. Spike has been tapped. B-Dog take a 1v1 against Flare first. Early pick. B-Dog hasn't gone down yet. Has to find the second player. Spike taking down. And man, Winthrop has just bought enough time, but wait, the immediate reaction from moves is huge. And Winthrop now with 3 rounds in a row keep themselves very close.
That was just unbelievable reflexes kind of coming in there, and it's so annoying at the end. Winthrop University, I mean, the reason why you have that Tejo is to really just stall things out. You see that the hand is kind of forced. You gotta just be able to push in there. But honestly, just a great job playing off of the Cosmic Divide in the chaos, making sure to hold a lot of these angles. Nasi able to get so much value as the M80 players just kind of send it through the Cosmic Divide. And you can tell that they're starting to sweat a little bit more. M80 have to get their heads back into things. We're not even in the half. Winthrop University mounting a comeback. It's just a little bit too early.
Winthrop would like to get a win at Art, so that's really been the crux of M80's retake potential, is all the angles they are able to take when they surround Winthrop at A. But Winthrop just haven't really pushed that envelope ever since they just kind of getting dumpstered on these mid exchanges, and that's kind of thanks to Caillou's flashes. But with the buy advantage, Winthrop can get away with a lot. And the Vice Wall was triggered. Winthrop are going to see that M80 are up to something. The slow back away. Wait for this re-engage from Caillou. He had a flash out and it almost comes out too late. And Sato just doesn't want to deal with a 2 versus 4. And they back away smartly. As M80 hoped to be able to pick up guns if they are getting kills. And they'll retreat back to site.
Yeah, and in all of that exchange, keep in mind that that uses a lot of the utility for Winthrop University. So it makes sense that they're going to be backing around. Go towards this A site. Moves has gotten so much space here. Only has to deal with B-Dog hanging out at the back. The reinforcements come through from M80 now. But still, this is going to be a slogfest on this A site, and Winthrop have the better weapons.
Oh, and M80 wastes no time with the sheriffs doing work. 10 seconds, and the plan is successful from Winthrop, especially when Moves is on your side, but Dugout is a problem.
Wow.
And man, you're digging B-Dog's grave after that one. What a win from Winthrop, just building so much momentum now. 4 rounds in a row.
Yeah, the equalization has happened. It's now 5-5. And M80, you can feel it. They're not playing as coordinated as they usually did. An excellent first pickoff coming up there. B-Dog able to scoop up 1. And as soon as you see the M80 get set up to retake that site, Winthrop University just press the gas pedal a little bit more. Run right at them with the rifles in hand, knowing that they can out-bully their opponent. And it works out just the way that they wanted. M80 now have these rifles here. Sato going to be holding it nice and close with this operator in hand. Salvos go through, and Infiltrator already dashes across.
Buying down to 0. Sato invested in this, and it has to pay off. Although the shots come in, he has stayed stoic. And wants M80 to get back into that lead after that 5-1 start. That elbow's got to get it. If you try me again, Flare.
Here.
But this Armageddon could just be disastrous depending on how Flare places it. If A is even still a priority, as Winthrop now try to put pressure out maybe into Art. Since Flare is still there, it tells me Winthrop maybe still want A, or they're selling a fake. We'll see just where the first pick goes.
Oh, and Prowler forces the reposition here off of Sato, but Sato takes a little bit of bullet damage. Not quite done yet. Oh, Nasi goes down.
Such a great adjustment. Steel Garden from Moobs used. Over to try and trap A. And M80, they back away. And it's Okeanos holding towards spawn, wanting to play off the Nightfall. And Sato emerges. M80 Nightfall's in. And Winthrop caught. But they're already on the retreat and able to get through mid. And guess who's going to hear this? It's Bao over at B, who has his util all over to try and delay this. Bao gets forced out into the open by the salvos and still manages to clutch up. And Winthrop have 10 seconds left to plant.
Wow.
They'll have just enough time to do so after eliminating that threat. Sato is just going to drop down and body fell over. Numbers are equal. Sato with 3. Off the other side, Ali dangles and shifts, and it's Caillou that has his back.
And Jen, I was sweating there for a second. I was like, not again, not again. We've seen Moves just somehow win things out. And on top of that too, Bao doing a fantastic job stalling things just long enough to allow M80 to be able to come back into it. I was gonna say, given the fact that the Nightfall came through from Okeanos, they didn't have the noise anymore and walked right on top of the alarm bot. And that's perfect here for your M80, because then you know exactly what the play is. And finally, Bao comes alive. and now has the lockdown available in this next one. But once again, it's the Sato operator diff that has really allowed M80 to come alive. We've seen it happen on Haven on their defense, and now we're seeing it happen here on Pearl. So let's see how this goes. This is now the last round and a half. There might not be a comeback because it is very possible we see a 6-6.
5 ults available this round. Winthrop that could easily just get all this real estate for free with the Nightfall, but with the dugout and all these nooks and crannies to hide in and the box for M80 to fall behind. How much do Winthrop want to invest on just space if they may not be able to follow up with kills? And then you got to know, where is this op? And Sato, 90% of the time, has been at B and has been a menace. So Winthrop have just defaulted to just staying quiet and slowly pushing and scaling through art.
So quiet and so slow right now. I imagine too, with the Armageddon in hand, they're waiting for an opportunity to use it to counter the lockdown, but it's gonna be an early Nightfall there, which catches actually nobody. Great adjustment by M80.
The Seekers to respond from M80 and the lockdown, and the Armageddon, I think, to try and catch that lockdown, or at the very least stop M80 from re-emerging into the site. And the lockdown is gone. Prowler back in. M80 fighting for every inch of space they can. And with the Cosmic Divide, the Winthrop swing off of this. They don't have the flashes like Caillou does, but they do have gunfire. And M80 use their own Cosmic Divide, and it's going to be chaos. Just all the teams trying to find each other through, dashing across. And that jet is flashed up by probably his own teammate. And Winthrop scrounge up the kills. It's all up to Infiltrator and the 1v1 against BO. And the walls is all that separates them. And they can't even hear what's on the other side of the Cosmic Divide. And Infiltrator tries to play his life. And the lucky right click rings true for a 6-6 half.
Wow. On top of that, too, it's a right click. I'm like, all right, everything right now should point to M80 at least being able to find the kill. Whether or not there's enough time, that's a different question here, but there's no way that we see Infiltrator do it. And of course, sometimes the right click giveth, and sometimes the right click taketh. And somehow Infiltrator is able to find that one, tying us up to 6-6 here. Once again, Pearl defense is M80's more preferred half. I imagine they wanted to see just a bit more score line than what they were currently given here, but now they're going to be on the attack. Winthrop University really looking to potentially force out that map number 5 after what we've seen.
Teams going toe-to-toe for that chance for a grand final, for a reverse sweep in the cards of Winthrop. Look at this push-up from Infiltrator in the pistol. It began in M80's favor with a 5-1 start. And the tables have turned, and Infiltrator managed to get out mostly scot-free, but at 27 HP. M80 know they've weakened the site, but they haven't dealt with the problem.
Yeah, and look at this, the spike all the way onto that A side. Keep in mind there's a shear there, which is going to be really annoying for them to deal with. So it's really going to just be a raw commit, which is interesting because at this point, Sato, as well as B-Dog and BO, have gotten so much room on this B site. Just under a minute left here as they slowly pull backwards, and engagement going to be happening over onto that A with that Prowler kind of leading the way from Okeanos.
Okeanos triggers the Vice wants to get the attention of 2, and Winthrop hold their positions. And they hope that the distraction before Okeanos has pulled enough rotations, but Winthrop take advantage of map control to step up through the middle of the map, and this could lead to a Winthrop wraparound if they're feeling confident enough to do so. But instead, Winthrop go for the quicker rotations to help support, and Infiltrator may just not need help, but he is low HP. Sato gets finished, but the rest of M80 work together to clear the site. And it's just Flare moves. And man, Flare has his own problems in mid, and he does succeed. 1v1, 5 HP, spike planted. BO knows he can't reposition, spotted out Flare. Just one stray bullet goes in the way of Flare and Winthrop.
Oh man, it's looking more and more likely we're going to be seeing map number 5. Winthrop starting us out very strong there with that pistol. And they're able to claim yet another pistol round. They've been really consistent with these pistol rounds up against M80. And with that, we'll be seeing the heavy weaponry get bought up here. University also preferring the defensive half just a little bit more than their offense here, but it's still nothing to sneeze at overall. I love the chaos that just kind of came through, but at the same time, M80 were doing still a really good job at fragging out on the individual site. That looked really good coming in. And now let's see what they do. I'm expecting a little bit of silliness, a little bit of goofiness, but it might just be a very standard play, catch people off guard if you are M80.
And the Vice Wall shifted from Winthrop over to B. It was usually placed at the A choke. They're just going to depend on smokes or grab wells to fight through if you're Winthrop. Orb grabs from M80. And with Sato at range, this is good advantage to work with. While the rest of M80 in mid, they have two just waiting to play off contact from the turret. And Okeanos, that is just not going to let the right side of the map go free. So good default from M80. But with the smokes in place, do M80 still want to trust this long-range battle over at B? All depends on what is revealed by that Tejo drone from Flare. Mid presence from M80 revealed from that drone being shot. Asato, quick flick onto his opposition. And he's brought down to 10 HP as a result. And this pulls 2 from Winthrop. And that's a quick response from Moves. And the spike is still heading this direction for M80, but they stagger in one by one, and Kai doesn't even have time to really throw out the flash and capitalize off of it. As M80 just feel like they're running out of time. And this is so uncharacteristic for them to not play off of each other, and the spike is down in Okeanos in a 1v4. The round is cooked, and Winthrop have a 2-round lead.
Yeah, Winthrop University now in the lead again. It does seem like M80 are feeling the pressure a little bit. When it comes down to these longer matches, we expected Winthrop to have just a bit of an advantage given the way that their whole season is built, playing in all of these different tournaments. And M80, it's starting to not look very good for them. Of course, that was just that save round there. Sato's starting things out very excellently, but Moose somehow gets that long-range stinger kill. And yeah, this is going to be the rifle round coming in. Sato reduced only to a Guardian as it goes in deep, looking for a kill.
M80 went a little too fast this round, but this time they pace up. But as a team and a big win against Infiltrated, these duelists have gone back and forth, and Winthrop leave corpses behind and 2 left on the site to repel the upcoming M80.
Wow.
Oh, jeez. Ali.
Spike down A.
He just has these flashes of brilliance in these rounds from a 4K to now this flank double kill, leaving the spike in its path. But Bao tries to salvage the round for M80, equalizing things, but they still have to recover the spike, and Ali doesn't have health to really play with, but gets Bao down to just the last stand and drops the spike, and holy cow, Winthrop have done it that round.
Oh no, it's happening! This is what the Dust predicted! The longer we go, the better Winthrop become. They're aging like fine wine right now 9-6. And they show no signs of slowing down. An excellent round here. I love the aggression play from M80, and yet Ali just playing alive in the midst of all of that. Great stuff coming in from Winthrop University onto this defense. M80 reduced back down to Sheriffs. I never want to say never, but it's looking like this should be a round for Winthrop, as already Sato taking so much damage, but just decides to tank through the salvo.
I don't know if that was really worth it, and Winthrop, they've put Flare on Teo for this long, and for the right reasons. You don't see it every day on a map like this. It weakens M80, and with the pick in mid, and you still have the Vice Wall up, Winthrop, they're really setting themselves up to succeed, as they should, against the mostly save from M80. Now the Tejo goes and checks out Art, giving signal to Moves that could be trouble ahead, and just catches B-Dog. I don't know what he was doing, walking out without his gun, and no response to someone like Moves. There's gonna be a threat at this angle, and the spike is dropped, and the spaghetti's on the floor. And M80 have Okeanos in a 1v3 who managed to recover a rifle, but just won't be enough. Winthrop up to 10.
we're really not seeing that same level of set play come out from M80 that we've been expecting these last couple of maps. Everything looking so clean, everything looking so coordinated. But like you said, Jen, it just feels like it's one of those like the spaghetti's on the floor type of situations. Meanwhile, Winthrop University are just kind of chilling. They're letting M80 just spill the beans all over the place, make these uncomfortable calls just trickle in one after another with weak weaponry, and they're ready to capitalize on all their mistakes. The win right now is very much favored towards Winthrop University, and I cannot stress how much of it might just simply be because of the exhaustion, and honestly, burnout might even be the right word coming in from M80. It doesn't feel like they're playing as they should be. These last couple of maps, things are slowly becoming unraveled, and Winthrop University are only getting tighter.
Just a flawless half from Winthrop, and the most important timeout for M80 this series. How do you just have a cleaner round on offense? You took unnecessary damage from the salvos. You have to mark that on the right side. It just wears Infiltrator. He's buying ops. He's buying outlaws. B is difficult. And then these vice walls are shifting from B to A main to even the middle of the map. And it's hard to keep track of moves through all of this. And he's also fragging. So like Winthrop are just locking in at the best of times, and better late than never.
They're sitting there like the first two maps, those were just warm-up maps. Now we're feeling good to go. And once again, Moves just leading the kill feed for Winthrop. That is so painful. Finds a headshot as well onto Sato here. Is able to fire off that second shot. Doesn't quite find purchase onto Okeanos, but still a lot of damage has been done. Sato has not been popping off as we've seen him do yesterday. No, M80, they kind of hedged their bets this round, spreading themselves out, not really committing one way or another, trying to force out the utility from Winthrop University, who are just circling around. Like, Winthrop just look comfortable right now.
M80 have information tools. Like, yeah, they don't have a Sova, so it's not as easy, but still were able to do well with Caillou, just going for early engages to Okeanos. Maybe he can't get his util as deep into B. All depends on the haunt placements. And M80 just going kind of neutral, vanilla, no util, just vibes, and kind of are losing bodies more and more and more, just not able to suss out where Winthrop's setups are. And just A has been so pain. M80 can't get control of Art. And M80 just have to go in from front to back. And against the Cosmic Divide with the Gravwells, the smokes, 11 seconds to plan, and B-Dog will get away from it, or get away with it. Steel Garden from Moves to give the edge to Winthrop. M80 played through main though, and they still have their rifles. Moove steps up, and the Seeker's just denied right in Caillou's face. And B-Dog has no time to use his util either. The timing's so off from M80 as Winthrop get to 11 and still haven't lost around this half.
No, it's been very dominant from Winthrop University. It almost feels like a panic coming out from M80. The Cosmic Divide comes up a little bit too late. They're not even sure whether or not they should engage off of it. The only reason that they're able to do so is because Winthrop decide to back up a little bit, decide to play a little bit more safe, and that gives M80 just enough space to go in. But it feels like this is just turning into a deathmatch on the side of M80. Nothing feels as coordinated as it used to be. They're just trying to go for these hero plays, take these hero moments, and hope that they can win it out. And especially if Winthrop University are starting to turn it up, are starting to coordinate themselves, this simply is not going to do from M80.
I like this that M80 are just scaling up a little more carefully. And they throw the dog out, even if it doesn't seem much, just knowing where the shots could be coming from. And B-Dog lands one right onto Moobs' forehead. So M80 take control of mid, and now this opens up so many more options, rotating through Art or even through the back of A, but I think M80 shouldn't cook any flanks until they could just win around this half. And now with full control of B, there's still some Vice Thorns hanging around, but this will be a plant. But Nasi being killed there is awful. He had Nightfall, and that was a win con for Winthrop's retake. And Flare and Alley have their ults. But do you really want to invest that in a 2 versus 5? Probably not. They're rich enough to obviously try this round, but still deciding to keep their rifles, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder too, like, given the fact that both of them have their ultimates, there's no real point to go hunting. Because sure, you get a couple of kills, you get a couple of ult orbs, you die, you get another ult orb. That just simply doesn't matter. At this point, just keep the gun in your hand and carry that forward to the next one. I talk about those individual hero plays, and that's what M80 are expecting. And this time, it actually does come alive. Thanks to Bal, thanks to B-Dog, they take out two of the most impactful players on the Winthrop University side. But Jen, that simply cannot be the win condition for M80. You can't rely on finding a couple of kills onto the top fraggers on Winthrop University. If you're relying on that, then this is very clearly just going to continue to be a Winthrop University map. M80 coming into this next one, have that Nightfall, have that lockdown. But I imagine the lockdown immediately gets countered by the Armageddon from Flare, not really giving anything up. And so, let's see what M80 have. They played a slower round last time. Looks like they will be doing that again, just poking their heads out, hoping to find an early pick or at least a little bit of information before they decide to commit one way or another.
This is such a forward smoke from Winthrop over at A, and this means this dog won't get as deep into sight as before. I don't even know if it needed to be shot, and that was an important information tool, but who cares what you can see when you can just shoot better? Okay, Oki. This lethal, this initiator is gonna pull M80 towards the right side of the map. The duelist will be late to the party, and Nasi's just gonna get collapsed on. He'll take one with him. And Moobs is left to just hold his gun. And I guess Sato would hold the L, but at 800 credits, Moobs still get to keep the op too, which will be Needful Infiltrator at B next round.
Yeah, and it's like, when we saw that last composition where you saw Okeanos as well as Sato both playing that duelist, we're seeing something similar here happen. We see Okeanos really be the, the spearhead here for M80 to be able to move in, while meanwhile Sato applying pressure onto B, and you see the Jet, you're like, well, surely the Jet's not the one who's trying to lurk and flank on us, except that's exactly what the thing is. And so M80 just walk into that site for free. They take out the defending members who continue to pressure, assuming that Okeanos is going to be alone there, and they're sorely mistaken. So M80, they get another round, but still Winthrop University, they got more than enough cushioning to try and scoop this back. They just need 2 more rounds to force us to map number 5.
Oh God. Don't tempt us with a good time, Marks. Okay, you were looking already towards a map 5 just based on M80 not winning a single round and a half. Even after the timeout, it took them a while to get back on their horse. And you were like, oh, M80 can't just depend on getting random kills, and it's kind of what helped last round with Okeanos at A. And they'll go back to the similar default, where depending on where the smoke is, we want to see Caillou get a dog as far into B as possible. And the Vice util stacked up there. It's already shot down. And you kind of have a broken buy from Winthrop too. There's only 2 Vandals.
And we do see Infiltrator pop the knives as well. Seen the Jet just completely chef up the other team. And so you know that M80 are going to be a little bit more cautious about that one. It's this slow push from M80 that has gotten them success on these previous rounds. And Winthrop University are becoming aware of that. So they just dig their heels in and say, you know what? We're not going to push into you. You have to push into us, because that's how this attacker-defender thing happens. And so everybody is just kind of halting there, waiting for a little bit of information as the Haunt gets sent out just for some fake info.
Yeah, with the lost streak bonus to now pulling some rounds together, M80's economy is looking a lot better. And for what's turning out to be a marathon and an extended map, M80 are down to play the long game.
30 seconds left.
And now they got to play like an obstacle course game with all the thorns that have now been triggered. Some delay from Winthrop, and Sato's just going to go above and beyond, physically and metaphorically. Wraps around gets 2. You can always depend on Sato. As Winthrop emerge, pistols, 1 Vandal, and Infiltrator down. No knives, no impact. And as Ali I don't think they really want to try too hard here. Flare does put some initial damage, so it's going to call Allie's attention. Oh, the salvos to force a reposition, but right into the sight of Allie. Okeano says, you wanted me to fight, so I will.
Wow. Okay. Excellent job coming in there. I said it that Nasi getting completely caught out and just completely taken out of the equation is what M80 needed to do there. With the Nightfall available, there was a real chance that Winthrop University could have moved in, but instead Nasi decides to play their life, move out forwards there, and just gets completely shut down. So M80, they get another round. Maybe we're seeing the comeback of a comeback here, but I don't really want to call anything because at this point, I have no confidence on which one of these teams is going to be able to win at this point.
Yeah, M80's defaults are just putting pressure points on so many different parts of the map, and they're finding more success right now at B and just deathballing a little faster, realizing the success that they've had at that point. And when Sato just dashes in and gets 2 kills, like, okay, that's why we got him the visa. That's why we have him on the team. You're doing the jet things. And Winthrop now, like, red alert, 911, call the ambulance. And it's for us, because what do you mean 2 rounds left and this feels like it's slipping away?
Yeah, and to be fair, Winthrop, they do have 3 of their ultimates online. Very important ones. Obviously, we're still going to be expecting Flare to be only using that once we get the lockdown getting tossed out. And so it's just about timing coming in from Bao. Maybe if you do catch Flare off guard, Flare's already down, then that lockdown gets away for free. But otherwise, you know, it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade, which has been pretty much the tale of this map so far for M80.
M80's just being so much more careful with how many ops and outlaws that have been bought from Winthrop to just not immediately just walk out at the B long, to use dogs to jump peek. M80 are adapting, and they have their own op to boot. Just not much progress made as M80 have left also A orb completely open. Of course, an alarm bot if Winthrop do go deep, but this M80 mid push, you gotta be careful of this Vice Wall. This can break things up, and Nasi's around the corner with a Nightfall, and this is where they want to take a fight. This could be deadly for M80. They can't afford to slip up, and you've lost your star player. Sato is cooked, and Okeanos has to pick up his ult, or his op, I should say. Hey, picking up the ult. He has his own. And it's the haunt. It doesn't mark anything as Winthrop are back to square one.
Yeah, that's so unlucky. That's the kill you needed to see. It's going to be the Killjoy coming through. The Armageddon should be en route, but actually Flare decides to hold it. He'll be waiting for a second here. We're unleashing it, and that's going to be the Nightfall in response.
Oh, jeez. Okay, everyone, time to press your ults all at once. And Caillou just jumps in with the shotgun. Caillou did get hit by the Nightfall. A little sketchy, but still, M80 plant. And with the Cosmic Divide at the end of the site, Winthrop hesitate on how to try to retake this. And they don't have a good tool, but they do have Infiltrator, and they do have moves. Has been deadly, one away from the Seal Garden, and is going to activate as soon as he earns it. M80 will have their guns taken away, and their lives taken away too. Winthrop close to forcing a game 5, but it's all up to Bao. 1v2. Winthrop up to match point.
There's no way that Moobs gets away with that. Moobs, once again, the highest impact player on Winthrop University, and nothing you can see right now can change my mind on that. It was an evened out fight, 3v3 there. Moobs, currently 26 kills in the lobby, just decides, you know what, no, I'm just gonna take my timing and make it work absolutely perfectly. A lot of visual clutter on your screen, but it doesn't matter. Moves excellent positioning, walks around here, finds the headshots immediately. And that Sentinel player makes sure that Winthrop are at match point. Map 5 in their sightlines. Winthrop University are ready for it.
Launching thorns.
Okeanos going to disrupt the A orb grab. He's going to be overwhelmed 1v2, while the rest have a pretty normal default. M80 also dial back their B approach, not dogging up or flashing up right away. Trying to change up the timing and test if Winthrop have an op on the left side of the map. And it's Oki with a big opening, and the Prowler knowing that they have space and that there's someone over in dugout. But M80 aren't too inspired. They're not making any headway towards Okeanos' position. And if anything, Caillou is solo pushing with the spike. With Sato overhead with the op. Kind of scaring me, bro. Okay, Caillou's gonna be a lot more relaxed now.
That would have been a move. On top of that, too, just make sure that Seekers are going to be online. Another tool for M80 to use. Winthrop University doing a good job at countering things now. Just playing a little bit further back. Okay, yeah, Sato gets those shots, moves down. Suddenly, M80 look like they have a real chance at this one. The Seekers get launched here, so we'll be able to at least spot out Infiltrator's position. Infiltrator trying to get ahead, but does get pinged up by the Cabbage.
Yeah, the Seekers drawing the fire, draining the bullets, forcing Winthrop back, and M80 set up camp, smokes in place. And Sato has Caillou by his side with a flash left too, and Winthrop, they have a Prowler, they have a Haunt, they have a Cosmic Divide, and they're just not going to bother. They're going to save. They don't have a lot of credits to play around with.
Yeah, at this point too, like that's the economical thing you want to do. Winthrop University, they understand, hey, we're at 12 here. We give up one round, give up another. We still have a chance at getting match point. 3 opportunities will remain. And honestly, just an excellent job at M80 trying to engage onto this B site. They do have to escape, though, to make sure they keep all that weaponry in. Well, they will be at least sacrificing one person just to make sure, as Okeanos is going hunting right now.
Where are you?
Just going to force out some more money out of M80, but could easily see ourselves in another overtime. If M80 keep this up, they have found the secret sauce to breaking open B, which is to play a lot slower, to dog up, and have Sato challenge the op with his own op, if there were to be one, which Winthrop can't always afford that, and currently can't.
It's still so crazy to me that Infiltrator is on the bottom of the kill feed right now. Just 6 kills and trying to just keep this alive. And meanwhile, Sato is starting to turn things up a little bit, got 16 in total, and still the heroes of Okeanos and Bao for M80 being the very reliable backline. Winthrop, meanwhile, are just relying on moves to do moves things, move things around and just do everything. So great job coming in from Winthrop University. 1 round away, and this isn't exactly how they're doing it, but still, that map number 5 just on the horizon if they can force it out. And I don't want to jinx anything right now, but with the momentum that they've been going, they should be able to get this across the finish line within these next 2 rounds. And we'll see how it goes. I'm so scared of saying anything right now.
I know. I've been trying not to curse anything either.
You try, but it just happens.
So I guess Winthrop's game plan should be to just, I guess, not peek the op, but then you don't want them to just death ball onto you, because when you do give Sato space, he just dashes in B Hall and ruins everybody. As soon as Sato's up in your face, it's too late. So Winthrop have to kind of disrupt this before that happens, and then they may just get opt anyway. Sato has the cape on his back, and he's trying to be the Brazilian hero for M80. The 18-year-old prodigy, a tier 1 duelist at a tier 2 level, could be what propels M80 to an overtime, all depending on if Winthrop can think of something this round, just 1 round for Winthrop to shut him down.
On top of that too, for this to be this close of a matchup between these 2 teams, once again, we've seen Winthrop University really just start to take off recently, and they've had some major upsets, really becoming contenders in this playoff tournament. But on the other side, like M80, once again, bringing Sato in just like a week before playoffs even started, and now really fitting that squad and feeling nice and comfortable. You can tell that they've got some of those. There's still a little bit of room for growth in the squad in regards to playing off of one another and setting up that duelist for success. But still, in their current form, they have been massive contenders. And only one of them are going to be able to go up against Shopify Rebellion Black.
And our final deciding map, if we get there, is Fracture. And the winner of this rises back to the upper bracket to face Shopify Rebellion Black. And here we go. Winthrop, the 4-stack on the right side of the map. The Prowler. And usually Okeanos has only had to face a 1v1, a 1v2. And maybe back to the same default. Masato's op watches over B, but he's not going to get really any contention on that side. And B-Dog gets first blood. Finally, some aggression from M80 over an R, which is going to get Winthrop distracted for the moment. And with M80, they don't really know the numbers, though. So it's not like this inspires them to start the push into B quite yet.
Yeah, it's so slow from M80. Just relying on that time there while Winthrop University, like, ape strong together tactic, moving as just a amalgamous blog on the map. Just trying to make sure that they're playing off of one another because they think that that is going to be the key to success here. While M80 are just doing a good job at doing what they've been doing thus far. This should be a easy plant for them. They should be able to get that spike down, no problemo. And especially too, getting Okeanos being that spike planter means that the Nightfall is going to be available. They're still on the other side of the map. So this should be easy for Winthrop University to move through as Nightfall. I can't tell if Winthrop are deciding to go for a save or not.
Yeah, I guess. And you just Nightfall the ghosts of Christmas past. So that's one ult away. Yeah, because why would... I mean, I'm with M80 on this one. I'm expecting like the most quietest... I'm so suspicious of a retake here. Winthrop want everything in their arsenal for the one round they need to win. And M80 get this one for free off of just a pick on moves at our... You know what? Maybe Winthrop just don't want to do this without the GOAT. I get it.
Teamwork makes the dream work, right?
I guess.
Oh, man. I know I talked about, like, oh, yeah, you know, they're going for the save. Yeah, they got rounds to play with. They no longer have rounds to play with. Well, I guess they do have a timeout to play off of. So we're going to be seeing the call come through. Moobs is going to be the only one who can't buy up a rifle on this specific round. And that death ball just simply did not work because M80, they spread themselves out. They wait for a single pick to happen, and then it's just easy peasy, make our way onto the other site. This is the last chance for Winthrop University to send us to map number 5 in regulation. But if M80 get another round, then suddenly we're at a 6-6 half on both of these sides and into overtime.
Oh, and Moobs can't even buy up, and no one can really buy for him, or... Jeez, that's unfortunate. And that's probably why Winthrop didn't want to risk that round. Probably how many ults they tracked, or just going up against that Nightfall that they expected, and an op too. All right, potential final round as Winthrop got to get their stuff together. And M80, they found so much success at B, but do they change the game plan now? Do they go to A with a Cosmic Divide available from the defense? That's been so chaotic when all the Cosmic Divides come out at A. It's always at A that it happens too.
Jen, there's 2 operators on the side of M80.
What the hell? Oh my god.
And Sato. The 2 operator specialists are going to be running things through here onto this A site potential. Well, B-Dog's on the B side, but this is a lot of heavy weaponry. And to be fair, they have been good for it, but I think I prefer B-Dog on a bit more of a rifle than this operator. I know B-Dog has been having a pretty phenomenal performance today, but it seems a little bit too gutsy in my opinion.
And M80 haven't revealed too much. Okeanos has always revealed himself at the A side, has conditioned Winthrop to expect him there. But Winthrop plays so far back, out of sight, out of mind, that M80 weren't able to lock anybody down with the ult, or with the op, I should say. The ult's not available. So M80 go back to what worked in the first place, which was pushing B when they got 2 ops this time, like you said. One already hurt, and it's not even Sato with one, as he could be helping get some space with the dashes. It's just been a little too quiet. The Thorns are going to activate, but as usual, Sato just updrafts and gets past. and Winthrop are smoked off. And Mjolt, to help get some of this real estate back, is Ali's Cosmic Divide. I've usually tried to lock up their half. And there it is. It's pretty far forward too, actually. So M80 are going to be enclosed in a small space, and with the salvos coming out from Flare, Winthrop have maybe done it. They've just demolished M80, who had the setup, who had the time, had the timeout and everything. But it's all up to B-Dog, who's already got one, but the defuse goes through, and Winthrop force game 5.
Not like this, just a simple Cosmic Divide comes through, and it almost felt like M80 weren't prepared for it at that point. As soon as the Cosmic Divide goes up, you see the scramble happen. They're not sure how to address it. They have no idea on to go, and it's simply just a free win for Winthrop University. As we go to map number 5, Winthrop closing it out 6-6, and then on that second half, I mean, they just came alive towards the beginning there. M80 had their bounce back moment, but then Winthrop just sealed the nail on the coffin off of M80's. If I'm being honest, M80, it looks like they're starting to slip up a lot more than we've seen them in those previous maps. And that to me is a huge red flag. I think a reverse sweep is definitely possible for Winthrop University right now.
Yeah, especially how Fracture, our deciding map, is Winthrop's most played map, 60% win rate, played 10 times over Challengers, and 25% win rate for M80. But the desk will break this down even further, folks. The brooms are in your closet. Don't get them yet, but stay tuned for what's coming up next.
Well, the only one on the team that I've 1v1 was Derek, because he like kept shit talking me on like opping. I fucking cooked his ass, dude. I did not want to hear it from him. Probably Derek, yeah, probably Derek. He's done it once with me. I think he's done it with other people on the team as well. Like, I think like that's just like his thing, bro. He just likes it.
Alvin, if we lose a round and then the next round we're on like eco or something, he's like, well, I'm gonna go swing wide with my deagle. Just take a 1. And sometimes he's good for 3. So yeah, that's how he plays. Like he's on Kovacs.
Oh my god, Redux instantly. As soon as he loses something, he's instantly asking to 1v1. Yeah, I can't beat him, so there's nothing I can do about it.
Probably Paint. He's the guy who's always in the range. He's always like, you know, looking for the 1v1 fights. I gotta say it's him.
I'd say Snarly. This guy always wants to fight, man. He's always looking for a fight, or maybe even Timo, being like a duelist player. But I think I'll stick with my first enter, Snarly. He's always looking for a fight. He's like, yo, give him my 1. I'm gonna go peek this. I'm gonna go peek that. I'd give it to Snarly. He's got some good confidence.
Definitely Alum. His personality is very silly, so he seems to be the one who's gonna call somebody out, you know, and like, yo, just 1v1 me, bro. I see him doing it. I can see him doing it.
Probably Recoil. He's definitely our best aimer by far, and he understands how to take like isolate ones perfectly, and I feel like in a 1v1 he's probably ripping someone's head off, to be honest.
I'd say it'd probably be moves. He'd probably want to square up with me or something if I made a bad call or something.
I think Penny, he's ultra confident. You know, I think he could take down anybody. So he's like, if you're gonna lose somebody, you'd be like, nah, that was an accident. Well, let me get the 1v1.
Ladies and gentlemen, Valorant enjoyers, we officially have a map number 5 on our hands. Winthrop University, 2 maps back to back, and a strong performance on Pearl. I mean, they close it out at the last possible moment, Dan. They had that save when there was still 4 alive to make sure it was all in on that final round, and the gamble will pay off, 13-11.
For a second, I thought it was going to be the same story as what we saw in Haven, where it was at the back and forth, then it goes to overtime, and then Winthrop are not able to close it out. But it was very different. It was Winthrop, the ones who were able to get the win here to close it out before it goes to that overtime. And it is definitely very, very unfortunate for M80 because you start to think, okay, is this the map? Especially, again, the way that they started, M80 started so strong on this map. There was a round 3 bonus that they got on the first half, where Bao goes into a 1v1, gets a kill with the Bucky, and then the round after he gets a 4K. So we were like, okay, is this Bao's map? As it's been, honestly, throughout the series today. But then things slowed down a little bit, and as they went into that last round, they had 2 operators, 1 on each side. They went to hit that B side before that retake with the Cosmic Divide coming through for Winthrop University. There was nothing else that could be done, and this is great because now we're going into a map 5. This is a fight that we want to see for the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, we're actually going the entire distance, and in the most Winthrop University way, they have taken us to the 5th map. The underdog powers, the underestimate them, they get superpowers type. It really is coming to life. But I do want to just kind of circle back to some of the performers here. Bao did in fact look crisp. M80 was playing well. They had a really fiery start, but Winthrop University, they really held on. And it felt like in the second half, they absolutely dismantled M80. They held their ground. They won a lot of their individual challenges and sort of the style that M80 was going for, which is like opening up, isolating a lot of these defenders, forcing a lot of these engagements. And it really did feel like Winthrop University were all winning their individual challenges, and it felt like it completely dismantled and distraught M80.
There was a time that for Winthrop and Winthrop enjoyers out there where I think it started to get a little iffy. We're looking at 11-6. M80 hadn't won a single round in the second half, and then a couple missed shots from Winthrop University, and M80 took that momentum and took it all the way to the bank. And after that, 5 rounds in a row. So Winthrop University, they had to rally back just a little bit after that. But I mean, it wouldn't be a Winthrop M80 series if it wasn't for a little bit of shenanigans and really being able to push the series the distance. So I appreciate these 2 teams committing to the content, to the bit. But talking again about the player performances and the step up on this map is so close into this overtime that almost happened. But again, like the Sentis just like really stepped up. We'll talk a little bit more about those in a moment. But Okeanos as well on M80, someone who really, really had a good series. And this, like, when we get to see the head-to-head stand of all the different roles face off against each other, like, it's really, really cool to see how everyone went toe-to-toe.
Yeah, Oki was playing so different to what we saw on the previous map as well, where he was struggling a little bit. He was able to step it up more, get 4 first kills as well. But I mean, as we talked about, unfortunately, all of these first kills, which we saw most of them were going the way of M80, they were not converting every single one into those round wins. And Winthrop was capitalizing out of this every single time, especially, I mean, once again, looking at the last couple of rounds, when you think M80 has some momentum to come back, when you think Sato is looking great again, when he's getting the opening picks and he's going in with the operator, it's just when Winthrop University, they capitalize the most. So I still want to highlight the work of the 2 Sentinels, right? They've been so insane throughout the series. Bao right now on the series is sitting at plus 26 and Moves is sitting at plus 23, while everybody else is kind of struggling to end that positive. And it's not so much about the positive or negative, but I mean, if you have your Sentinels being a difference maker, it has to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the Sentinels are playing Duelist and they're playing Lurker at the same time. They're entry fragging, they're running insights, they're trading, they're lurking, they're like getting value in so many different ways. And I really feel like you can't think of Winthrop without thinking about Moves. The level of impact he's having in so many of their maps, in almost every map actually they've had in the series, and he's just completely popping off to such a high level and so consistently that, I mean, he just deserves so much respect. And of course, Bao on the other side looking very crisp, one of the key pieces for why M80 even made that map look that close. And just, yeah, overall, just massive, amazing jobs by both Sentinel players.
It's funny because throughout the split and throughout these playoffs, a lot of the focus has been on the duelists and everything else, but it's really been the Sentinels that have popped off the most, not just in this map, but through the entire series, which I think has been really, really cool. And they got to do it one more time, one final map in this series. And this is so exciting. We're headed into Fracture for the very last map here. And this is pretty storied for both of these teams. For Winthrop University, especially, again, this is a series where we're talking about Winthrop being, okay, they have to get this early momentum or else they have no chance in this series. It was a similar tale that we've told in the past. And I call back to the game against Qbert Academy where they lost Lotus, where like, they didn't take early momentum, they lost, and they went out on Fracture in a really strong fraction to take it into a map 3. Whereas for the other end, for M80, this was not a really good map until we got to see it against TSM here, Dan, and it looked so clean. So this one will be really, really interesting to get to. And we have an agent select as well. And with the little switches sometimes coming out from Winthrop University, you never know quite what they're going to go for on this map.
Yeah, you never know what they're going to do, but I gotta say, I'm really excited to see Sato on this race again. We saw it towards the beginning of the day. That's when he was popping off the most. Now he's back on this race for this last map of Fracture, and on the other side, Infiltrator is going to be back on it as well. Moves, we had a question on what he was going to be playing because he's been switching here and there just a few times, but he's going to be on the Cypher.
Oh man, I'm just really disappointed. Ali, you got off the Clove. What happened? He's back on the Brimmy. But obviously, I'm joking. He's been playing all this. I think he's quite literally alternated. He's probably spinning a wheel, choosing whichever controller he wants to. And yes, just a reminder, this is the final home stretch, the 5th map of a best-of-5 lower finals. Winner will advance to the grand finals. It's most certainly going to be an insane matchup here between both of these teams.
This is what we expected when we went into this best-of-5. We talked about challengers always being so competitive. You never know what to expect from these teams. But what we expected for sure was a back and forth between these two. Now all the way into the 5th map, changing just a little bit of that comfort pick from Ali instead of the Clove having that Brimstone, and seeing who's going to move to the grand finals tomorrow to face Shopify Rebellion Black.
One final map for M80, a team that really only got to hit their stride late in the season. And for Winthrop University, the biggest underdogs in the playoff. One map separates these two. Only one will make it to the grand finals. And it's time to find out who. And for that, we'll send it back over to your caster, Marks and Jen, for Fracture.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Yeah, no, Ali Clove. Need something a bit luckier and something probably just better suited, because those Clove smokes were not going to be enough. And that's where Winthrop kind of really fell short yesterday on this map, just not having enough smokes.
Yeah, obviously Brim feels like a natural pick when it comes to Fracture, and I think that is the right call. To be fair, we did kind of comment on the Clove previously, and it still was a very effective Clove, but I think that just the overall utility that is coming out of Brimstone, especially to making sure that you've got the stimmy just in case you need to run around the map a little bit faster, should be working out really well. I am so curious how this one is going to be coming down, because there can literally be only one winner now. Whoever wins this map gets their spot. And so everything on the line, the mental toll at its maximum. And let's see which one of these teams can persevere through all of it.
Perseverance is the key word, because how the hell did Winthrop unboom themselves from 2 8-4 curses when they were ahead to a 6-6 to just the longest overtime ever? Like, don't they have like an exam in the morning? They just brought us all the way to game 5, and it's Infiltrator with first blood, and they're about to collapse onto this poor breach. Caillou gets run over like a truck. So Winthrop have full control of the site, and wasting no time is M80 rotating over. Bowser a bit late to the party. It's up to Sato. Paint Shell's not going to force those out yet. They're creeping onto the site. Through and past the smokes, the rest of Winthrop play through main. And there's an Infiltrator with his own paint shells, but other than that, no breach util, no salvos, just vibes for Winthrop. But all 5 remaining with Winthrop, who have been so great at pistols before, and look at that double swing. M80 works out, and they're even tapping the spike. This is going to stress Winthrop. And Winthrop are smoked off of main. Here's an alternate angle. Moves gets eyes. He goes 1 for 1. And the spike gets tapped halfway. What? But the salvos are insane from Flare.
Oh Oh man, the timing on that is just so uncomfortable. Once again, so much stalled utility coming through. So many things just to throw at the spike just to make sure that no defusal can possibly come through. And Winthrop University, they win their next pistol round. They've been on top of it in this series thus far. How did Infiltrator get so far in already? That is a great question. And honestly, this is not how you want to start this map out. As M80 just getting boomed mentally by the salvos, it's not a great start.
Yeah, and Flare had just regenerated those too. Like, those weren't on immediately in the post plant. Huge clutch play. I don't even want to call him a Tejo one trick, but because it sounds negative. I want to call him the Tejo master. Because you put him on that for just 1 month straight, even on a previous map. But moves is the whole reason this team is even still alive and playing. The 3K eventually stopped before the murder spree from moves. And more than enough work has been done for Winthrop to plant and get this anti-eco rolling.
Not the murder spree from moves. That's a pretty good way to explain how a lot of these maps have kind of fallen out here. Okeano's last person left standing. Flare cleans that one up. And yeah, once again, it's just moves being so annoying to M80. And genuinely, the reason why Winthrop University might win out this set is simply just because of the impact that moves has had.
Especially, yeah, and to be able to carry like almost every rifle through to the bonus. It's just also Winthrop covering their bases and just having hard reads on M80, getting desperate, getting nervous, going for flanks. And Winthrop catching M80 in these isolated positions like they did on pistols. So M80 just gonna play more together, having Caillou ready to fault line if there were to be a reaction to M80 grabbing that orb. Got the Tejo drone that gets shot down. Another Tejo drone gets shot down. Ping goes off. But what is this flank wave from Infiltrator coming through the top of the site to collapse on M80? The gamble. Yeah, really irrelevant. And M80 really boarded away this attack from Winthrop, who were stuck panicking and trying to rotate away from A when that was the primary game plan, and M80 denied their bonus.
It's such a fun wraparound that we're seeing Winthrop University do, where somehow they're able to just navigate themselves around, catch an off angle there, and M80 that time were more reactive towards it, making sure to stand their ground and more importantly stay alive, because then suddenly Winthrop, with all of the different angles that they're running in on, specifically looking at Dish, it becomes so much more difficult for them to find anything, and they're forced to run through. You could tell that they were really hoping that they could find a little bit more presence on B, have the wraparound available, but it simply just wasn't the case. This time though, Infiltrator goes in deep, trying to look for a pick. This is the first time that we're going to be seeing rifles in the hands of both of these squads. And it looks like this B site is going to be where Winthrop want to go. They will be meeting B-Dog and Bao as those members of Resistance on B. But let's see if they're able to at least take them out.
This has been the big contest of how do you break open A if you're Winthrop.
I know
and it's so
You're
good.
kidding me.
Moves is always converting multi-kills. How many members do you have to throw at them? How many bullets do you have to spray him down with for him to finally die? He even dodges the fault line. Even got the smoke at the door. He is just a one-man army. This B-Dog's gonna molly, buy some time for rotates to come in for M80. And Kai's not gonna go for any kind of silly flank. They're gonna need him for the flash. Now the molly is out. Salvos to pressure M80 as Winthrop brace the place. They're spiked down. And with the smokes pretty close, if Winthrop race across, there is going to be thorns. And there's an orbital strike in round 4. From Nasi, right? Or no, not from Nasi. From Ali, I should say.
Yeah. And Infiltrator 2 finding Caillou, just the pure utility being utilized by Winthrop University forces M80's hands. They can't even make a move in onto the site. Winthrop relies on that opening duel to go their way, and then they've got all the utility to just push them back, keep them at arm's length. So M80 can't even put a foot in the door. And just like that, that round is over. excellent usage of the ultimates, excellent usage of moves, just finding multi-kills yet again. Make sure that this is going to be a nice and secure Winthrop University round.
And just M80 have to play that dance of can they set up Caillou with good info to mark when moves or anyone from Winthrop pass into that A hall. And I think what's tricky is M80 think it's clear and they swing on moves and he's still in spawn, hard locks in and just rolls on out. And M80 have said Winthrop are so annoying, and it's kind of is reminiscent of Haven, of how Winthrop would just kind of stay in spawn. M80 would take map control and just get cooked from walking into pre-aim sightlines. So trying to read the pacing of Winthrop is so difficult.
Look at this. They're all set up outside of A. Okeano's the only person there. This would be an excellent spot for an Armageddon. But given the weaponry here, not sure if that's necessarily going to be worth it. Infiltrator, disgusting little sidestep and tap. All that talk I had about the Armageddon no longer applicable, as this is going to be a Winthrop University just playing the slow default round. M80, it feels like their hand is being forced, so they have to go exploring out of Dish. And look who's on the other side. Who else but Moobs?
Oh. Just hard dodging that, and Moobs still gets away with one. He's overwhelmed in every scenario, and Moobs always kills something. It's incredible. And Winthrop, I mean, they had first blood off of punishing Okeanos, just jiggle peeking or jump peeking. Or actually, it was just jiggle peeking, not even using the drone. Winthrop are not giving them any information, and they're just slaughtering them. Winthrop are building such a nice little win streak and keeping the numbers that they have. Or now I'm cursing it a little bit. Winthrop have a good economy starting to build up in this game 5.
And now B-Dog left alone. 1v3, making a 1v2, but simply not enough time anymore. Given all the utility that is available, the salvos will come out, and B-Dog is going to just run for the hills. Won't be even able to do that. Flare finds that kill there. I mean, Winthrop University, this looks even more dominant than it did on the previous map when they were starting to run away with things. It really feels like at this point, M80 are just kind of folding over like a sheet of paper. And that's why we're going to be seeing this time out come through, because M80, like they have to pull their heads back into the game. This is looking a lot more sloppy than we've seen on their previous maps. And of course, this is a little bit of an odder one for them. They're not as great at this map, but still, that's no reason to have some of these just kind of send it down, run it down, hope to find a kill plays. We expect a little bit more out of the squad, and it really might just be the best of 5 that's wearing them down.
And just to give another shout out to Flare, if you want anyone to be a one trick, it's to be on the Tejo, especially on this map. Sorry, Master of Tejo.
Yes,
because he always has salvos for the post plant. He just always does. If they plant, it's Jover. So, and I mean, Winthrop already looked good against SRB going 13-9, and that was without the Brim. And now that you're actually playing like the best controller for this is such a fantastic start. But maybe I'm just a hater, but Winthrop have had solid leads at the beginning before. I need to see how this builds up, but they have brought us to a game 5 for a reason. It's M80 shaking in their boots. It's M80 having this early of a timeout.
The mental boom. That could be potentially what's been going on here. And yeah, like you said, I mean, it's so funny because on top of that too, given the fact that they have Nasi, you see Flare just really playing to stay alive throughout all of it. And Flare still has been pretty good at finding those kills when it comes down to the crunch like that, but still just always being alive, always being so annoying for M80 to feel like that they always have to be worrying about those salvos. And that's that preservation of life, that pressure that keeping Tejo alive brings to the squad.
Orbital strike. The trigger's going to be pulled from B-Dog. He just needed the signal, and well, I thought just the signal from Okeanos would have been enough. And there is the fault line, and I guess M80 are just gonna gun this out while the sun is out. And this may have just costed M80, because now they're down for the count, and Winthrop are planting. And here's Sato, the hero, sneaking up. Flare doesn't know it and looks away. Sato with the one tap. One in towers. Nasi, who went to go clear arcade, and now there's trouble behind the aftershock. and he has to wrap around, he feels like. Especially with a Raze who can still have Boombot or what else? Paint shells in a narrow hallway. And Nasi has to deny defuse, gets halfway, and Sato, the king, brings it true for M80.
Oh, you can feel it. You can feel the tension building up. Sato able to clutch that one up, now has a showstopper online. And keep in mind, the only reason that we didn't see Infiltrator get that rocket off was because a stealth drone happened to activate on the site, just completely negating any utility that could be used. Don't forget that that suppresses as well. And so Winthrop University, they lost one of their most important engagement tools, which really just slowed them down into this weird, chaotic round that kind of happened here. You can tell that the rocket was supposed to launch there, but instead had to go for the rifling. And Sato just a little bit sharper. 5 ultimates, or sorry, 4 ultimates online for M80. Bao just one away from getting Steel Garden online as well. If you needed a little bit of a, you know, a kick in the sails, then I think that last round was a perfect one for M80.
Armageddon from the defense to spawn. Winthrop forced a little forward into the line of sight of Sato. Good benefits there, but meanwhile, Moobs has been free on the flank and was hoping to coordinate this with the rest of the team, and M80 just evacuate and hope for a better regrouped retake. So Winthrop will head to plant shortly with the smoke still in place. It's the beauty of the brim over the clove, and Nasi has a Rolling Thunder, which I thought would have just been plan A in the first place, to just Rolling Thunder in, but it's the Rolling Thunder from the defense. It's gonna catch the planter, who has cover, responding Rolling Thunder to keep the retake back. And watch this flank from B-Dog if he commits to it. Winthrop have numbers watching it. It's gotta be synced up of M80 all attacking at once. And they're on the approach, taking their time, scaling up. Moves is on the high ground. B-Dog's flank doesn't work out. M80 can't call from the front. It's a 2 versus 3, and it's Winthrop with numbers.
Oh no.
And Caillou just not having the time, especially with that beautifully placed molly from Ali. This post play is insane from Winthrop.
It's so annoying. I'm getting annoyed watching it right now. Like, you see it, they get the kills, they're like, uh-oh, Spike's counting down. We don't have site control anymore. Let me shoot my molly. Here go the salvos. Surely they can't defuse now. And yeah, M80 are just like, all right, if that's the game you want to play, then I guess that's the game you're going to want to play. And just immediately back out of it. Winthrop University, once again, getting another round. An excellent effort coming in from M80. They jump 2 of their key ultimates right off the bat, that being the Orbital Strike and the Armageddon. And yet Moobs sneaks in from Dish completely unnoticed. 007 in your back line, already onto the site. And that's so key to make sure that Winthrop University are able to win out that round. It looks like they are just completely steamrolling their way forwards with momentum over this M80 squad.
And M80 were the ones that were getting like tons of multi-kills yesterday. That was peak M80. And they kind of need to start peaking, or we're not going to see them in the grand final. And Okeanos has been that guy. Sato was huge yesterday, and M80, I feel like, need to make big plays to disrupt Winthrop's structure. There is Sato jumping back in, gets past the defenses, and the Armageddon just forces everyone to struggle. For Winthrop, it's not been a decisive round quite yet, not with M80's retake, with smokes in, the spike hasn't been tapped, and Moves, it's just clearing the way. B-Dog responds, 1v2 is possible, spike tapped, doesn't get the attention from anyone, no one peeks him, and Winthrop clean, but it did take them down to 2 people left, which is the cope that I have.
Oh man, and it's so, like, you talk about disjointed there, you can see that Armageddon is going to be online. You know that they've got that tool available to just kind of gamble on the fact that this isn't going to be the round that we get to see it happen, especially too with how conservatively Flare has been playing. It just feels like that level of attention to detail that you expect from M80 is missing a little bit. They decide to just engage on it, making it such an uncomfortable play. They use the showstopper as well, just for good measure. And of course, it's Moves on the back line yet again, making sure that M80 have 0 chance for that respectful retake. Now, things are starting to look dire. There's still 4 more rounds left, but Winthrop University show 0 signs of stopping. Sato does have this operator. We've seen some disgusting things. This has to be the round where Sato turns up yet again to reinvigorate this M80 squad.
The Steel Garden could be big. I'm surprised Bao hasn't popped it now after just getting salvoed and whatnot. Ooh. Little exchange with Infiltrator. No damage done. Infiltrator lurking around. M80 gotta know this is gonna be the hit. And there's a Steel Garden finally pulled from Bao. As Winthrop are just gonna hold their ground and wait for M80 to approach. It's a good delay created by Bao. But do they get the kills? And it's Bao being repositioned. The 1 versus 2 and just sprays through the wall, and it's just not enough to keep back Winthrop. But what? Sato with the pink shields in the tower. The op that's whipped out. And Winthrop get whipped into shape, but they still have the advantage. They still need to go pick up their spike, though, and actually get the objective done. With 20 seconds left, Okeanos can just be on prevention duty with no utility to left from Winthrop to defend this. But Okeanos and Kaio need to sync up. Better delay and do it right. But, man, the focus, the tunneling on the high ground. Okeanos is left in a 1v1. Knows where Flare is. Okeanos taking shots through the door. And the spike tapped. Getting the halfway. He's going to hold it. And Flare isn't checking it on time. Oh my god, at the last second he does. Holy cow.
Wow. Oh, man. If anyone was going to just bring that one back, of course it would be Okeanos, but just goes for it. Turns out sometimes you don't stick it all the way there. Flare just a little bit aware. And at this point, for all the viewers at home, I'd highly encourage you to just watch the minimap and watch where the cipher goes around. I know it's so easy to get hyper-focused on what's happening right in front of you, whose perspective we're looking at, but the positioning of moves has been spectacular and is completely unchecked every single time. Moves just doing a masterclass of flanking and lurking and doing everything necessary as Sato, a little bit angry, finds Infiltrator's head.
Sheriff save too. Already sussing out this Winthrop push. You could have an Armageddon, but it all depends. Do M80 invest? And where the rifle is dropped is not somewhere that can be picked up. The Vice Wall. I think Winthrop are trying to test it and see if they can trigger it. Meanwhile, the lurk from Moobs, finally he gets humbled, and it's because someone has a Sheriff. I swear to God, I'm gonna crash out.
It's the Sheriff buff. Somehow, some way, it makes it possible here. But I love how that's exactly after I say, hey, keep an eye on the minimap, because just shutting moves down is going to make this so much more difficult for Winthrop University. I'm curious to see how they continue to engage off this, knowing that they've already lost Infiltrator as well as moves. This very well could be M80's 3rd round, and of course it's when they're on a save.
Reads from Bao, knowing this arcade
30 seconds
rotate
left.
from Winthrop is coming, and now the last 25 seconds, Winthrop still with the better weapons, but with the flash, M80 get an advantage and at least go 1-1. As thrifty as possible. I can't believe I'm saying it yet again. Winthrop may not even have time to plant, but a lot of time is built up from the orbital strike from Ali.
Wow.
He's been huge this round. You get off with the plant, the aftershock. It's gonna do some damage to Flare. The Armageddon runs over the Tejo Master. 1v1. And are we serious? It's a thrifty. Oh my God.
It's a thrifty, but you think about how much investment was tossed into that one too. Makes it just a little bit more sweeter for M80 to be able to win out that thrifty round. So much gets utilized there to try and make that one possible, and yet still, M80, they do come out on top of it. So they do find that 3rd round here. Still, there's only 2 more rounds left. And it really just felt like, you know, a couple of very early pickouts there. Of course, by Sato, of course, by Okeanos, makes sure that this is so much more possible to win for M80. They took out the key players on Winthrop University, especially too when it comes to that map control, because moves flanking and Infiltrator moving in are really what allows the Winthrop University comp to thrive.
A hat had it coming. Moves shut down by a Sheriff, and now the op. what began the thrifty for M80 last round. And man, Sato. The O stands for up, I think. And
Sad operator.
yeah, of course. Well, he's operating quite well. You got the Rolling Thunder from Nasi, not over for Winthrop, combined with the Armageddon from Flare. Man, they invested a lot to deal with Sato. The 2 ults for the 1 kill. Is it enough for Winthrop? It's Ali. Has to go big against the high-low. He gets one, not the other. It's 7-4.
There's so much crazy investment coming in just to win out these rounds. I mean, yeah, you got a lot of ultimates there. Yeah, you want to make sure that you're able to secure it, but it just feels almost excessive. Still, though, slapping that sniper rifle out of Sato's hands is definitely well worth it. Sato now has the showstopper back online. We're at the last round and a half. What started out as just pure, utter dominance coming in from Winthrop University is very slowly being equalized here, round by round. So you can't count M80 out of this one just yet, because as we've learned, the comebacks, they are so real in every single one of these maps.
And Moobs is getting support this time from Flare because he's been first blooded twice, and maybe some info. Nothing much to be earned. Meanwhile, from behind, the showstopper, and B-Dog couldn't line it up under pressure. The orbital strike to let it rain is insane from Ali. He's been such a pillar for this team, and what? I thought that was plated for sure. Bao just spams through the smoke and gets that. All right. Someone else has to do it, I guess. Now you get the showstopper from Sato and hit the box kind of awkwardly, and it's just always down to these random 1v1s. But wait, an 8-4 for Winthrop. I worry about this, Marks.
I worry about this too. Take a pinch of salt and throw it over your shoulder, because at this point we might have jinxed ourselves here. It was an interesting rocket towards the end there. Sato maybe overcooking just a little bit, feeling the carry syndrome come through. I have to win this out in order to win this for my team, and trying to just take matters into his own hand. Whiffs the rocket completely, allowing for just the swing out to happen, and immediately just gets taken down. Got to cool your jets a little bit as we get the swap over now. Like you said, 8-4.5. A comeback very much in the horizons, potentially. We don't know how this goes anymore. All logic, rhyme, and reason does not exist in this game, in this silly game of Valorant. So let's see how these ones want to play out. It's going to come down to, once again, just who can outlast their opponent, because you can tell both of these teams are just throwing every single bit that they've got at the wall, trying to make something work now.
Winthrop have to break the 8-4 curse, and M80 got to work the voodoo magic, get the dolls out or whatever that's about, and help Moobs. Now this time on the defense, he's going to be pretty chilling over at B, and it's the trap play from Winthrop, having their breach on the right side, and the duelist through the door. Nasi on the other side of the box won't catch Bao, and the rest of M80 got the backup. And Sato has the shots, the double kill, the bulldozers of M80 set themselves up to respond with a pistol round of their own.
Player standing.
We talk about the just momentum game coming through here, and right now M80, they're like, all right, enough playing around. We've had the strategy book out of here. You know, we've been doing our set plays. Why don't we just go in there and try and kill them? And it feels like that level of momentum, that level of just coming down to those fundamentals of, hey, let's just run things down. That is what's kind of been working for them. These rounds are extremely chaotic, even bleeding through from the last one, where it's just kind of two teams bashing their heads against each other. And so honestly, if it comes down to that, I do think that M80 might be able to come out on top. Don't want to predict anything because, you know, who knows at this point, but still an excellent pistol round coming out from M80 to start out the second half on the right foot.
Okay, can Bao pull a Moobs in 1v3 here? Oh God, not when he gets fault line. Well, he's hidden and he's just got a delay, and then it's not even the 1v3. He just gets collapsed on by the entirety of Winthrop. And that gives the site for free to the rest of Bao's team, so the anti-eco, they could work this at range. The damage to Ali too. Nasi has the flash. Just gotta wait for these smokes to expire, I guess. And M80 are on the hunt. Look how they're just exploring the map, looking everywhere.
Here.
Or Winthrop just gonna chill, I guess. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, that works too. Hey, you know what takes a long time? Waiting for the spike. What? We're not playing on Abyss? Don't worry. Do I have a solution for you? Just toss out the salvos at the paint shells.
Who dropped this grenade?
Oops, daisies. But honestly, that's a smart move just because it makes sure that no other ultimate points can go over to M80, especially to knowing how impactful those ultimates have been before. This just denies everything and making sure that you guys get those ultimate orbs without having to sacrifice your life. You don't even let that spike explode. So honestly, just kind of like, all right, let GG go next type of round for Winthrop University, as M80 now 2 rounds away. It's going to be the full bonus coming through, and rifles in the hands of Winthrop. Is engagement already in?
Yeah, I feel like the vibes are off if you're calming, like, let's drink the forbidden Kool-Aid and just go next. And leave M80 with a healthy bonus. Oh, jeez. I'm trying to wrap around as Winthrop moves always to kick things off. The spark plug to this team, the ultimate sentinel. Try and anchor this retake. And the Thorns are going to delay some things, and Moobs wants to waste no time and is just taking unnecessary damage, worried about the scam that could come through main after being communicated that M80 are there, and such post-plant potential. With Okeanos, the nades, and the rest of M80. A delay, but Winthrop are getting the kills. The defuse is halfway, and okay, Okeanos!
Last player standing.
The bomb specialist with the 4K. Are we for real? These Teos are something else, Marks.
I was sitting there being like, huh, everyone's evacuated off of the site. How do they suppose that they're going to be able to hold this one? And then I saw the vision. All the utility flying one after another. First, the aftershock. Next, you see the molly flying. You even get to see, actually, the Teo jumping up, trying to body block it, trying to just bounce it off of his body to make sure that you don't find anything. And then last but not least, the salvos come through. It's just stall after stall after stall. At M80, they come back into batting distance. 7 to 8 now, a single round separating their team. Sato is also turning things up, but moves on the other side could be the linchpin.
Dude, M80 in round 2, or in the second half, are something else. The comeback kings never back down. You are against sheriffs, so I'm not gonna just hyperglaze too much, but M80 are really working this voodoo, this 8-4 voodoo, really well.
Oh, jeez. And 2v4 onto this retake, given the inferior weaponry, it should be pretty easy here.
Enemy remaining.
And the salvos too, nades. All right.
Yeah.
Flawless is nice, building up that eco. That's what made M80 so deadly in the late game in the past.
Oh, man. You thought the M80 train was dying? Well, they just got a new shipment of coal and they're throwing the entire bag into the thing to fuel this engine flying forwards. M80 now with 4 rounds in a row here. As we're going to be seeing Winthrop University take their time out now. So far, they haven't had any single answer for M80 whenever they decide to attack. We are going to be seeing Infiltrator coming in with this operator this time, but I genuinely think based off of the last couple of rounds, they need to start to figure out some sort of defensive protocol in order to stop that spike going down, because as soon as that spike goes down, we know how dangerous M80 can be on those post plants. They've got lineups for days. You don't even want to get yourself into that type of situation. The question is how do you close the door on them when every single time they're coming at you with a righteous fury flying through onto the site? And even Moobs has not been able to really slow this down at all. And so M80, like, honestly, I feel like that last round was a huge momentum booster that brought them right back into the game.
Absolutely. M80 kind of were giving me some hints that they looked boomed at the beginning. And they, you know, somehow pulled a thrifty out of their hat, and M80 just got back into the game in the second half, of course. Winthrop their first time out. We'll see what they have planned for this orbital strike. It's just the initial plan of having their breach trap play into A. It's just the immediate pull of Winthrop towards the left side of the map. And look who's watching that flank. It's Infiltrator with the op. And this is going to be deadly. And didn't catch the jump across, but got one at the end of the day. And this is, man, Asado has to think twice about wanting to challenge this op.
And that's what's so important on that pick onto B-Dog. That takes out all of your sky smokes from this. So suddenly this operator gets even more annoying because he can't even really just shut it down.
What the hell? We're just shaking our mouse and hoping for the best. He got an orbital strike on top of someone's dome.
One enemy remaining.
And Winthrop locking down this round and getting to a lead unless Caillou has something to say about it. With a rolling thunder if he's feeling spicy. But with Nasi still having a flash and an aftershock, I don't know if he can get into position. He just uses the flash to get into the site. The aftershock and Caillou is for the rolling thunder. But gets caught. Is that wasted? That's wasted, right? That's gone.
It's gone. It's just thrown into the garbage bin. It's done. That is so painful. I was gonna say, it was so scary. I could see what Caillou was trying to pull out there. You know exactly where they're going to be pushing from. Toss out the rolling thunder. Give yourself enough time to move yourself around, reposition yourself. Things are going to be good. And then the aftershock comes through, applies just a little bit of additional pressure. Should have just hung out, tanked out that first little shock, and then let it rip. Because if he went out of position just like that, you knew that Winthrop University we're going to be ready for that. That is a huge tool to just lose in a weird situation. But now, M80, they gotta pull themselves back as they decide to attack this B site. It's been their preferred site thus far.
Oh, Infiltrator doesn't prefer that though. Not too much at all. As you really thought, post timeout, Winthrop were just unchoking themselves. But man, when it rains, it pours. They're down 2. And then Winthrop felt good. Also, removing that rolling thunder from Caillou, making that a non-factor. You got an Armageddon from Flare to just prevent the plan. It will continue. Gets put into position and try and fight against it. Caillou has to go for the safest plan ever, but now can't rotate into a better position. It's up to Caillou to defend this. M80 play from main, and what coordination, and what a double kill from Bao to get M80 tied up.
Wow, Bao coming alive. Has been a little bit quieter this game. I know we've juiced up and glazed the Sentinel agents on both of these teams quite a bit, but Bao's been playing a little bit more passively this time around, but finds an opportunity really to turn things up. I still think that Sato, being that high impact player, being the kind of rambunctious duelist that we were expecting when he got signed to this team, is really pulling them forwards, but just making sure you've got that reliable backline ready to go is what's going to make sure that M80 continue to win this.
Sheriff saved, but it's Winthrop after all.
Okay.
Oh, and it's pretty traded. The salvos, the mollies. You gotta look where you're walking and look where you're shooting. And with the smoke in place, it kind of the fence up, keeps the dogs from barking at each other for too long. M80, don't let Winthrop gather any of those rifles that were dropped either, so it's just the Guardian from Moobs to really worry about, and that's nowhere near.
Nice and quiet now. A fault line from Nasi should be back online. Yeah, ducks away appropriately too. So this could add a little bit of stall moves. Gonna have to rotate pretty quickly. Fortunately, the fault line was a little bit too short there, so no one really gets pinged up with that. Valley gonna be back on the wraparound as Okiono's just on the other side to take it out.
Oh geez, that first shot was so clean though from Ali.
One enemy
Moves and Nasi left, but not much you can do when you're at a number disadvantage and a weapon disadvantage. Nasi is sitting on the spike and is ready to go down with the ship.
I'm like, I know that you're just waiting for the tap here or someone to go and check, but it's so strange seeing it actually play out here, Jed.
Shut up and let me work.
Oh, the aftershock that's left over too. The post plants. These teams have so many bells and whistles left for that later stage of the round that, man, defusing, retaking feels impossible.
It's so annoying. It's so annoying. It feels like a Shopify Rebellion Gold. Every single time that they play, they love to play those post-plant spams. And both of these teams, their kits are put together specifically for that. You notice that even when they engage, they hold a lot of those tools, just hoping that honestly the Rays can fly in, get a little bit of value, get that space, get the site for free, and then once they get that spike down, it's just game over. And so you have to cut the Hydra at its main head. Winthrop University got to make sure that that spike doesn't get down, otherwise they're going to be stuck in the weeds.
Man, and the credits are so low from Winthrop. This is a must win, and the pink through the smoke. Okay, I was gonna say, if Sato gets away, that's a crime. Maybe are cut off too. This is tough. They're pretty rich, and they don't got a lot of wiggle room in terms of rounds. The Armageddon's finally used on the right side from Okeanos. Gets some tags. Ali's still up and is trying to sync up with the crossfire. And Winthrop are all out of sorts from salvos and Armageddons, splitting them apart. And it's Winthrop that unite for the final time this round, where M80 haven't planted yet. And the spike is wrapping around Arcade, and M80, are they trying to go to A from here? I guess they have the time.
Oh, there's no way that they decide to do this. Of course, because Nasi has spotted out Okeanos' back. The call is made there, and look at that, already 2 kills. And so, yeah, now their hand is forced. They have to go onto this A site. What was looking like a free plant, a free round for M80 has suddenly gotten into such a precarious situation. This time, though, don't have to worry about a lot of spam coming through here. No aftershock available, just a fault line, and that is simply not enough to stall it to death.
If M80 were worried about this Rolling Thunder and Showstopper, this is a better site to split up on, and No Filtrator leads in. Rolling Thunder ensues, and Winthrop are looking for targets and have no idea where M80 are playing from until they discover, and Winthrop win the hide and seek battle. And we're tied 10-10. No one's had a definitive lead in quite a while.
Oh man, I mean, I think for the mental reps that both of these teams have been going through, this is honestly really, really, really good practice, because this is one of those things where, okay, you know, we've gone through such a long series. We started now 5 hours ago, and we still have to reach into the bottom of our pockets, pull out every single thing that we've got to try and win out these rounds, and they're still going blow for blow. This is like, honestly, if this was the grand finals here for Split 1, that would have been an honest treat. But of course, whichever one of these teams wins has to go up against Shopify Rebellion Black. So they're not out of the weeds just yet. They're just building up the reps right now.
M80's legacy on the line to the most legendary collegiate run in Challengers. A lot rides on these next couple of rounds, and a reverse sweep if I just wanted to say that word. I don't want to put that in the air. And a plant? We're getting a 5v5 post plant? Oh, good luck to Winthrop. You got mollies, you got orbital strike, you got salvos. You're not touching the spike anytime soon. And Flare, the key to that maybe Armageddon retake to suppress M80 in these corridors. Look at the split from M80. They got the crossfire, but Moobs has the flank. And he only goes 1 for 1, but the dual theft advantage. Will this be enough for Infiltrator and Ali? Especially with the op, it's not going to be easy to handle this pressure coming up. But actually, Infiltrator has a shoddy, but can only do a bit of damage into B-Dog, and he still stands, and the post plant is successful, as Ali just won't have time. And M80 get up to 11.
M80 now 2 rounds away from securing that fabled rematch against Shopify Rebellion Black, but still being tested to the maximum there. Honestly, Moobs just having a great timing, a good sync up in order to play off of Nasi's flash, go in there, find a free kill. I was scared for a second because of that crunch happening just outside of that A site. And yet still M80, they grit their teeth, they hang on for dear life, and they're able to win that one out. They use the showstopper in the midst of all of that, but still all good. Caillou getting close to having that Rolling Thunder back online as well. This time we'll be looking for a bit of a better opportunity instead of just losing it just like that. The replay ops doing them dirty there. but still, given the fact that Winthrop University are taking this time out, this is one of those moments where you got to wonder, what are they going to swap up here? How do they make sure that they change their plan around? Because they've had some successful rounds on this defense. They just need to find their opportunity a little bit better. And it happens usually when they have a little bit more map control and get these kind of niche wraparounds, applying so much pressure in different areas where you see M80 just assume they can get away for free.
M80 finished their series against TSM with a win on Fracture to move on in the lower bracket. Winthrop find themselves in the lower bracket after losing Fracture to Shopify Rebellion Black. Fracture has been the end-all be-all for both these teams. And M80 have their Spike solo, okay, no longer solo, rejoining the squad, being as quiet as they can, awaiting an aggro flank from Winthrop, knowing they'd be desperate on pistols to make a big play. And just relying on the fundamentals now of moves as util at B. Free orbs for M80 in this case. 2 away from the Rolling Thunder. Just staying put.
And honestly, good blast pack. You see Sato throw out there, destroys one of those trips. We've seen Moobs be so good at being that flank, being that lurk. And yet on this defense, right now Moobs kind of has the leash on. Isn't really able to move around because keeping Cypher alive is more important than allowing your Cypher to try and frag out, because as soon as he goes down, then all of that utility gets lost. So that impact that Moobs has had on previous rounds, specifically on their attack, is simply not a thing here, as the stealth drone does go in, but Winthrop University are not fooled by it.
And M80 have pings over on this left side and using utils to get control of ropes. An infiltrator could get his hands on a juicy rifle if he's lucky enough. Hides in the smoke. The defensive orbital strike, thinking the plant was gonna happen to limit M80. It's the last 12 seconds. You got an Armageddon from the defense, but who cares? Sato and the rest still managed to get the spike down, and all 4 of Winthrop down. Moves the last one with a flawless round for M80, carrying every single rifle, having everything at their disposal to finish off this series and go to the grand final.
What a play there. I like that little just strategic swap up from M80. What have we talked about every single time on the post play? M80, they run for the hills. M80, they play so far back. M80, they're just going to rely on their utility to just have that spike tick down. This time, no, they set up a trap play. They set up just outside of the smokes, just outside where Winthrop University might even attempt a retake. And they just nip it in the bud, don't even give Winthrop the opportunity to get close to that spike or tap it so that none of their utility gets utilized that round. A very fun changeup from M80 here as they're looking to pressure Moobs, who is alone onto this B site.
Winthrop buying down to 0, but need to go 0 to 100. It's their last chance to go to overtime, to attempt the reverse sweep. And it's Sato who's been given the spike. Smokes in place, moves ready to disrupt it, and gets the spike down! Moves the hero! And Winthrop put a stop to M80's plans! But M80 able to fire back. 11 HP is Caillou. Rolling Thunder ready. M80's confidence building. Winthrop have Nasi and Ali still with Molly, still with flashes. And a Rolling Thunder from the offense in the 2v2 helps M80 maybe conclude this in a 1 versus 1. Who is the better Brim? Who is the alpha? That's B-Dog with the wraparound. Ali buys Winthrop another round.
Ali just says, oh, I've been pushing this way. Let me just look to the left for a second. Oh my goodness me, someone's there. Unbelievable read coming through. It really, I don't want to say just came down to luck, but just a little bit of unfortunate timing. On top of that too, M80, you see them dig in, you see Caillou use the Rolling Thunder. I thought that was excellent, and honestly, they should have been able to get the kill so much earlier on, and yet still somehow these players all stunned up, get the headshots that they need, making sure that Winthrop University are alive yet again. It's a bit of a scattered buy-in, very aggressive here, but M80, they hold back and play disciplined.
Yeah, despite that win, Winthrop are just gonna have a couple of stingers, and oh jeez, it's over before it even started. Winthrop sent the house, and they come out empty-handed. Moves the 1v4 king. Can he do it? He led with confidence last round to get Winthrop the first blood, to stop the spike carrier, to get the objective down. But it's M80 that stand tall and one step away from denying the reverse sweep from Winthrop to go to the grand finals for the rematch. And you still have an Armageddon in the back pocket, and Moves has to retake and bow. He roars, and M80 advance to the top 2.
Take that reverse sweep and get it out of here. M80 coming back so dominantly here in the second half of this map. Things were looking a little bit bleak. Things were looking a little bit dire with how their performance had been going on those last 2 maps. You could feel them being so stressed out at a moment's notice, not too sure what was going to happen or what was going on. And yet still, when it swaps over to their attack, they looked so darn good on Fracture. And so they grit their teeth and they earn their way back into that rematch against Shopify Rebellion Black in the finals. Big congratulations to M80.
The 13-10 on Lotus for M80, 17-15, the longest overtime ever on Haven, to the comeback on Abyss from Winthrop, the clutch up on Pearl from Winthrop, to the Fracture. You even had Ali get off the Clo for this moment. They look so much better. But it will be M80, the top dog, getting to the end. What a series. I hope the grand final will be just as special. And will M80 get their rematch? You guys are going to have to find out tomorrow. But we want to get our the thoughts from M80 in a post-match interview, so don't go anywhere.
It took all 5 maps and a 13-11 scoreline on the final one, but in the end, M80 to take the series and land themselves in spot in the grand finals tomorrow. A rematch up against SRB. I mean, Roy, going into this series, the fact that M80 got the first 2 maps, Winthrop being able to then try and equalize the series, it came down to the wire. So well fought on both aspects, but huge congratulations to M80.
Massive congratulations to M80, a very deserved win. But I mean, we talked a lot about the match stamina, right, for Winthrop University, and it really felt like a factor here. Being able to claw yourself from a 2-0 deficit in what was a nail biter, a barn burner, if you will, every single map. It felt like every single round, it felt like it's just massive props, right? And one more time, I really want to give a shout out to Winthrop University. I think I speak for a lot of us when I say they've exceeded expectations. They've surpassed so many of the teams that we considered were top teams. They've defeated them as well. So shout out to Winthrop University.
Yeah, it's such a big heartbreak to lose like this when you're in that map 5. But obviously only one of our teams can win. And this time around is going to be M80 that did such an amazing job at adapting to the crazy things that Winthrop University were bringing to them. We talked a lot about what Moves was doing on the Sentinel role throughout the series. We talked about Ali as well, changing from that Clove to the Brimstone here, about Infiltrator and the impact that he had throughout this best of 5. But it's M80 that knows exactly how to close on this series. I really like the plan that they had towards that B side. The B hits, there were some very specific ones that you can tell that they've been prepping for quite a long time to make sure that this series, and if it went the distance, it was gonna be on their side, and that 13-11 just tells the story.
It really does. And the fact, too, that M80, for not just this map, but 3 different maps in the series, were down 4-8 at the half and still able to come out on top in a best of 5, Roy, I think just really speaks so much volumes about this team and really about both teams. But going into the player performances, highlighting people across the board, I think it's easy to say that everyone from this team, Dan, was really able to step up when needed. But again, Sato waiting room, and that waiting pays off.
Especially on the race. We've seen Sato today play a little bit of the Jet, a little bit of the Neon as well. The race, as we saw on the map number 1. And just to close it out, as strong as he can, he goes back into this race for Fracture, and he has such an insane performance. I think this is now, as we've gotten the chance to see him throughout playoffs, and since he joined this M80 squad, this is clearly his best agent. And so it was the little secret that they have behind of, okay, we're gonna make sure that Fracture is their last map because we're gonna have Sato and these crazy cool setup plays for Sato to open up the kills.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 13-11. That's 24 rounds. He has 8 first kills. That means a third of the rounds were opened by Sato. That's an amazing job by him. And of course, amazing job for the team. The structure, it really is kicking in full force here for M80. And so congratulations to them. And of course, pop-offs by B-Dog and a lot of the support crew for the M80 side. They've done a fantastic job throughout that entire series. Congratulations once again.
The biggest of congratulations, and they definitely deserve their rest. So for the interview, instead, we have one of the coaches, Drew Spark, on the line for a little bit more insight about that lower finals that we just saw. Congratulations to you and the squad. It took all 5 maps, but now you're into the grand finals. How does it feel?
Feels good. I mean, I need my rest too, but it's not looking like I'm getting any. I've got BO5 tomorrow, so also welcome to the dungeon. It's currently nearly 2 a.m. here, so...
Okay, well, then we'll make this quick then, and I appreciate your time. So this ended up being a full 5-map series, and a lot of these maps getting really, really close. We had the quad overtime on the 1, the 13-11 win on the final one. How is it to then push the team to make sure they can overcome this and be able to pass this finish line?
Yeah, I think just kind of speaking honestly, I think we've struggled at times this season, you know, with a fresh team and still like figuring out the kinks and stuff, and obviously making a roster change halfway through to get Sato on board. It's been a little hard to get some consistency with our energy and just like turning up and, you know, making sure that a lot of our micro is on point. And honestly, like firstly, I want to say well played to Winthrop and everyone we've played so far. But at the same time, I do feel like a lot of the maps that we're losing, especially big losses or like big deficits in half, is usually down to us just not being, you know, fully on our A game. And I mean, the good news is I also believe that we're the most resilient team in the league right now. And I mean, there's a lot that I can say just to kind of remind them on the things that they're missing out on in their communication or like certain protocols. But honestly, it's the guys holding themselves accountable in the server that ultimately amounts to these big comebacks that we can make.
I want to talk a little bit about that resiliency because not one, not two, but 3 different maps in this series. We saw M80 down 4-8 going into the side swap. So those are great opportunities for Winthrop to try and close out and M80 to close out all of them. So I want to know, first off, like how to keep pushing through in that. And does it get stressful almost always seeming to be down on these maps?
Yeah, I mean, it's stressful, but at the same time, like we've proven like almost every match so far, like even in like the Shopify match where, you know, we had 2 really bad maps, we still bounced back map 2 and showed what we could do on split, right? I get stressed, but ultimately I know that the guys, if they want to win, like they will win, you know, like they've got it within them. And I truly believe that at our peak, we are the best team in the league right now. Like I say, it's just a matter of consistency, and the guys know more than anyone else that it's kind of down to them to, you know, to make sure they're remembering everything that they need to be doing on a micro level.
That's fair. And I want to talk about kind of a goofier moment, but one that happened way back in the series. B-Dog on Haven going for this knife kill when it's a 2v1 and Winthrop have the advantage on rounds. And I want to know the stress for you. Like, is that stressful as a coach? Or are you like, nah, like the players got this, like let them get their knife kill? Like, what's going through your head?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Brandon just ran out of bullets and like was like, you know, just trying to do what he needs to do to trade. It was a very hectic moment, but you know, like Brandon he's on the Omen, he's a bit of a specialist. He likes to make plays. Like you saw the one on Lotus as well, with above like the tree door and everything. So yeah, like we're in safe hands with Brandon, and yeah, like, again, just another great thrifty round, one of many this series.
So many thrifty rounds. And yeah, it was a long series. So I just have one final question. Looking at Shopify Rebellion Black, they're now going to greet you in this grand finals. They're also the one to knock you down to lower finals. How are you feeling with this best of 5 grand finals tomorrow?
I'm feeling good. I think a lot of people will kind of look at it and be like, oh, wow, they've played like back-to-back days. But I mean, I've been in this position before in like Madrid, you know, like playing playing like a best of 3 into like 2 best of 5s back-to-back. Like it takes it takes its toll on you, like in terms of like your energy. But at the same time, like you really have the opportunity to build up a lot of momentum. So I guess what I would say to Shopify is be prepared for a better M80 tomorrow.
I'm so excited to see it, though. How much M80 has scaled throughout this has been so exciting, Drew. Thank you so much for your time. Get some rest. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, back over to us. I mean, yeah, the players, the coaches too. Everyone must be exhausted. Y'all as well on the day. But man, was this such an exciting series to go through. The fact that we're getting a full 5 maps here in this lower finals, Dan, I couldn't ask for a better day today, except for hopefully the same again tomorrow.
Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing to see how close they were, especially for Winthrop University. I feel like they were questioned throughout this playoffs, throughout the Swiss stage, and just the fact that they were able to put up a fight against one of the stronger teams that we've had, not only right now this year, but historically. M80 has always been one of the strongest teams that we have in Challengers, and they continue to be. So I'm happy for both of the teams for what they've been able to prove so far and what they're going to be able to prove in the future. I also think, by the way, on that interview for Drew Spark, it's just such a flex that he was like, yeah, best of 5. I already dealt with that in Madrid. Oh, by the way, he won with Sentinels. In case you forget that was also part of the lore for Drew Spark. He won with Sentinels as the assistant coach. So really cool things, and that's why we always talk about the coaching staff behind M80, because they have so much experience. They've been proven in the past. They have LAN experience, and now they're going into these best of 5 and dealing with crazy situations like it's nothing.
I mean, M80 definitely in really good hands with Drew and Psycho. So I'm excited to see, as there was also words, it's going to be a different M80 tomorrow for this rematch. Pulling up the bracket, it'll be a great time. Final call out for me for Winthrop University and this crazy run that they were on, Roy. But the fact that this was already an upset for Winthrop University to make it into the playoffs over YFP, and to see the run that they made throughout this bracket and the masterclass they put up against M80, just there was only a couple rounds, a couple is just separating a potentially different result. And when you're talking about a team to put up that much performance up against an M80 that has been praised for all this talent, I think Winthrop definitely need to give them their dues for making it to the top 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredibly inspiring, right? To be an underdog, to be. I mean, I don't want to say disrespected, but to be underestimated the entire Swiss stage coming into this tournament. No one even talked about you, and to have such a peak, especially with a roster change as well, very late towards the playoffs. I mean, it really is incredible from Winthrop University. So once again, shout out to them. But of course, M80. The resilience, I absolutely love that he says that as well, because I view it in the same way. They're just such a resilient team in and out of the game, constantly battling obstacles. I'm very excited, but I do want to remind us they're going up against a very hot SRB right now, a team that seems to have hit God mode. They're the end game boss. They're awaiting M80 in the grand finals, and it's going to be an absolute battle tomorrow.
It certainly will be, and I cannot wait to get into it. Reminder, last time these two teams faced off, Shopify Rebellion Black on 2 of these maps, 13-1, 13-2 victory. But this has been a different M80, and I cannot wait to see what they have for us tomorrow. Thank you all so much for tuning in for the lower finals today. Get your rest as well. It's been a long one, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for the grand finals. Have a good night, everyone.
Things out. This could get a ping onto these controllers, and Winthrop gonna surge in to benefit from that on the back of now a Nightfall that for M80's defense to push it back, and it's B-Dog who's just insane with the 3K, hosing down Winthrop in the middle of that Nightfall from Okiano. He gets moves, and Winthrop has to turn around a 3v5 to keep themselves alive on Lotus, and it's a Nightfall from M80, and it just gets worse and worse. But Winthrop, it's like they play better when they're down for the count. A huge double kill from Ali, evens up the playing field, but there is the finish. And so you're looking for where this Rolling Thunder is going to be hitting from Caillou, and it is towards Garage. Sato jumps in, but that player is long gone, and the rest on the C side are pretty safe, and Moves equalizes, and he got the Armageddon sweeping through Garage, and this Sentinel has done more than enough to anchor with the shotgun of all things. One shutdown to punish from the rest of M80, stepping up the sewer, Bow with the 180, flicks and turns, and M80 established on the site. 1v2 is Moves. M80 for the win, and they know exactly where the threat is coming from, but Bow couldn't spit back the 1v1 to extend OT. So Kiana's with the plant, and sees Moves already taking damage. Shock bolts and drone as Moves doesn't know whether right or left. Winthrop cannot let this be a sweep to go all the way. The Pearl coming up next, and it's up to Bow in the 1v3. The defensive orbital strike, thinking the plant was gonna happen to limit M80. It's the last 12 seconds. You got an Armageddon from the defense, but who cares? Sato and the rest still managed to get the spike down, and all 4 of Winthrop down. Moves the last one with a flung.
Hold back and play discipline.
Yeah, despite that win, Winthrop are just gonna have a couple of stingers, and oh jeez, it's over before it even started. Winthrop sent the house, and they come out empty-handed. Moves the 1v4 king. Can he do it? Things out. This could get a ping on.